Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Champions of the Future, round 4 here at the Kristianstad circuit in southern Sweden. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. We're down on the pre-grid ahead of the qualifying heats day. 18 races ahead of us here, and thankfully, as we're standing outside, the sun is shining. Nicole, what can we expect from today?
Well, sun is shining, but the wind is out, of course, for these drivers. Yesterday, we had 12 qualifying heats on top of our qualifying sessions that saw a number of different drivers taking those wins. Of course, those weren't live streams, but they were busy indeed, and we can expect, I'm sure, more of the same. This circuit then 1.2 kilometres in race distance and provides many overtaking opportunities for our drivers. That's why you're seeing some quite fiery racing out there. And of course, this is the penultimate round of your series. That's also why you're seeing some of those battles really come into play for drivers. First session coming up today then, of course, will be your juniors once more. And this is one of those sessions where you've got some big names at the front, some big names to keep an eye on.
It certainly will do. We won't stay here for too much longer because they are ready to go. So we're going to move. We're going to head up to the commentary box. We'll see you in a few after this short break.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last hundredth of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to southern Sweden. It's the Champions of the Future here at the Kristianstad circuit, and the field is ready to go, not only in the junior, but also in the senior, with just shy of 200 drivers entered into this weekend to see who will not be crowned just yet, because it's only round 4 of 5, but the Champions of the Future is set, ready to go here at Kristianstad at the Awesome Ring circuit. Live pictures here from the circuit as welcome one and all to this circuit that opened back in 1967. Event record set earlier on in the weekend. A brand new lap record for the circuit. Benjamin Magnac, 48.658. No one in the history of OK Racing has gone faster than that incredible time set. The track itself, 1.2 kilometres, it's 185 meters down that start-finish straight. It is a long circuit for these drivers to negotiate. Actually quite a long old lap as well for them. Plenty of overtaking opportunities though, and plenty of turns out there for the drivers. The staggering thing, it's a 6-meter elevation change on the circuit. This is a proper roller coaster, a proper historic circuit for the drivers to go racing on. Turns, 14 of them in total, 7 to the right, 7 to the left, and 6 hairpins out there, all providing ample overtaking opportunities. We see them into the first chicane at turns 2 and 3. We see them at turns 4, 5, 6, 7, and that final hairpin as well at turn 14, and of course also into that complex section, into that final sector 3. Many overtaking opportunities around this circuit means but close and competitive racing. Top speed drivers will be reaching that down and towards turn number 1. Average around 90 across the entire lap, but it's 125 the top speed they'll reach into that braking zone at T1, where they will carry that speed through into that chicane for the first few laps. Very quick, very demanding. The karts have made their way out. The sun is shining. Welcome, one and all, from wherever you're watching from around the world, to the champions of the future and the first race of the day, but not the first race of the weekend, is heading out onto the track. It's OK Junior qualifying heat B versus F. That will be taking to the circuit, and they are already out there. So let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup for the first of this one. Troy Ferguson on the front row of the grid will be joined by Niccolo Perico, both of them struggling in their first races, but having much better results in their second. Both of them second place. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and Alessandro Truchot join on that second row of the grid. Mason Robertson and Remy Samcek go from row 3. They'll see Manny Nuvolini and Matic Zanic on row 4. Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Matvei Durganov on row 5. Max Feld and Leon Shalidze go from row number 6. They will see Antonio Ianni and Leo Latner on row number 7, with Julian Frasnelli and Christian Kobe rounding out the first half of the field on row 8.
The second part of your grid on row number 9 starts by Jack Solomonson and Jay Kostecki. From your 10th row, we've got Rocco Simone of Canada alongside Alexander Leganki, who made up 12 places yesterday to get to P8. Your 11th row sees Henry Constant Kampen, who couldn't better than a P23 yesterday. He'll be starting alongside Jonas Pundis. 12 is Lissandro Caraballo with Stepan Mazepin. Good stuff for Stepan Mazepin yesterday, getting to P10, but a disqualification has set him back slightly. 13th row is Federico Marabella and Jeff Verbeek, and then from 14, Kim Min-jae, Sinsavali Kage, with your 15th and final row supposed to be Maxim Noapel, but there are reports he is one of the 2 drivers missing from your field, because Leo Latinen is not out there either. First race of the day then limed up and formed up as Dan Ashton, your deputy race director, watches on and sends them into the first corner. Front row of things is held on. Troy Ferguson in towards turn number 1, holds off the rest of the field. Good start there by Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, instantly into that second spot. Teammate there of Niccolo Perico makes it a P2 with the KR rounding out the last spots and tied of your top 4 as defensive goes. The young Italian, the Mercedes driver of Niccolo Perico, as big sends down the inside by one of the wards. So number 7, it's one of those hot spots as they exit out of the corner, 3 wide to complete the first 3 quarters of your opening lap of the day. All led out there by Troy Ferguson. A win averted him yesterday. It was a P13 and a P3, but now looks to maybe be the one within this race. But Di Pietrantonio is now broken away from the pack behind, broken away from his teammates of Perico, and now hunts down.
Certainly does. So a relatively decent start then for the field as they cross over the line. Ferguson leads the way then by half a second from Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Manny Nuvolini with a good start there, 4 places gained. The same for Durganov with a 6th place gain. Santiago Diaz de la Vega also looking very, very strong in this early phase. Perico, though, is the driver who's had a very troublesome start to this race. He has dropped down 25 places into P27, so that has been a pretty
P3.
Yeah, so pretty terrible start for him. It's, like we say, Nuvolini who's got himself up into 3rd place. Good breakaway for the field then. Di Pietrantonio is trying to close in on your race leader of Troy Ferguson, but the pace is looking a lot quicker further down the field here. Durganov is purple, sector number 1. Then you've got Jack Solomonson of the Falcon Henza karting team from Sweden. He is purple in sector number 2 and is wanting to push through as he sits currently in 13th place. Over the line they go, they complete lap number 2 and on to lap 3. Still Ferguson who leads the way, with Sabalay Kage being the biggest gainer over the first few laps. 11 places gained into 17th place.
Nuvolini now down to P5, so the last Mercedes hopeful inside of the top 10 sits with the Frenchman that's just trying to chase down on the KR and the Ricky Flynn of Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Matvei Durganov just ahead. Good stuff so far this weekend for Durganov. Oh, big send down the inside. That's for the spots inside of your top 10. That Max Feld going for some moves on the likes of Remy Samcek, who's had a switch of teams, of course, lately. He's joined the Energy Course team, was previously part of the Forza outfit, but has now switched out that orange and black for some red and blue. Frasnelli now under a bit of pressure. That's some pressure applied by Antonio Ianni there in P11. So the 2 Tony Kart teammates going for it. But Ianni's cost himself some time, cost himself a position there to the Red Bull driver of Robertson.
Yeah, he has. Robertson here on a downward trajectory at the moment, has lost out on 6 places in this race. Sun shining on the field there, as you can see. Leon Chilidze closing in on Nuvolini, but no pressure. There's going to be a good change. That is Derganov down the inside of DP Tarantonio. Turn 7, beautifully done, and up into second place. That's an 8th place gain now for the Ricky Flynn driver, who is looking here to try and close in on Troy Ferguson, whose gap is still held at half a second. He's not been able to fully break away from the rest of the field. The young driver from the USA, though, certainly in control of this race as they end lap number 4 and on to lap 5 of 10. We're at the halfway point of this first race of the day.
Derganov did have some good moments yesterday, Anthony. It was cut short by a penalty that dropped into P9, and then it was cut short for a DNF. But what that has helped him with the DNF is that fresher rubber. That's why you're seeing him have much more pace compared to Lorenzo, sat just behind, and Troy Ferguson just shortly ahead there in that parallel. I would predict here that Matvei Derganov has got it in the bag to try and push ahead. Nuvolini once more being threatened and has been overtaken, now jumps on the defensive posture from Remy Samchek. It's Chilidze that has just managed to slide his way through there, so he's now sandwiched in between the Forza and the Energy. Nuvolini still trying to push, but now is taken turn number 14. You're going to see that light things up for drivers every single race. It is one of those spots where drivers can really pull something off last minute before they head back up the hill to see that start-finish straight.
So, eyes on this. Oh, look at this. Derganov right on that rear bumper now. He's done a great job over the course of this race today. And this will be a long old day for the field if we see action like this throughout it. And exactly where he made the move earlier on DP Tarantonio. Derganov does it again down the inside of Ferguson. Steps up into the race lead now. It's a net gain of 9 places to take the lead on lap number 6 of this race. Still a long way to go. Ferguson, I don't think, has given his all right now. As oh dear, there's some drama happening in the background. There is Robertson out of the race. Fresnelli and Jay Kostecki, I think, have also been caught out in that incident. 3 cuts out of this race. And unfortunately, that is into that final sector, in towards the likes of turns 9 and 10 on the lap. Big moves down the inside there. That's the Fusion on the move at the front section of this grid. Still great overtakes. I think that's Christian Kobe on the charge through.
Well, looking at the timing screens, I am still seeing Julian Frasnelli's name in there. He's still sat there in P11, as is there Jay Kostecki. Has just dropped down a position, has been taken by Rocco Simone, but those 2 drivers still on the asphalt for now. Oh, big send down the inside. Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio going for it once more. He's in a battle with teammate of Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Samchek is looking at this one, as is Nuvolini and Chilidze. This is all going to turn into a Constantina effect very shortly. A bit of aggression out there would potentially look to end in tears as Lolo's going to lose out on the exits of the corner. Diaz de la Vega back through.
Yeah, and I think these drivers here, with the way they're driving, I think have committed to the fact that they're not catching the top 2 now. I think they're pretty settled in to see who's going to take 3rd in this race. And for the moment, still Diaz de la Vega in that position. Samchek still very closely followed on that Energy course machine. But it's a long old way to go. No, there's the move down the inside. Through goes Samchek on Diaz de la Vega, and through goes the Forza Racing of Leon Chilidze as well. The Georgian driver stepping up into 4th place and utilising that position gain, and is going to be in a very strong position here also on an 8th place gain. Not long left to go in this race, as something tells me that battle for 3rd place is far from over, and it certainly isn't, because there again under pressure is Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio, who is being absolutely swamped by the field here and is not happy at all. Jack Solomonson just behind him there, tried to get a move down the inside on that Falcon Henzer Karting Team Sweden machine, but not able to do so. He stays in P10.
Solomonson then a wildcard entrant into this weekend. He's not appeared with us just yet many times, but pressuring and really doing a good job to sit inside of the top 10. Is big boots up the backside there for Remy Samchek. Chilidze trying to muscle him out the way, trying to be sharp, as again you're seeing that domino effect for these drivers, where when it comes to nose cone penalties, Anthony, some of them can find themselves in a bit of hot water when they come into Parc Fermé later on. Nobody's given each other room to breathe. Here comes Nuvolini once more. Feld on his tail. Solomonson trying to look at this one as well as Samchek still controls it on the climb back up the hill.
Yes, it does. Over the line they go then. Still, Derganov leads the way. He's opened up a 1 second gap now from Ferguson. Nearly a 5 second gap now between himself and Samchek in third place. It's been a really strong race here for those top runners. Further back in the field, Savalaike is still one of the biggest drivers who's gained place in this one. 15 places gained, currently up to 13th place, having a really strong performance. Look to the inside there as, that's very unfortunate. That is Savalaike. As I was mentioning, 13 places gained. He's going to lose all of them on this final lap. That is such a shame, as down the inside, big sense there. Nuvolini, as off the road now goes Zaric. He gained all those positions, and now in this last lap's going to lose them all as well. Over the line, though, Matvei Derganov, first race of the day and first win of the weekend across the line. Matvei Derganov will add some decent points to his name. Absolutely superb for Matvei Derganov. And I'm thinking, if I'm right in saying, that could be a very good chunk of points for him over the course of this season, because that might be his first qualifying heat win of the season. We'll try and confirm that in a moment. I believe it is for Derganov, so an incredible drive for him. And we will see him, of course, I'm sure, very happy at the end of this race.
Yeah, that's first Ricky Flynn Motorsport Junior qualifying heat win of the weekend as well. Good job done by Derganov out there in the front. And like you said there, Anthony, his first qualifying heat win of the year. So for Derganov, that change of outfit late in this season is definitely doing good stuff for him. He's looking quicker, he's looking comfortable out there, and it makes it a P1 ahead of Troy Ferguson, who rounds out his morning so far for Parolin in second place, with Remy Samchek there for Energy Course, making it a top 3. So Derganov, Ferguson, Samchek, 1, 2 and 3. With then Forza taking P4 in the form of Leon Chiledze, and your top 5 rounded out by Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Nuvolini, Max Feld, Julian Frasnelli, Lorenzo Di Pietro Tonio and Henry Constant Kumpen take you to your top 10, with Antonio Ianni, Jack Solomonson, Alexander Legenki, Christian Kobe and Marit Zvaric being the last drivers inside of the top 15. We then have Jay Kostecki, Simone, Perico, Mazepin and Truchot taking you to your top 20, with the last of your finishers including Jonas Pundis, Alessandro Carabollo, Jeff Verbeek, Kim Min-jae and Federico Marabella, because we lost Savalaike Gay, Mason Robertson, and we did not see Leo Lattinen or Maxim Noapel.
Indeed, those drivers not starting this race. A challenging day yesterday for them. A few incidents that may have happened out on track, but today, brand new day. The sun's still shining on the field, and the sun definitely shining on that young man there. Matvei Derganov taking a first race win of the weekend, first race win of his season in the Champions of the Future. Here are the highlights from that race, and well, the initial start there, good for the inside row, but you can see those sideways moments there. The drama there for Nicolo Perico on the front of that grid, just suffering on that outside line. You can see him all the way at the back of the grid already, who's going wide at T1. Rest of the field, relatively decent start. Everyone able to push forward. Savalaike, of course, who started at the back of the grid, was able to push right through to the field later on in that race, though tumbled down the order. But the biggest thing was Matvei Derganov, who was able to gain the 9 places to be able to squeeze through the grid to take a race win after yesterday's 9th place in his first race after a penalty, and then a P25. This overtake here put him into the race lead and would come away with his best result of the weekend so far and season.
Yeah, good stuff for Derganov, but whilst that was going on, Mason Robertson's good moments were cut short as he would experience a DNF later on. It got busy for Lorenzo Di Pietro Tonio lap after lap, and despite, of course, chasing for the race lead in the early stages of the race, it would not be enough when it came to the last couple of laps. He would lose out to teammate Santiago Diaz de la Vega and to Remy Samchek as well, who would catch him on the exit of turn number 14. They broke away at the front, and it was at turn number 7 that Samchek managed to give it a good go, and he would actually open up the door to previous teammate of Leon Chiledze as well. Later on, we'd have Lorenzo get muscled out, and the drivers to tick that one off would be like Chiledze out there in that Forza. The battles would continue on. This was the moment that it would go wrong for names further down the field. That was Marit Zvaric being given a big lick of that dust out there. But it would be Derganov that would take the win. 9 places gained to make it a P1 with a gap to Troy Ferguson of 1.2 seconds.
A very strong result there for the field, and I'm sure be a delighted result there at the end of that first race. A good start to the day then for the field of OK Juniors. But of course, we'll head over to the senior OK category for their first race of the day, which will see Mexico's Emil Hernandez and William Kalesia on the front row of the grid. Now, both of these drivers have had a relatively interesting day. Emil Hernandez, fantastic qualifying yesterday, was able to get himself onto a pole position here, second fastest driver overall. But not only that, some decent results for him as well. Never been outside the top 10. Has not taken a qualifying heat win just yet, but has shown some great pace. The driver who's starting alongside him on the front row of the grid, William Kalesia, very strong start today with a win, but then a DNF in his second. I feel like it was a kart failure over the start-finish line. Unfortunately, saw him out of the race on that start-finish line. There is Emil Hernandez, though. And as we mentioned, great qualifying for him. Out of nowhere, was running around 20th place in the session, and then the last lap banged in a really good time and put himself on that front row of the grid. We caught up with him after time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Emil, you've just gone faster than the group before. You're currently the pole sitter overall. That must be a great feeling. But of course, going into this qualifying session, you were very quick. You were the quickest this morning. Did you know that you were about to pull off a pole position?
Yeah, I was with too much confidence. I feel good. I like this track. It's my favorite track. Last year I had the P2 and I want to return to get the pole. And here I am with the pole. I feel super confident. I'm very glad to be here.
And for you, why are you so strong around this circuit? Because like you said, you had good results in 2025. Now you've come into this week with a pole position. What makes yourself, the team, the chassis as good as it is round here?
I work a lot in the mental part and in the physical part. It's not only that I like this track. I had been working behind the track and also I feel like too confident with the kart, with the team, and just that I feel confident.
Well, Emil, a lot to be confident about because you just put it on pole, and that, of course, is your best qualifying result of the year so far.
Yes, thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Emil Hernandez, who, as we mentioned, had a very strong start to yesterday's racing, and of course that confidence from last year to bring it over into this year, remembering the circuit so well, and obviously entrusting the fact that it is his favourite circuit on the calendar. Certainly is a good step. We'll have to see what he can do pushing forward. This man here, William Kalesia, certainly looking forward to seeing what he can achieve over the course of the day. Is a driver who is not in those championship contention in the top 10, but certainly one to watch, though, as the young driver from Australia has already taken one qualifying heat win of the day. There are 3 qualifying heat winners in this race in the form of Kalesia, Henry Domain, and Bosco Arias, 3 of them out there who have taken heat wins. They'll be under the watchful eye of this man here, Dan Ashton, Deputy Race Director here this weekend, and of course is joined, as always, by Martin being the race director. There is Henry Domain, and possibly one of the strongest drivers on the grid in this one. Second place in his first, win in his second, looking like he is going in the right direction here.
Yeah, and for Henry, he's one of the drivers inside of the top 4 rows that has been the most consistent. Actually, he's the most consistent when it comes to the points gained so far this weekend. Because if you look at your anti-pole side, the top 3 drivers on that side have all had a DNF. Kalesia because of mechanical issues, and then Alaman and Arias, who of course had that moment in the barrier at turn number 6 yesterday in their first qualifying heat. So very interesting setup indeed for these drivers as the crowds do start to form. Busy race weekend for our field. You know, within your OK category alone, 91 drivers invited or entered into this weekend. So lots of competition indeed. And there is Dan Alaman. Alaman yesterday, you know, scaled things back with a P7 in his last qualifying heat. So it's definitely not over. And of course, every single driver here today has 3 more opportunities today. But for Alaman, it's going to be, you know, a little bit tighter out there. He's going to need to deploy something maybe a bit extra in the stage of this weekend.
Yep, the fabulous grandstand here at the Kristianstad karting circuit. There it is, absolutely filled with friends and family and spectators alike. The hill surrounding the circuit as well, a prime viewing opportunity there also, and everyone joining from around the world here on the live stream as well. Welcome, one and all, whatever time it is. Welcome to qualifying heat B and F for the senior OK category. Now makes its way out onto the circuit. Second race of the day, race 14 of the weekend. Let's quickly fire you through then that full starting lineup. Near capacity grid on this one. 30 drivers out in this race to see who will take the honours in the first senior race of the day. Emil Hernandez of Mexico starts it on the front row of the grid. He'll be joined by Australia's William Kalija. Henry Domain and Dan Aleman take row 2 from Marco Gast and Bosco Arias, who go from row 3. Arias, of course, another driver who's taken a qualifying heat win so far this weekend. Jakub Kamenek joins William Marshall. They go from row 4. There we'll see Ryan Qureshi and Armin Kara Osman on row 5. Antonio Koscianella and Egon Pedrotti take row number 6. Lev Krutilov and Severin Dudkovsky go from row 7 with Nico Katowski and Dean Hugendorn on row number 8.
Row number 9 sees Ina Rostad, new driver into the Champions of the Future, and she's starting alongside Max Wayland. From your 10th row, after some good moments yesterday, top 12, it will be Klara Kowalczyk alongside Valeria Villapiana, who was one of those DNF drivers yesterday. Your 11th row sees Louis Blazare alongside Peter Gorecki. Gorecki climbing up to P16 at best yesterday. And 12 will be Great Britain and Poland with Archie Owen and Emilia Wiszymirska. Row number 13 is Arif Raquel and Zemo Yang, and 14 Ifriz will be housed with Masad Mohamed Al-Bassam. 15th row is Matteo Gallo with Michael Gorecki. Gorecki, of course, another DNF driver. He's starting from the back of the field at 30th and final spot for groups B versus F. Hernandez and Kalija at the front row. For Hernandez yesterday, it was an 8th and a 3rd. For Kalija, it was a P1 and a DNF. So that's already going to light things up for the two drivers at the front. And reiterating again, the top 3 on that anti-pole side: Kalija, Aleman, Arias. DNF drivers from yesterday, but also drivers inside of the top 10. So let's see how that one fares, because for those 3, newer rubber, of course.
Certainly so. Look forward to see it. Qualifying intermediate classification as it stands for Magnacsini and Domain. They are joint 94 points, but all 3 of those drivers have both taken a win and a second place over the course of those qualifying heats, so are in a really good position. But they've accumulated those points right now and are looking very, very strong. For the rest of this field here, this is still going to be an important one. Let's see how it will transpire. Looks good at the front here. Back of the grid not formed up just yet. Are we going to be going racing? The answer to that is no. They are going round again. And that is, I would say, back of the grid, they're just not keeping up with the front.
Yeah, we had a couple of moments like that yesterday, but it was in your junior field that the drivers couldn't quite catch up quick enough. At the front, they've really got to slow it down. Of course, 6 metres of elevation change around this circuit. They drop downhill in towards turn number 14 before climbing back up again. It's quite a harshly angled hairpin out there. So for the front row of Kalija and Emil Hernandez, really got to try and slow it down and keep an eye on the back drivers just heading out of turns 11, 12 and 13 to get lined up. Another opportunity now for the DPK and the Paralin out there, the MP and the VDK just shortly behind.
So let's keep an eye on that one. There you can see the mechanics and drivers all for the next race. They're all wanting to stand on that mechanics stand.
I love this game of who can you spot?
Yeah, exactly, because of course that obviously is a dedicated stand for the mechanics to help communicate with their drivers out on circuit with the signals. However, when you then chuck in a bunch of mechanics and drivers who are in the next race in there, can make it just that little bit more confusing for the drivers to really pinpoint exactly where their mechanic is to help them push through. But like I say, it's a viewing spot nonetheless, and they have access to it, and they'll utilise it whether or not they get in the way at all of their teammates. Right then, here we go. Second time around for the OK Senior category. Qualifying heat B versus F enters those tram lines, and it is lights out and fights on towards turn 1. Strong start there for Hernandez. This time around is looking for a qualifying heat win, and I'm sure is going to fight for it. Domain is already slotted into second place. He has pushed through one of the ASD cards, going very slowly in the background, possibly Egon Pedrotti, who has not had the best getaway on this one. The 271 machine of Kalija is still there in third place. The Paralin trying to push through as Domain goes a little wide there and has to go defensive for second place. Will struggle on the exit here, but will still maintain that P2 posture, as now you can see Emil Hernandez is taking the optimal racing line, is trying to open up that gap to try and break away from the rest of the chasing pack.
Domain there just twitching on the rear slightly as here comes Kalijah. Kalijah looked like he was going to put the nose down the inside, but thinks against it, has to back off and just allow Domain that move. We've got good sends there in the start of this one for Marco Gast. Marco Gast, in moments yesterday, top 15 quite consistently. The weekend that is looking strong for him with some good pace out there. Top 5, Hernandez, Domain, Kalijah, Gast, Kamenek. Kamenek again, really good moments during yesterday's races. It was P6 and a P2. Now looks quite comfortable out there inside of the top 5 again. Kalijah has now managed to get that move done on Henry Domain. Fresher rubber, of course, will be thrown into that for the Australian. So that's why, for now, maybe he could be the chaser for the DPK of Hernandez. Hernandez has not managed to break away. In fact, he's got a hook on the back of that bumper now, and he is absolutely being reeled in.
Certainly is. Just saw their overtake for 4th place. The Lanari Racing Team driver of Kamenek getting through past Koski Motorsports. Marco Gast looked down the inside there. Bosco Arias on Dan Aleman getting that move done over the line and changes those positions around as well. Here's Lev Krutilov now is making the move also. He's just got through past Aleman. That is for 7th place on his charge through, as that is Kalijah off the road. William Kalijah from 2nd place out of this race. Well, he's not out, but he's out of contention on this one, tumbling down the field. What on earth happened there to the driver who crossed the line in 2nd place?
Well, for of course Kalijah, he was chasing down on the race lead for Emil Hernandez. Is it the case that he went for a move, got it wrong and caught himself out? Hernandez has not massively lost out. He's not lost position to Henry's Domain. So for whatever happened out there in the front, those two drivers got away from that one unscathed. It's gifted position to Kamenek once more. Kamenek now up by 4 places to be inside of the top 3 for the 2nd time this weekend. Out of the final corner, it's Hernandez from Domain. Domain again could be looking at another potential race win here, or Hernandez could be looking at his maiden of the weekend. Other drivers in the background making up positions. You just saw a flash of Klara Kowalczyk on the screen. 8 positions gained. Here is the moment. By himself, all over the curb, catches the curb, probably on the floor tray a little bit as well, and just the wheel snatched away from him, slides on the rear, keeps his foot in, however, so the rev keeps up, doesn't stall the thing, but it was just completely by himself for Kalijah, and he's going to be kicking himself, as whilst we've been watching on that one. Domain now back into the front.
Domain in the lead, and for Kalijah, that is so easily done. As Emil Hernandez, I was expecting something like this. Fire in the Mexican's belly as he wants to hold on to this race lead, but not only is he going to lose out in 2nd, he's going to lose out on that position as well, as through goes Kamenek. The Lanari Racing Team driver gets up into P2. Hernandez will have to go back to the drawing board here, because Domain has now broken away after that one. Bosco Arias might have a chance here. That lone Ricky Flynn motorsport machine looks to the outside as Hernandez looks to the inside of defensive lines. Not going to take that overtake. We'll have to settle for 3rd, but now he'll have to settle for 4th place, because down the inside, Bosco Arias gets that move done. Yeah,
Arias wasting no time here on the redemption from that moment yesterday. Obviously finished off yesterday's day, polished things off with a P1, now inside of the top 3. So Domain from Kamenek, from Arias, that's what we're looking at. Emil Hernandez now being pressured by the Ukrainian Lev Krutilov. Krutilov, out of turn number 14, chases back up the hill. There's big defence in the background. Here comes Klara Kowalczyk. It's Koreshi that's the driver ahead, but Kowalczyk did have the fastest lap on the track a moment ago, so she's got some good pace out there. Good confidence as well, still 9 places gained, still matching your biggest mover, which currently belongs to Dean Hoogan.
2 very clear groups of drivers forming here, the top 8 and then 9th down to 24th place, and we are looking at that 9th place battle down to 24th as we're seeing those overtakes coming in thick and fast there. Pedrati, Marshall both getting past Antonio Coscinella, that is for 11th, 12th and 13th place, and they're all trying to step forward in this race. Back to the lead group here, and there Emil Hernandez now having to defend from Lev Krutilov. Kyle Osman still there as well, followed closely by Dean Hugendorn and Marco Gast, who still lock out in that top fighting battle. Lap number 7. We are on now of 13. We're at that half race distance, or over the half race distance now. for the field, and Domain is in a strong place. However, Jakub Kamenek is looking really, really confident there in second place. That 5 places he's gained, looking like he could change it to 6 places gained, as the gap is only half a second.
Emil Hernandez goes defensive in towards turn number 7, but opens up the door.
Oh.
It's muscled out there by Kritilov, but gets it back through. Aminkara Osman up the inside. Here comes Dean Hugendorn. Here comes Marco Gast back into the fight as well. Kritilov has dropped 2 positions there. Hernandez, despite causing that effect by going defensive, has actually managed to give himself a break from this pack behind, as Hugendorn now down the inside of Aminkara Osman. Here comes Kritilov once more. Here comes Gast as well. Gast now back into position as turn number 14, Aminkara Osman losing 3 positions.
Yeah, that's a tough run for Osman, but really good there for Dean Hugendorn. He's having a really strong race here. Those 11 places now he's gained to get him there into P5. You can see Hernandez is just further up the road. He's done a brilliant job to defend this position as well. But after that fight, it has really released now the top 3 who are clear to really go to battle. This is still the fighting further down in the field here. Dudkovsky's made overtakes past Louis Bazare, but Bazare's fought it back. Zarif Rakal has taken that as well. Nico Katowski is currently circulating in 18th place now with Dudkovsky, as they've fallen down that field. Back with Gast and Kara Osman over the line. They've changed places once again. Kara Osman back to 7th place.
Yeah, out at the front then, Domain still pushing away. It was half a second. It's now 6/10 to split up him and the lone Lanari Racing Team driver out there of Kamenek. We're still, however, looking at this undecided battle for the last spot inside of the top 4. Hernandez has got some room to Hugendorn, but Hugendorn looks like he's got some pace. As here comes Egon Pedrotti as well. This is the best weekend so far for Pedrotti. This could quite soon get very interesting out there. Bosco Arias has now got past Kamenek there for that 2nd spot. Arias back into a position, I would say here, Anthony, he feels like he belongs in.
Yeah, I've got to say, spot Bosco Arias there closing in on Kamenek, but he's managed to get that done. Has opened up now a 1-second lead for Domain. They have got the time to close that in, but that is going to be a really tricky shot. Great shot there of the karts going through turn 1. The speed through turn 1 is so fast as they enter into it. It's then that first chicane where they can carry all the speed. And it's those race starts where they're going into that corner side by side. There's always a driver who fortunately has to take to that runoff area. Still some big battles going on in the background here. Very wide there, being squeezed off the road and rejoining. This is in and around that, I think, top 10 area here. But everyone trying to push forward. It's Marshall and Alaman fighting with around Koreshi, and they are keeping their fight alive here, but they are still inside in around just on that top 10 section. Alaman very late on the brakes there, all trying to push each other forward. No one really hitting the right braking zone there as they all push their way through. On to lap number 11 now of this race. Domain still leads, the gap is coming down. Bosco Arias has taken a 10th out of it as Koreshi again takes the defensive line for 10th place. Alaman could have a chance here to the inside, no, but there's a bit of contact happening all the way through the back. Koreshi off the road. It was the ward there of Marshall trying to squeeze his way through, and it's put Alaman in front of this one, but he's run wide. Now through goes the MP of Coscianella. Absolutely superb for Antonio Coscianella. He's able to gain about 4 or 5 places there because of that fight.
Yeah, it was Coscianella and Kowalczyk. They just read that one in front of them. They had some room on the exit of turn number 14. They had a couple of part lengths to play with, and that's how they managed to avoid all of that commotion going on. Coscianella now leads this battle once more for the last spot inside of the top 10. Coscianella from Kowalczyk, Marshall, Kalija back into things. William Kalija dropped all the way to the back earlier on in this race. Let's not forget, now he's managed to really claw his way through. The young Australian there sat in P13, so he's not a million miles away compared to where he had to essentially start his race from once more.
Oh my goodness
Big
me.
move down the inside. That's from a million miles away. That's Clara Kowalczyk now being taken by William Marshall. Here comes Kalija again, so the two Williams glued together.
Well, I was expecting to see that, a 5-second time penalty for Marshall. That contact there into the hairpin on the previous lap, where we saw that big shuffle has come to fruition. But that overtake that he just made on Klara Kowalczyk, actually quite something. That overtake started in Stockholm and then finished on the apex of turn 7. Dan Alman down the inside onto his final lap has just taken that one away. He steps up into 13th place. Back with the race leader, Henry Domain. He's clear by 7/10 of a second from Bosco Arias and Jakub Kamenek. 1, 2, 3. I don't think we're going to see any fireworks between these three, as Domain, with another victory here, is looking very, very strong this weekend, and so is the MP Motorsport team. Bit of drama there in the background. Is that Marshall fighting with Kalisha on his recovery drive back in this race. Is back into 12th place right now.
Of course, we've got plenty more senior groups left to go in the early stages of today, but so far, despite that DNF yesterday, Arias is still looking strong. But the strongest of all so far this weekend in your senior class is Henry Domain. Takes his second qualifying heat win of the weekend, but his third result inside of the top 2, and rounds out his morning 6th, 10th clear from the Spanish driver of Bosco Arias, with Kamenek, the lone Lanari Racing Team driver, out there, who finishes in P3 again for Kamenek. Good result, and another result inside of your top 3 spots. Domain, Arias, Kamenek, they are your 1, 2, 3, and for MP, looking incredibly strong, not just in your senior category, but within your juniors as well for Leonardo Gorski. Last drivers inside of your top 5, Emil Hernandez, despite having a very busy race indeed, did manage to hang on. And we had Dean Hugendorn as your last driver inside of that top 5 with 11 positions gained in total, and finishes ahead of Krutulov, Kara Osman, Pedrotti, Gast and Coccianella inside of your top 10. Drivers will pull it back into Parc Ferme. We'll have those post-race scrutineering checks. They'll check the weight, of course, as well of these drivers, as well as those front fairings, because you can expect a fair few of those post-race. We took you through your top 5, top 10, of course, as well, but to reiterate, it's Krutulov, Amin Kara Osman, Egon Pedrotti, Marco Gast and Antonio Coccianella of MP. After that, then, drivers include William Marshall, William Kalisha, after dropping to the back and then having to force his way through once more, with Alaman, Kowalczyk and Louis Bazare being the last drivers inside of your top 15. Raquel, Koreshi, Viapiano, Dudkovsky and Gorecki take you to the last drivers inside of the top 20, with Ifriz, Niko Katowski, Emilia Wiszomirska, Ina Rostad, Archie Owen, Gorecki, Zemo Yang, Matteo Gallo and Masad Amal Al-Bassam taking you to your 29 finishes. No Max Wayland to complete all of those laps there, as here is Henry Domain over the weigh scale. Will park the carts back on the trolley and will return to that awning, I'm sure, with a big smile on his face.
Yeah, big smile on the face after his win yesterday, which actually his win yesterday was his first of the Champions of the Future season in 2026, if you believe it or not. That win there makes it his second. And a, well, relatively strong start for the field. I would say a much stronger start to the race for Emil Hernandez as well. There was the moment for Kalisha, unfortunately, finding himself off the road and really struggling in that race, but managing to recover back in it. Kara Kowalczyk making those moves in the background. Really had a good old race with Antonio Coccianella. This was an attempt for Emil Hernandez to get back into the race lead, just ran a little wide and went defensive on Jakub Kamenek, who managed to squeeze his way through into second place. Later, Bosco Arias would also close in and would get up into the likes of P2 and still had a very strong race. There was that overtake. Firstly, quite late on the brakes, but still just made the corner and was able to take that one to the very end. Then, of course, you saw the likes of Lev Krutulov trying to get those overtakes done, but I think Emil Hernandez dealt with that battle quite well in that later stage. And there, Dean Hugendorn as well, having a really strong race. 11 places gained to finish inside that top 5. Racing continued all the way in the background. Some of the Tony Kart drivers certainly getting involved in that phase. Valerio Viapiana in that race, I think, was actually the only Tony Kart driver from the factory team in that race. He was 2 places gained to finish in P18. So troublesome race there, but still 2 places gained nonetheless. And then we really started to see those fights rage on in the latter half of the race, with Dan Alaman trying to get those moves done on Klara Kowalczyk. Over the line, though, Domain taking his second win of the day and second win of the season so far in the Champions of the Future. That's only his second win on track. He has had top 3s, but that is only his second P2, so quite an achievement for him here at the circuit. Back over to the juniors. Now we step forward to Groups C versus E. This will see Leonardo Gorski on pole position, and again a very strong day yesterday. Third fastest driver at the end of time qualifying for the driver from Poland. Gorski certainly going to be one to watch, and of course again another driver for the MP Motorsport team who gained an extra 4 drivers this weekend compared to Molson, has shown that the MP team has certainly have delivered a good package this weekend. We caught up with Gorski after TQ.
Leo, firstly, congratulations, pole in group, the first pole sitter of the day. Let's think about when we finished things off in Molson and you took your first big win of the year. Would you say that's boosted you going into today?
Yeah, that definitely boosted me. It helped me a lot, the win. I really needed the win, and now we're on pole. It's looking like a good weekend so far.
And tell us about the circuit itself, your experience round here, because we've seen this track quite a few times now. What do you think of it, and what do you think of it as well to be maybe a race leader?
I think it's a really nice and smooth track. The jump is fun as well. Last year here was a bit different, I think. It was more grip than now, but I think the team has done an amazing job to set the kart how it is, and it's looking good so far.
Well, Leo, like we said, it was a win in Molson. It's a pole here this morning. Let's see how you get on in the heats.
Thank you very much.
Pole and 2 qualifying heat wins so far for Leonardo Gorski. Antonio Pizzonia will join him on that front row of the grid with Priam Bruno and Alexander Lazarus on row 2. Lucas Palacio and Harry Williams, they will take row number 3. A Forza Racing lockout on that 3rd row. Row number 4, we'll see Stan Ratajski joined by Giulio Di Rodello. They will see Alex Malota and Atika Mir on row 5. Oliver Spencer and Alexandre Poir, they go from row number 6 with Nicholas Guth and Jarlath Sayer on row 7 with Aurelio Longatano and Felipe Sanchez on row number 8.
Row number 9, it's Jason Kosmopoulos of Greece alongside Denny Babacek, who had a P12 and a P15 yesterday. And then from 10, it's Aston Martin's Ava Lawrence alongside Tiberius Muller. Your 11th row is Elton Hedvers alongside Lucien Smith, who's a brand new driver into the Champions of the Future. And from 12, it will be Portugal's Daniel Ferrara, sibling of Nicole Ferrara, alongside Libor Vlasak. Your 13th row, Lenny Mackinnon with Kevin Gareb. And your 14th and final, it will be Simon Carrasas and Navala Morales of Spain. So, interesting race indeed. Of course, Pizzonia and Gorski both qualifying heat winners. We had Antonio, however, lose out in his second, where he ended up in P4. But for Gorski now, he is trying to hunt down for a hat-trick of qualifying heat wins. Something has changed for Gorski since that win out in Molson. He's gone back to his home team of MP, returned there after a stint at RFM, and now looks incredibly comfortable indeed. Out on the Henze, took the final win out in Germany. Has come into this weekend. It has not been taken down off that top spot yet, but Pizzonia could be one of the drivers in the field to say goodbye to, to those spots that are not that number 1. He could break that streak, as could Priam Bruno, your current championship leader.
Certainly so. Into those tram lines then. This looks ready to go racing. The question is, are we going to go racing? The answer to that is yes. Good start for the front row. Better start for Gorski, though, on the inside line. Understandably, Pizzonia is going to get swallowed by the pack. And I think, is that Pizzonia off the road there a little bit? No, I don't think it is. I think he's still holding firm in that top section, 4th place for him at the moment. But the rest of the field going up through the first turns. It's a good start there for Priam Bruno. In 2nd place, he's going to look for a move down the inside. Potentially, no, he will stay there in P2. Rest of the field piles into turn 7 for the first time as they climb back up the hill into that 3rd and final sector. Strong start for the field, but good start nonetheless for Leonardo Gorski. Continues to lead the way on this opening lap. He's looking for a 3rd qualifying heat win of the season. As Pizzonia is under investigation for that start procedure. Was he out of the tram lines or was he ahead of Gorski at the start of that race? We'll have to wait and see.
I'll tell you what here, Anthony, out of the 15 race starts that we've watched so far this weekend, wouldn't we want to be the driver sat in P2 when we go into turn number 1, turn number 2? Those drivers on that anti-pole side really, really struggling. We saw it in the juniors with Oskari Volley, who started on 2nd, fell back into the order. That's drama out there. That's not good stuff.
Elton Hedvers.
Elton Hedvers, the Paralin driver who was starting in your midfield section, will have to now try and push to Karting. Actually, he's abandoned things and he's off and out of this race.
Indeed. Well, of course, we have gone on to lap number 2 now, so he's not allowed to get that one started, and if he was deemed to see he was pushing it back onto the track, he may get in a spot of bother with that from the officials. There you can see the fight for third place as they're walking away is Elton Hedfors going no further. Palacio on that field is under pressure from Pitsonia. Now the fight is happening in the background here. Girardello looking down the inside of Alex Malota. He's gone through and he's brought the likes of Stan Rakoski for company as well, as they've stepped up into 5th and 6th place. Still no major breakaway here for Gorski. He's under increasing pressure from Priyan Bruno just behind, as those changes I'm sure will be happening as Atika Mir sets the fastest lap of the race, trying to close in on the chasing pack. She's there currently in 11th place. More overtakes happening as everyone steps forward in position. Down the inside there goes the Ward Racing driver of Pitsonia, gaining those places, but is going to get up into 2nd place now. This gives Gorski a little bit of space to try and break away, as there's 2 carts that have come together there in the background, possibly Novella Morales and Felipe Sanchez there, who have tumbled together, and there they are off the road. There is Sanchez going no further in this race, and as we were saying it, Elton Hedfors is under investigation for multiple restart attempts.
Yeah, you can see him trying to push the carts back into life. I think for some of these drivers, you know, big emotions, they forget what's going on. There's a lot of adrenaline for these drivers. Sometimes they get themselves into situations where they forget about the rules out there. Pitsonia under some pressure, but not as much pressure there as Priyan Bruno. Palacio back down the inside. Lucas Palacio, of course, yesterday rounded out his day with a 15-second time penalty. Was well inside was well inside of the top 10, comfortably inside of the top 10, but probably quite aggressively inside of that top 10. Indeed, dropped down into P26 in the final, in the end of those results. So for Palacio, he's now got some work to deploy for the rest of today. Gorski, Pitsonia, Palacio, they are your 1, 2 and 3, still undecided for P4. Joël Girardello holding on to that for the time being. Priyan Bruno is shuffled down slightly, but there you can see him getting very eager indeed over the bump, over the crest. These drivers will head into that 2nd sector. Watch the victory lane, watch your championship leader, as we just flick to the other drivers behind who are battling out. That's one of the rookie things. That's Stan Rakoski being shadowed round by Alexander Lazarus.
Indeed, Spencer in that fight as well, the number 93 machine. We'll keep a close eye on that one, as that's the move down the inside there. Further back in the field, point getting the moves done. Again, a little bit of jostling between the two of them. Spencer trying to get down the inside there.
He can't afford to do that.
He cannot afford to do that.
Yesterday.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really challenging day for him. But again, you can understand the frustration of trying to get these overtakes done. But he does not want to be picking up any 5-second time penalties for a loose front fairing. On to lap number 6 now of this 10-lap race. Gorski still leads, looking so strong here in the juniors, looking at a 3rd win of the day, 3rd win of the weekend, as down the inside Priyan Bruno is going to take that position away past Palacio. That's for 4th place.
Yes, indeed. So at the front, we're still settled for your top spot. Still 8/10 that Gorski has got for Pitsonia, and then Joël Girardello, who's now inside of your top 3. 5 places for Girardello, giving him some confidence. One of your big movers, but of course biggest movers are Jala Tsaya and Libor Vlasek. 8 places gained in total. No more to say for Felipe Sanchez and Elton Hedfors. They are so far the only 2 to not complete the rest of this first qualifying heat of the day for these groups. It's groups C versus E, as Gorski is on the charge for that hat-trick. Here comes Alex Malota. Malota looking at Sayer now. Good stuff by Sayer, as we'll watch on at this race start.
Oh, was he out of the tram lines there?
Yeah.
That might have been it for Pitsonia at the start of that race. Didn't look like he was ahead there, so that's a very interesting one there. We'll keep it. Yeah, no, definitely was out the tram lines. 2 wheels, and yeah, that's not what you want to see at all. That would be a 3-second time penalty to be awarded after that investigation is completed. Still the live picture there on the right-hand side of your screen in conjunction with that race start replay, and you're still seeing a very close battle here for 3 drivers, and the changes have been happening. Down the inside, Girardello into 2nd place. Pitsonia from Priyan Bruno, as they all try to hunt down Gorski, but Gorski in control here, 1.4 seconds further down the road. The MP Motorsport package looking very strong this weekend.
For Priyan Bruno then, catches some airtime there as they head over the crest in towards that second sector. Priyan Bruno, of course, he will not know this, but technically will be inheriting the last spot inside of the top 3 anyway because of Pitsonia losing out because of those tram lines being broken. This is Ava Lawrence just being the last driver inside of this battle for the top 10. It's Lawrence P12. Ahead of her, we've got Williams, Lazarus, Spencer and Alex Malota. But Malota, their leading ground is looking very comfortable and very settled indeed. In towards turn number 14. Oh, spoke too soon for Alex Malota. There's that commentator's curse we speak about time and time again. Oliver Spencer down the inside leaves him vulnerable as now he's going to lose out to Lazarus as well. Oh, just Lazarus just got absolutely cut in front of by Malota.
Yeah, Malota was so lucky there not to just get tagged and a half spin through turn 1 at a very fast rate of knots, but it was very lucky there as everyone trying to gain those places. Now Ava Lawrence still behind Harry Williams as they fight for position. This is a 3 side-by-side moment here. Palacio, Sayer and Ratajski all fighting for position. This is 5th place on your screen. The up and unders happening. Beautiful up and unders there. And Ratajski gets through past Sayer. Sayer will have to go back to the drawing board and try and close his places back up once more. And I think not attacking straight away as the field now goes on to the last lap of this race. Gorski still leads by 1.3 from Giardello, Pitsonia, Bruno, Palacio, Ratajski, Sayer is that fight we were watching, and there going through is the Spencer Malota battle through turn 1.
Well, for Gorski out there in the front, half a lap left in his clean air. He's got that benefit, of course, the kart will be getting cooled down in front of him. He's got no traffic to trip over, but he's not even seen a kart so far this weekend within the races. He has been consistently in that top spot. We're still undecided further back. This is still Ratajski from Sayer is involved in this one as Sayer is going to go the long way round. Sayer is going to deploy some bravery on 4 wheels, but it's not quite going to be enough. Palacio from Ratajski from Sayer in that 3-kart battle. But here he comes. It's going to be a hat-trick for Leo Gorski. Takes another qualifying heats win. It was a pole position, now makes it 3 out of 3. Nobody has managed to unsettle him or to test his nerves whatsoever. Finishes this race off ahead of Joely Giardello, who you've got to give it to him. 6 places gained to be in P2 for Paralin, with Antonio Pitsonia for the time being sat in 3rd, but I wouldn't say he's going to be holding on to that one post-race. Priyan Bruno, good job done by him as well as Palacio rounds out your top 5. There he is, the MP Motorsport driver. Just gone 2 consecutive wins. The previous, of course, was in the senior category with Henry Domain. Now the MP team will be even happier with Leonardo Gorski.
Certainly will be. And that's a very strong start to the day in both classes there for the MP Motorsport team. And as you mentioning there, will be delighted with the results. Still good results, though, for the rest. Joely Giardello, 6 places gained there to finish in P2 for the Paralin Motorsport team. Pitsonia holds on to 3rd place for the Ward Racing team. Still very strong results there. There is the full grid on your screen. Bruno finishing 4th ahead of Palacio, Ratajski from Sayer, Spencer from Malota, Lazarus rounding out the top 10 from Ava Lawrence, Harry Williams from Aurelia Longatano, Atika Mir from Libor Vlasak, Jesse Cosmopoulos from Lenny Macklin, Kevin Garib from Alexandre Poix, Denny Babacek from Daniel Ferreira, Lucian Smith, Tiberius Mueller, Navala Morales rounding out the 24 finishers, Nicholas Guth, Simon Carras, Felipe Sanchez and Elton Herford's all out of that race. Multiple investigations out for that race. Those results may change, and you can keep up to those results as well if you head to the Champions of the Future webpage. You can see all the official results on the results page as and when they get released. So keep an eye on that one. Here's a look at the highlights from that race. Well, immediately investigations were going out to Antonio Pitsonia, potentially out of those tram lines. He'll be in the steward's office after that race to try and defend his position on that one. That may be a tricky one to defend. Rest of those race went through, and you could just see how the rest of that start was pretty strong for the rest of the field. Biggest movers in that early phase, Libor Vlasak 9 places gained, Ava Lawrence 10 places gained. The same for Lenny Mackinnon and Kevin Garib. They all gained 8 places as well as they tried to push their way through the field. Relatively clean start for the field as well. one driver unfortunately getting caught out. Elton Hedfors at the end of that second lap also put him under investigation for trying to restart after the first lap.
Yeah, Hedfors would try and get the kart going again, but of course, forgetting, it's not permitted, not allowed. Pitsonia would pick things back up, would manage to weave his way through on Lucas Palacio and feed Palacio into the mouths of the drivers behind. Big send down the inside on Priam Bruno. That is at turn number 9 as Jarlath Sayers started to get involved, as did Stan Ratajski. Stan Ratajski, of course, one of his first weekends with Ricky Flynn and looking very strong indeed, rounds out his race in P6 for one of his best weekends to date within Championship so far. Priam Bruno got shuffled into the background and had to have some work deployed time and time again, as that is Sayer making the move on Palacio, but would in the end not manage quite to hold on to things. Other drivers trying to get involved was Oliver Spencer. Big sense for Spencer, but of course almost had that front end cut out from him down the inside at turn number 14. This is where Spencer would light it up, and this is where he would get past the likes of Malota out there. Big battles for drivers inside of that top 6 would actually release the 4 ahead of Gorski, Girardello, Pitsonia and Priam Bruno, but it wouldn't be the end. Here comes Ava Lawrence down the inside at turn number 9. She would light things up. She would get past Forza of Harry Williams, the McLaren junior driver. Trio on your screen, it's the Ricky Flynn from the Energy from the Forza of Ratajski, Sayer and Palacio. They would go 3 wide. Sayer would have to concede the position. He would momentarily look like he was going to try and bolt it round the outside, but grip didn't quite exist. The position did not exist, and he would have to settle as the 3rd driver inside of that battle. But there he is on your screen. Leonardo Gorski goes 3 out of 3. It's a hat-trick for MP.
Certainly is. A very strong start to the day. Back over to the senior category now with groups at C versus E. This will see Olivier Icini and Luke Tal on the front row of the grid. Of course, Olivier Icini in a very strong position. We're going to take a short break, though. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the live action racing in a few moments' time. Welcome back to the live coverage here of the Champions of the Future, round 4 here in Kristianstad. And as we were saying, back with the senior OK category, Group C and E that'll be heading onto the track next. And this is quite a nice story from the senior grid, because you've got a young man who has stepped up this weekend into the senior category. He's one of 6 drivers this weekend who have stepped up from round 3 in Mulsanne. Olivier Icini on the front row of the grid. Pole position in his first senior outing, and has had a very strong start to the weekend, and certainly looking forward to seeing what he can achieve over the course of the day. The driver from Indonesia, we caught up with him after time qualifying.
Olivier Icini, firstly, congratulations. Great lap out there. You've just poled it, but you poled it by 0.02 of a second. Very close indeed, right?
Yeah, I was quite shocked. I wasn't really expecting to do a pole, but in the end it happened, so I'm also very happy of it.
And of course, this is your first pole at this level. This is your first big pole of the year. What does that feel like coming into the later stages of this year and really knowing that this weekend you could be one of the ones?
Yeah, of course I'm very happy. It's been a very long time since I've been pole and since I've done very good qualies, but yeah, I'm very happy for this.
And to highlight once more, it was 0.02 of a second that you polled it by. You're going to be going head-to-head at some stages against drivers like William Kalisha, who is used to being at the front. How are you going to manage that as we go through these qualifying heats?
Yeah, I think he's a very good driver. I'm going to try to stick with them and try to at least follow them until the last few laps, and then maybe, if I can, I probably overtake them.
Olivier, like we said, great job out there in group. You're on pole.
Thank you.
And good to hear from Olivier Icini, who has swapped sides of the grid with that man there, Luke Tal, who has been, well, I say forced to the inside line. That sounds like a benefit here, but we'll obviously have to start behind Luke Tal, which of course brings now Olivier Icini's teammate in this, Noah Baglin, into the fray. There you can see the banking on the top side of the circuit is now properly filled out with people joining on the concrete blocks out there to view. You've got your finger pointing at me. Stop pointing at me, Nicole. What do you want to say?
Point, isn't it? I'm questioning in this one if whether or not this decision to swap sides of the grid for Iliveri Sini is also going to help teammate of Noah Baglin. You know, we've been seeing drivers on that side of the grid, like you just said, really struggle. So is this a decision to benefit Baglin, or is this just about Sini? Is he done it, you know, considering his teammate, or is he just thinking about himself and putting himself on the more optimal racing line into that first corner? We'll shortly be able to find out, but it could be one of two things there. It's not guaranteed that it's to benefit Noah.
No, we just like to speculate every now and then, don't we? We're quite good at it, I think, speculating ideas. We come up with conspiracy theories all the way throughout. There is Noah Baglin on that outside row, of course, now, which, as we were mentioning, will be benefited by Sini's choice to switch sides of the grid. And
do you know what? I think Tal would maybe be kind of happy with being forced onto that pole side, because, you know, he can maybe
now
tuck
he's got the
into
inside
things
line.
a bit
Yeah,
better.
yeah, of course. So this could actually still benefit Tal as well. We've seen those drivers struggling on the outside of that front row of the grid. Here is that grid then. Olivier Sini and Luke Tal on the front row of the grid, but they have switched sides of that grid. Purcell and Baglin joined on that second row of the grid with Giacomo Justo and Nicolo Kaman on row number 3. Row 4 sees Yindra Peschel be joined by Aston Sharp. There we'll see Bruno Blanco and Casper Reipold running out the top 10 on row number 5. Willie Christian and Benjamin Westwood. They will lock out the top 6. Benjamin Westwood is also another driver who has stepped up from the junior category this weekend, the same as Giacomo Justo. So a lot of these drivers here stepping up in the juniors to the seniors. James Ananosianis and Michael McGoy go from row number 7. There we'll see Eric Bondarov and Nathan Kappen on row 8.
Row number 9 should have Max LaCroix, but he is missing from your field, and he's starting alongside a certain Nicholas Schaufler, who managed to climb to P5 yesterday. Your top 10, your last drivers inside of your top 20 is Manuel Miguez and Edo Arata. And then from row number 11, Mika Runitz will see Vladimir Ivanikov, who got inside of the top 15 in both qualifying heats yesterday. Victor Stalmack and Rafael Bisato will be on 12, and from 13 is Gavin Adam with Malcolm Millell. Your 14th row, your penultimate row, is Christian Goodson with Daniel Picconi. And rounding out your 15-row field is Nicole Ferraria and Mateus Gonzalez.
So now we wait to see if we'll be starting this race first time of asking, as the field of senior drivers slowly negotiates their way round. The field's quite spread out there for them. Race leaders are breaking away a little bit. They're heading into the final sector where the other drivers behind are still heading around to turn number 6. So field relatively spread out there. Beautiful day today. Still only about 19 degrees out there. But it is dry, it is sunny, there's not many clouds in the sky, and certainly looking like a strong day. Compare that to the fact that when I looked at the weather forecast coming into this weekend from sunny Poland heading here, I was a bit worried we were going to see some rain. We did see some in the free practice day. It was quite a challenging day, but the last couple of days actually been rather pleasant. Right then, into the tram lines for qualifying heat C versus E for the seniors. Are we racing? The answer is no. They are going around again. It's another false start.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. And going back to the weather there, Anthony, I think after some of the locations we've been in recently, I'm quite glad it's a bit cooler. Are you?
A little bit, yes, at the moment. Compare that to some of the weekends where it's been
35,
plus or minus
36.
30 to 40 degrees in some places. Yeah, pretty awful. However, I have seen the forecast for next week. What is it when we're here? It's about 35 degrees. So going back to it. Looking forward to that.
You've not been to England recently either, and it's just as hot there.
Is it really?
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've been back to Blighty, so looking forward to 2 weeks off. You're going to look at the weather. Oh, it's 23 in London at the moment, as you're saying that. What's the weather like when we go back? 30 odd, yeah, it's looking quite nice. Anyway, enough about the weather. We're here about karting, and those karting races are not far away from getting started. Past the red line they go again. This is attempt number 2 then for the senior qualifying heat C versus E. Sini and Tal on that front row of the grid. Once again, KR Motorsport versus MP Motorsport here as they go racing. Could this be another strong result for the MP Motorsport team, or is the Titan of KR Motorsport going to take the honours in this one? Are we racing? Answer is yes. Towards turn 1, they go 3 wide at the start. It's Sini's had a problem. Olivieri has not gone off the line well, and unfortunately he's tumbled straight away to the back of the grid. That's put Baglin up in a good spot, but he's dropped down to third place here. There's 2 cuts off on the grass in the background. So crucially, Luke Tal has taken the honours in this one. Off the road in the background there is, unfortunately, Michael McGoy on your screen. He's tangled with Benjamin Westwood, unfortunately. Both of those, I don't think, had the same incident, but I don't think they were involved in the same incident together, both having their own problems at the same turn. But look at this start now for Luke Tal. He's absolutely clear. Both of those drivers able to get it restarted. They're still in this race, and they are allowed to do that as we are on the opening lap. Down the inside, change for third place there, and that is the Parolin now pushing through it. Well, no, that's a little further back. That was Gusto. So it's Tal from Nicolo Kaman. Purcell from Sharp is that fight that we are seeing.
Yeah, out in the front, though, I think maybe the timing is wrong, because Baglin to I is still in the fight, still in P2. So Nicolo Kaman is not that driver just there. He is in P3, but Nicolo Kaman, good results for him yesterday. Is big sense down the inside. This is for the drivers like the Tony Karts out there. We've got Eli Christian trying to get involved as well, but this is the drivers in your midfield section. Anagnostiadis is trying to get past the likes of Christian and Peschel, who are now teaming up to look at Casper Reipold. Out in the front, Tal has got a nice little gap out there. He has separated himself from the rest of the field. Tal will go under the start-finish gantry. Then we still have Noah Baglin on circuit ahead of Nicolo Kaman in that third spot. Baglin will try and chase down here. Noah has got slightly fresher tyre after a DNF yesterday, and he's got that confidence after rounding out his day with the P1, but maybe it's not enough for the time being, because Luke Tal is in fact your fastest driver out there. But think maybe what happened to some of your early races yesterday. Tal was in the front, he was clear, he was really quick, as that's an attempted switch further back, but in there, you know, sort of halfway through the race, halfway phase, started to actually tail off and reverse slightly.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just noting the thing that Baglin down 28th place. So yeah, that is not where he wants to be. We'll keep note. So Nicolo Kaman, I think, is the driver there in second place as they go across the line. No, Baglin is there. So Baglin not clocking up on my screen then. So it is showcasing that Baglin's down in 28th place. Do not fret. He is still there, P2. Down the inside there, that is the DPK making ground. Nicholas Schaufler on the charge through the field as Luke Tal sets the fastest lap of the race. Loving that shot there. Gives you a real insight to the fact that the drivers do actually get air over that crest.
Floor tray.
Yes, indeed. It does make it challenging for them, though, as the steering, of course, goes very light. So that is Nicolo Kaman go backwards. Baglin on your timing screens is back now into P2. So that is all good. That sorts that one out. Sharp making that move. Justo as well. Kaman dropping down just that little bit in the order.
Pace-wise, looking at Olivieri out there, he's really struggling. There's something not quite right with that kart, and that's going to be really difficult. It's going to be a tough pill for Olivieri to swallow, because, of course, yesterday qualifying heat wins for him. It was a heat win and a P2. Now he's retired. He's pulled it in. He will go no further. So for the driver who's on his first weekend in the senior field, pulled it in group, had a first heat win and a P2, will now not go any further, and actually will have a quite similar setup to drivers like Baglin, Kalisha, Arias, who have won things but also suffered a DNF.
Yes, now that is so close through there. Schaufler again on the move there with Nathan Kappen for 12th place, and that's a very interesting one. That has put him down to 13th place here, but still on a net gain in this race. A lot of drivers actually on a net gain here, as we've lost a few drivers from the front of that grid. There is a replay of the air that they get. They do actually go completely off the ground for some of the drivers. If they get a really good exit, the speed comes through, and of course it's quite challenging because then it drops down again and then comes back up. So they really kind of hit the floor. There was that move over the line, and I'm just thinking these drivers here being squeezed off the road, but still in a very strong position. Maguez has got a move done on Vladimir Vanikov. That was for 16th place further down in the field, but Tal still in control. This is Anagnosiadis down the inside. That is nicely done. That is on Jindra Peschel for 8th place in the race, as he now fights up 5 places now in this final.
Yeah,
in this race.
Peschel not giving up here, though. You can see the body language, you can see the positioning of the car. He's still trying to weave his way round the Mercedes junior driver in towards turn number 14. Is Peschel going to go for it? Thinks against it, but just behind, teammate of Illy Christian gives it a good go on Purcell. Purcell's going to lose out not just to Illy Christian, but here comes Nicholas Schaufler. Schaufler into the fight as well for Aston Martin in towards that first sector. This is unfolding for Evan Purcell because now Nathan Kappen looks to come through. Purcell down the inside of Schaufler. Schaufler's going to lose out. Kappen there on the outside line. Evan Purcell is going to defend things. Turn number 6 maybe over defends, absolutely over defends. Gets it wrong on the exit, gifts it back to Schaufler and says to Nathan Kappen, you can have that one as well. Whoa. Who's invited into the fight this time? It's Endo Arata, the Tony Kart, that has just picked off that position.
That is nicely read there, and this is what we talk about on this track here at the Ottenring. It is all about overtaking. It's all about taking those opportunities, and because there are so many overtaking opportunities that you do see these mid-pack battles really start to heat up, and when you get these fights involved with the front runners, then it really becomes an exciting race. But at the moment, the front runners here are having a nice calm race. They are not wanting situations like this. They are just wanting to try and break away. And speaking of breakaway, Baglin is trying to close in on Tal. The gap is still 2 seconds as he sets the fastest lap of the race with a 50.166. Big lunges down the inside. Once again, drivers on that charge through the field. But again, all for, well, little moments here because, again, these fights are really challenging to get those overtakes done. And there for Maguez and Purcell fighting away. They're still in a locked-in battle. There is Tal over the line. The gap is down to 1.9, but he's still in a very good spot as they go on to lap number 9 of 13.
Yeah, Tal really getting these laps right, really consistent in pace. He's looking really strong out here, as are the rest of the MPs. Did add a tenth or so compared to his previous lap, but of course that is expected as the tyre now starts to get a little bit older, and he's probably past that optimum temperature in the tyre as well. In towards that third sector these drivers will go, where of course the heat from turn number 5 to sort of the exit of turn number 11 is at its absolute highest, but Tal doing a really good job to control things. Has lost some time out there to Baglin, but I don't think it's going to be too detrimental to the rest of this race. 4-car battle behind, though. These are the drivers still fighting out for the spots inside of the top 15. Purcell is rounding out this field. It's got Manuel Maguez, Endo Arata and Nathan Kappen at the front of it. In towards the first sector, these drivers will go again in towards turn number 2, turning in under the rubber for these drivers, making sure they're hitting every single one of these corners. This is a very technical and difficult circuit indeed. They set themselves up for the big bump, get some airtime. There you just saw Schaufler Airlines be deployed. Here comes Evan Purcell once more. Purcell, aggressive as you like, gets his elbows out and gets past the Tony Kart once more. In the background, just behind that, we've got Vladimir Ivanikov trying to make up some moves. There is Gavin Adam being challenged as well. Tal's gap has now been shaved down once more. It was 2 seconds. It's now under 1.5 seconds. Baglin really consistent pace-wise. Let's see what happens there when things go back over the line once more. Let's get shaved off again. It's now 1.3 and we've got a couple of laps left to go. I would say it's completely over between Tal and Baglin, but for Tal, he's calm, he's settled, and we've not actually seen him really make a mistake.
Very strong start to his racing weekend here. Long train starting to form there now, and everyone just in a state of their own positioning. The fights are really happening in the background, though, in and around the top 20 positions right now. This is probably one of the closest battles on circuit. This is Endo Arata and Vladimir Ivanikov fighting for 16th place on circuit. They have got the likes of Evan Purcell, who is just ahead, who's had a bit of a downward trajectory in this race, has dropped 11 places, but still in inside that top 15, but doesn't want to fall into the clutches of that train behind. Good scraps just happening behind that one, as of course everyone keeping an eye very closely on the timing screens here, just to see how this racing is unfolding for all of their drivers. There was Bondarov in the background, is under pressure from Gavin Adam. As that move down the inside for 18th place, Bondarov is going to look to the inside. A little bit of contact made between the two of them. Through will go Mika Runitz, and we'll say thank you. I'll take both of those spots.
Well, Gavin Adams going to snatch it back. Here comes the fusion as well. So as well as it went right momentarily for Gavin Adam on the exit, just lost out once more. This, however, is costing these drivers some time. These are the drivers fighting out for P19, 20 and 21st. It's not really too much to say when it comes to points for these drivers. At the final corner they'll go. Gavin Adam almost loses out on the exit as now the DPK starts to get involved. That's Ferrari, I think, trying to look on at this one. Baglin now goes fastest, so we're still maximising things out of that rubber that of course is newer than most of the drivers in the field and has now actually taken that gap down to 0.7 of a second. However, last lap has been reached for these drivers. Gavin Adam, drivers running themselves off the road. Gavin Adam, however, back into the fight of this one, back into the lead of this one. For Luke Tal, however, it's a good job, almost done. Last lap board has been completed. Checkered flag is out, and MP Motorsport now go 3 in a row for qualifying heats wins. It was Domain, then it was Gorski, now it's Luke Tal who takes his first of the weekend and rounds out his race ahead of Noah Baglin and Nicolo Kaman.
Yep, a strong start then for the field. And there, Luke Tal will take a race win here. Very strong position for him, and of course the MP Motorsport team, who get another victory with another driver out on circuit. Certainly will be the ones to watch out for. Baglin, though, had a really good last few laps on that one and closed the gap to 0.4 of a second. You saw Tal check over the shoulder over the start-finish line to really assess the situation, could see that they were closing in, and that might actually be a worry for him, knowing that when it comes to races later on today, knowing that the pace is still quite there with those other drivers.
Yeah, it could also be the case, though, for Tal, that maybe he was signalled to back off slightly, said to the team, you know, you don't need to keep pushing now, just manage that gap and maybe back off, sacrifice something here and there in the corner to reserve some of that rubber. Tal from Baglin, from Nicolo Kaman there, 1, 2, 3 with Aston Sharp and Giacomo Justo being the last drivers inside of your top 5. Blanco, Reipold, Anagnostiadis, Christian Peschel take you to your top 10, with Schaufler, Nathan Kappen, Manuel Miguez, Evan Purcell and Endo Arato being the last drivers inside of your top 15, with the biggest mover inside of your top 15 being Schaufler, of course. We then have Vladimir Ivanikov with Nicole Ferraria, Victor Stalmack with Gavin Adam and Mika Runitz as your top 20. Bondarov, Goodmanson, Corney, Basato and Gonzalez. They're the last of your finishers, 25 finishers in total, because we lost, of course, Benjamin Westwood, Michael McGoy, Olivieri Sini, Malcolm Allel and Max Lacroix did not start.
And that's how we lost. Olivieri Sini just did not go off the line. So something clearly up with the engine there on the start of that race, which is a shame because, well, that will have happened at any point throughout that race. Of course, that was the second attempt at that start. So clearly just not the one for him. Other drivers as well who had troublesome starts to that race, Michael McGoy and Benjamin Westwood, who did later both retire after they did manage to get restarted from their first lap incident. Then we saw the fighting going on, everyone having a relatively decent start there. Nicolo Kaman, really controlled race there, 3 places gained, 3rd place, no drama whatsoever. Aston Sharp as well, a 4th-place gain, getting up to 4th place. Giacomo Justo as well, holding on to a P5. But good overtakes throughout it. Everyone, though, trying to gain those early positions. Basato and the DPK looking very strong. But then so also was Nicolas Schaufler. 7 places gained in that race. Was a good still run for the DPK team, but a little further down than I think they would like to be.
Yeah, absolutely so. James Anagnostiadis is one of the drivers in field that didn't have the qualifying he would have expected. Has to consistently pick off some positions. It was positions from drivers like Ili Christian, but of course we saw him go wheel to wheel quite a few times with Jindrich Peschel out there. Schaufler would have a busy race. We just saw him exiting out of turn number 14 to try and get stuck into the action, as did Gavin Adam. So Gavin Adam was being given a bit of a boot on the exit of turn number 6. That was the battle that went on time and time again between him and Bondarov out there. It was Eric Bondarov. Bondarov would lose out in the end. Stalmack would get involved. Mika Runitz would try and push through as well. Gavin Adam, in the end, would manage to be the leader of that battle. But the leader of the race, of course, Luke Towell, takes a first qualifying heat win of the weekend, the third in a row for MP, to make it a really good job so far and a good haul of points looking into this afternoon, where we'll see him race again. But that's enough for groups C versus E. Next up, we'll go groups A versus D, but this time back to your juniors.
Yes, and we'll see some of the, again, fastest drivers from qualifying groups A versus D. Daniel Miron on pole position for this one. A really strong start for him and the Fusion team, electing to stay on that pole side. We'll have Oskari Volley for company on that front row of the grid. But we caught up with Daniel Miron after time qualifying. He went fastest overall.
Daniel Miron, you've just gone pole overall. You've beat the time set by Leo Gorski. Circuit out there, you know it quite well. Can you tell us how to perfect a lap and what you've really got to get right around Kristianstad?
So this is a track with a lot of fast corners. It's very important to keep your tires cool, because if they overheat you start sliding a lot. But yeah, I think me and the team perfectioned it, and we made a pole out of it.
And going into this weekend, it's Priyan Bruno that's currently the name at the top of the standings. Are you thinking about points, or are you thinking about positions? Is it just a win that you're after? Can you tell us a bit more about that mindset?
I'm just chasing for the race, just try to win the race, and that's what we're here for.
Well, before we go into that, we've got, of course, a long run of heats. Daniel, we'll see how you get on, but for now, overall, your pole.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, engines have fired up already as drivers make their way out onto the circuit then for this junior qualifying heat A versus D. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup then with the pole sitter from time qualifying, Daniel Miron on P1 for this one. We're joined by Oskari Wally, Will Green and Martin Bertolacini. They go from row 2. They'll be joined by Zach Zhu and Miguel Manzano on row number 3. Row 4, we'll see Theo Palfrain and Austin Newstead. Liam Nashawati and Albert Tam will take row 5 and inside the top 10. Wenyabu and Mark Casada, they go from row 6. They'll be joined by Augustine Felignoli and Savalota Sachi-Zadlowski, who lock out the first half of the field on row 7.
Row number 8, we've got Sweden and Italy with Ludwig Granqvist and Achille Ray, and then from 9, it's Anton Venant alongside Oyvind Venturata. From top, your 10th row, it's Kevin Pentel, who needs a good race after a disqualification yesterday, and France's Jean Pujol will sit alongside 11, Xavier Lazaro and Emerson McAndrew-Ren, who had a really good day yesterday in races, up to P9 within qualifying heats. 12th row, Samuel Hugon with Guillaume Bassato. Row number 13, Maxim Bobrishov did not have the good day that he would have wanted yesterday. He'll be starting alongside Aurélien Lemaire. 14, Alexander Freiberg with Oliver Haas. 15 rows in total, when your last driver will be Jan Garzelik. Garzelik being another driver. That's a bit of drama already out there for, I think that's Alexander Freiberg.
Yeah, he's
the AD Motorsport driver, who was, of course, sat in the Energy Course chassis, is not coming through to complete a lap within this one. That is a shame. And as we were talking about one of the Energies, we were saying about Garzelik, of course, disqualification for Jan yesterday.
Yes, a lot of drivers are being caught out in this race, but there you can see mechanics ready to get this one started as the field slows the pace right down, getting temperature into those Max's tyres. This circuit, of course, very grippy. A lot of racing rubber has gone down on the circuit. We've had relatively calm weather since, of course, that free practice day, which saw moments of really wet rain that came across the circuit. Very fine, small drops, but soaked the circuit very quickly and put a few delays on their free practice day. But the last couple, very, very dry as we get ready to go racing once again then. Daniel Miron and Oskari Wally on the front row of the grid for this one. Miron looking to really benefit on that inside line. Keep an eye on the Paralin machine though. Can he carry the speed around the outside line? We'll have to wait and see. Lights are out. We are racing. Good start then for the inside low. Where does Oskari Wally come out of? He's dropped down a little bit, or he's dropped down a lot actually, to about P5.
Again.
Not the start he would have wanted for this race. So that's benefited Miron, Green, Zhu and Palfrain, who all going through. And this could be good for Zach Zhu. Remember, he's been very strong this weekend has taken wins and is looking to see if we can take another one in this one, but he's under pressure from behind us. Down the inside is another one of the drivers who has taken good race results. Tia Palfrain on the other victory lane. Those two have been an unstoppable force in Group A, and I can imagine will be wanting to be unstoppable all the way throughout today.
Yeah, I think they've been a bit of a dynamic duo so far within these races. At points, they've worked together to push through on drivers ahead. At points yesterday, they worked through to push through on Daniel Miron. Miron leading things out of the final corner. As in the background, big sense by drivers. We've got the Tony Kart of Yubo Wen starting to get involved. But your top five, Miron, Green, Zhu, Palfrain and Oscari Volley. For Volley, this time it goes better than those starts yesterday. Yesterday results were a P14 and a P12, despite starting in P2, as that's a nice send down the inside. That is Zach Zhu just catching the front nose cone of Will Green there. Green then is forced to defend from the other victory lane that's well within this fight, Tio Palfrain. But going back to Oscari Volley, who's, as we say his name, goes war down the inside and catches out Tio Palfrain. Makes a position but also loses one because Martin Bertolacini does pick off the place because of that. But for Volley, starts have just not been the one. This is turning into quite the battle now for the drivers inside of the top 10. Liam Nachawate is involved in this one. Nachawate so far this weekend, good stuff as well. How to fight
Oscari Volley up the banking there, lost out on a lot of speed down that start-finish straight. Nachawate going through into 5th place. So again, strong start for some, troublesome start for others as Daniel Miron tries to extend that lead now to 4/10 of a second. Another look down the inside for Oscari Volley. Frustration starting to kick in here, I think, for the Paralympic driver. And those mistakes are coming in just thick and fast here, as you mentioned, starting to overdrive that machine just that little bit too much.
Yeah, you sort of see when drivers start to get frustrated and start trying a little bit too hard, they just make more mistakes, start thinking about it too much, and then you put yourself into the situation where you trip over yourself and make yourself vulnerable. More Tony Karts getting involved, Yubo Wen picking off positions now, Anton Venon just looking to maybe lose out in a moment's time. Miron from Zhu from Green, 1, 2 and 3. Miron has not dropped outside of the top 3 so far within competitive action, as in the background you just see a couple of drivers going wheel to wheel. Miron has stayed inside of the top 3. He's had a qualifying heat win and a P3. Zach Zhu's had a qualifying heat win, but maybe Zhu could be in for his second because he's starting to knock on the door of the Fusion driver there, as we were praising him a moment ago. Liam Nachawate, 2 P8s yesterday, now inside of the top 5 and inside of the top 5 with the fastest lap too.
Right, there is Tam trying to get those moments through. Sevlada Sashilowski just behind on a 3-place gain. So those drivers still fighting away in that top section. Here, though, now Daniel Miron is under pressure here. Zach Zhu, the pace here of the victory lane team, has just looked that little bit more competitive here and has closed the gap down to 0.3 of a second. That is the top 5 you can see on your screen. Just going through, very closely followed by Tio Palfrain, who's just behind. Manzano there as well. But there, speaking of Miguel Manzano, actually sets the fastest lap of the race in 7th place, is wanting to latch on here as down the inside. There is Liam Nachawate on Martin Bertolacini. That's a 4th place. A good overtake. Will Green just ahead. This, again, is just gifting them a little bit of time. This is the fight further back in the field, and that's been a bit suboptimal there for the Birolak Racing driver, Achille Ray. Runs wide out of turn number 5. Rejoins a little further back as Bobrikov, unfortunately, is going to pick up a 5-second in-race time penalty for causing a collision. Over the line we go. Here comes Zhu. Here's the fight over the line for the drivers behind. Tio Palfrain under massive pressure there from Manzano, but just can't get the move down the inside.
Yeah, Manzano looked like he was going to try and go for it then, but it wasn't quite enough on the run up the hill, down the straight, and then into that first corner. Zach Zhu and Daniel Miron, they've just been fluctuating in that pace, but they're not anymore because Zhu down the inside. Daniel Miron, however, is going to have the exit, gets the switchback completed. The Fusion driver then just showing exactly what he's made of, but now he's showing that the rest of the field can get involved. Green now looking at the victory lane, and now the victory lane looking slightly vulnerable. Here comes Liam Nachawate as well. Interested to see how he reads this one because a newer driver inside of the top 4, of course. We didn't see that from him at Molson, Valencia or La Conca either. Martin Bertolacini has been a qualifying heat winner this weekend, so he could be one maybe to snatch things away from all of the drivers ahead. Miron controlling this one, but we have got a 5-car battle for the race lead. Turn number 5 and 6 almost completed. Over the hill, these drivers will go once more. Then they'll barrel a bit of speed downhill. This is a bit of a downhill trail that's going to set things up for the Ricky Flynn of Nachuate, who is now inside of your top 3.
Yeah, indeed. Nice move there, but this is a really dangerous situation for these top drivers to be in now, especially if you're Daniel Miron. He's already had 1 attempt from Zach Zhu to take that race lead away. There is nothing saying you will go for a second attempt here for that race lead, maybe even into this final hairpin, but no, Miron's going to go defensive at this point. That's really going to bunch this top group up, and this will put him in a very stressful situation. A check over the shoulder there. It just gives the green light to the drivers behind to think he's feeling vulnerable. Let's attack at this point, but not attacking just yet is Zach Zhu. Holds off. He needs to be careful as well. He has seen the fact that Liam Nachuate has been gaining those places. If he doesn't do it sooner rather than later, Nachuate will attack, and he's going to do it there into the hairpin, exactly where Zhu did it earlier on for the race lead, but this time it's Nachuate into second place.
Yeah, Nachuate doesn't need to defend there in towards turns 9, 10 and 11. However, Zach Zhu does. Martin Bertolacini now through on the Williams driver of Will Green. Green consistently inside of the top 5 or 6 so far this weekend. Not really see him get to the front like we maybe typically would. Newest contender, newest prey for Liam Nachuate now is your race lead of Danny Morana's retirement out there. That's Kevin Pentel for Ward, who will go no further. Good stuff for Pentel then, who has already, of course, suffered a disqualification yesterday. Miron is 3/10 clear from the Ricky Flynn of Nachuete, but for how much longer? Zach Zhu has just managed to find something over the course of the first sector, is now looking at the back of Nachuete once more as Oscar Volley goes fastest. Of course, for these drivers, they are on their penultimate lap as well.
That's Green
snatching back again. That last spot's inside of the top 4. Green through once more on the wall.
Yeah, quite a late overtake lunge there, but managed to get it squared away. We will be seeing that last lap board this time around as wow. Okay, Bertolacini returns the favour to that one to Will Green. Green's going to look down the inside once more, and here comes Theo Palfrain for company just behind. Is he going to try and gain one here through turn 1? The answer to that is no, just couldn't quite get the nose down the inside. Miron still in the lead on this final lap. Surely Liam Nachuate is going to try and get an overtake here. He's already gained 7 places.
I think he's going to try it, you know.
Yeah, one more won't hurt, and he's going to look to the inside maybe here. No, Miron covers that one off. Smart place to do it there. That's where he's been seeing Nachuate getting those overtakes done. A little bit of contact between the two of them into that next braking zone. Zach Zhu might be able to get back up to P2 here as he looks down the inside. A little bit of contact made, and he does squeeze that victory lane kart through. Back into second place. That's going to give Miron the race lead here. Green's going to try and take another spot into that final corner. It's not going to work out for them. Over the line they go. Daniel Miron will take the win across the line from Zach Zhu. Nachuate will take 3rd from Will Green. Bertolacini 5th from Palfrain. Volley from Sachilovsky. Manzano from Tam. The top 10 at the end of that race. But Daniel Miron coming away with a very strong position there. Steps up to P2 in the points. Calculated race there, and does another lights to flag finish at the end of his first race of the day. Groups A and D for the juniors done and dusted. So seniors will be out next. Austin Newstead, though, biggest mover in that race. Started 8th, finished P16. It's unfortunately a biggest mover in the wrong direction, unfortunately, from that graphic. Biggest mover in the correct direction upwards is Maxim Bobajov, who also gained 8 places. Started at the back of the grid, finished 17th, but is also under investigation and has got a 5-second time penalty as well for causing a collision. Field make their way back into Parc Ferme. Done and dusted. There are your full race results. Top 10 we've gone over. Wenyabu finishing that one in 11th place from Oiva Ventilata. Mark Casera finishing in 13th out of Antoine Vinot. Ludwig Grandchris from Austin Newstead, Maxim Bobajov and Emerson McAndrew at UN rounding out the top 18. Rest of the field, Samu Hugon in 19th place from Augustine Felignoli. Guillaume Bassato from Jean Peugeot and Jan Garzialek. Aurelien Lemaire from Xavier Lazaro. Achille Ray from Oliver Haas, who rounds out the 27 drivers that finished that race. Retirements Kevin Pentel and Alexander Freiberg, unfortunately, the two Swedish drivers in that race, finishing 28th and 29th place. Daniel Miron, though, taking the honours at the end of that one. Fusion Motorsport with a race winner here, and I'm sure very, very happy with that result.
Yeah, absolutely. Was challenged, of course, at one point earlier on in the race by Zach Zhu again, but takes another qualifying heats win, has not dropped outside of the top two so far this weekend. This is how it unfolded then in towards the race start. Will Green did actually have a good race start, hugged that tighter line and sat behind Danny Miron for a moment or two. Nobody having, major spills through that first corner. A couple of drivers being pushed out slightly towards that outer curb, towards the grass, but everybody getting through pretty much unscathed. In towards turn number 5, everybody very settled indeed. Down the inside, Teo Pal Frame made some moves, got into position and slotted in nicely behind teammate of Zach Zhu. In towards that final corner, big sends for these drivers, of course, quite consistently. That was Vsevolod Osachi Soslovsky going wheel to wheel with Yubo Wen. Daniel Miron then fed Zach Zhu and Will Green into each other. It was at this stage, at turn number 6, that Zach Zhu got past Green, and Green actually for a moment or two reversed into the hands of the drivers behind. Oskari Volley did not have the race that he would have wanted again, had to really work, and it was a 5-place loss in total. Background drivers were going wheel to wheel. We had one of the MPs get involved as whilst all of that sort of unfolded. One of the main stories was Liam Natuate, really settled, really comfortable and confident out there as Achille Ray, the Barrichello's branded Birol driver, just took to the grass on the exit of turn number 7. That was a switch between Daniel Miron and Zach Zhu, or the attempted switch. Daniel Miron, of course, would get the corner in a more optimal position, would exit out of things and would end up taking back that race lead. We said it just a moment ago, Liam Natuate was one of the main stories within race. He would pick off positions consistently, but kind of slowly as Kevin Pentel would retire later on in the race. Liam Natuate would actually end up in a P3, his best race result so far this year.
Certainly was. Really good results for many of these drivers. And here, this last little lap fight that we saw between Green and Bertolacini certainly raced on, and anything you can do, I can do better. Teo Pal Frame tried to get involved in that fight as well. Just couldn't quite get the legs into turn 1, but look how close it was. Sliced over the front nose there. Very lucky no contact was made between those two. Zach Zhu, last attempt to get up into second place, was able to do so past Liam Natuate despite the 6 places gained. Natuate still having a good result, but Miron taking the win over the line. See the end to the juniors, A versus D. We'll be back with the seniors in a moment. We'll take a short break. Do not go anywhere.
Now I'm going to try the Playseat Formula Instinct F1 edition. Now, as soon as I've got in it, it immediately feels familiar because it recreates the driving position I felt throughout my career. Let's see what it's like when I get going. The X-Adapt frame is really handy because you're able to really customize every part of the seat structure for your own body. You can adjust the angle of the steering and, of course, move the seat forward and backwards to get exactly where you want for a long night of sim racing. Just coming through the final corner. Yep, get the DRS open. The Modiform pads that I've got in my lower back are really good actually, which is ideal when you want to get on the brakes, especially for the slower corners. The steering wheel is super rigid on the frame, which is great because when you're going through these fast corners, changing one direction to the other, that's exactly what you want. You don't want the thing moving around. There's a decent lap, let's keep going. The seating position with your bum going low and your legs coming back up high is exactly how you have it in all Formula 1 cars, really. On the whole, I think the seat is super comfortable. I think for someone who's a bit more serious about their gaming and simming, this is really impressive because you feel genuinely like you're sitting in the cockpit of a race car.
Welcome back back to live coverage here of the Champions of the Future Round 4, the Kristianstad circuit in southern Sweden. We are not far away from seeing the next race heading out onto the track, qualifying Heat A versus D for the senior OK category. We'll see Benjamin Magnac on pole position for this one, and again, a great qualifying for this man here. Not only was it pole position overall, but an outright brand new lap record for the circuit is what he had to say after that time qualifying session.
Benjamin Magnac, firstly, we've got to say to you, what a lap out there. You were quickest overall in the OK category. You were miles quicker than anybody else in the group. When you finished the session and you saw the time, can you tell us about the feeling?
Yeah, no, it was great. You know, from start to finish, the lap was just amazing. I felt so in control of the go-kart, and yeah, it was incredible. So yeah, massive, you know, thanks to the team for their hard work, and yeah, let's keep it going.
And this year with Ward, you've had results in finals inside of the top 10 quite consistently. You've been there. You're now going head-to-head with drivers like Hernandez and Sini, who are new names to the front. They're both the other pole sitters. What do you think that's going to be like in the qualifying heats? Do you think you've got an advantage here?
I mean, speed was really good, so obviously starting inside every heat will be good, and yeah, we'll just see.
We'll see indeed, but like we said, pole position overall in OK. Great job out there.
Thank you.
Really happy with that one, I'm sure, was Benjamin Magnac, and there you can see switch sides of the grid with Ludovico Mazzola. That's put him on the inside row. Of course, there you can see one thing that might benefit, and that is Gabriel Canal, his fellow Ward Racing teammate, who is starting right behind him. I'm not saying it is to benefit him, but I mean, put 2 and 2 together and you probably think it is.
Yeah, 2 Wards are going to be better than 1 in towards that first corner as they now get things sprung into life. Of course, that 3-step firing up process for these direct drive karts into life, and we will go racing. It's Benjamin Magnac and Ludovico Mazzola on that front row. They have switched sides of the grid. Interesting setup for these drivers time and time again. For some, it's worked. For others, it hasn't, but let's see how it fares for this fastest driver here this weekend.
Indeed, as he starts it on pole position for this one alongside Ludovico Mazzola, Filippo Sala and Gabriel Canal. They will go from row number 2 with Gustavo da Silva joining Asher Osteen on that 3rd row. Oliver Kinmark and Nikita Bott, they go from row number 4. Then we'll see Zach Drummond and Ji Halfway on row number 5. Roland Nagy and Luke Corner take row number 6. Zach Green and Mariano Lopez, they lock out the first half of the field. On row number 7 with Francisco Roja and Matthias van der Kerkhoff on row number 8.
Row number 9, it's France and Norway in the form of Thomas Pradet and Christian Rost, who had a DNF yesterday in qualifying heats. Row number 10, it's Teresa Babikchkova with Jill Herman, and then from 11 we've got Eduardo Salamond with Francois Cadal. Your 12th row, it's Matabo with Svet Simonov, and then from 13, Drew Thurumalai Swami needs a good race after a DNF yesterday. He's starting alongside Fernando Palmer. From your 14th row, we've got Yuri Levar with Nefeli Cosmopoulos, and then from 15, William Kin will look at Raphael Bernard. 16 rows in total, but only 1 driver on that final spot. And in P31, it will be Nicola Frigg for Victory Lane. So Magnac at the front has switched sides. He's now got his teammate, his friend Gabriel Canal, close for comfort. See how that one fares into the first lap. But for Benjamin Magnac, after, of course, taking the qualifying heat win yesterday in a P2, going to be quite confident on the entrance towards this race.
Certainly could be, but only time will tell as the field slowly making their way round now after their out lap onto their formation lap here. They will hopefully start to get formed up very, very soon as they are approaching that red line area. Marshall's trying to slow the field down here, which is still relatively spread out here at this point. Might be sending them round again unless they can really bunch it up. Magnac and Mazzola on the front row of the grid for this one. Of course, for Ludovico Mazzola, this could help him out as well, being on that inside line. We said that in a previous race earlier on for others. So we'll keep a close eye on the progression of the field here. See all the drivers just in the background now starting to get formed up as we are nice and slow around that final turn. Into the tram lines then. Magnac and Mazzola on the front row. Are we racing? The answer is yes. Good start then for the 2 Wards immediately. 1 and 2 for them. Absolutely ideal start for Mazzola and Canal. For Magnac and Canal. Mazzola will slot down into 3rd place. There's a little bit of jostling in the background there. Slow exits for some has bunched up the back group of drivers. But they've all managed to get through relatively unscathed there, but it is Award Racing 1-2. Here's Filippo Sala down the inside of Ludovico Mazzola. That's for third place, steps forward, and I'm sure is very happy with the start of that race as well.
That was a tactic perfectly picked for the Ward team, as that's a bit of drama out there. It's not going to be good stuff then for some of the field. Matabo, who was starting, of course, on that 12th row alongside Svet Simonov, now trying to get the kart pushed back in, but of course he's on a bit of an angle there in towards turn number 7, and now will be forced to retire. Oh, lots going on in the background here, Anthony. Out towards turn number 14, Roland Nagy, Teresa Babchkova, Mateusz van der Kerkhoff and Eduardo Salamond starting to get involved as drivers giving each other a bit of a kick on towards the entrance of the first sector. Magnac and Canal, they've given themselves a bit of a gap out there, but Filippo Sala, the young Italian for the Ferrari camp, looking very quick indeed, as Ludovico Mazzola now losing out on positions. Asher Osteen and can't speak there.
Gustavo da Silva.
Gustavo da Silva, they're managing to get past.
Yes, Mazzola able to now have to fight back in this one as he's there in 6th place. So we'll keep a close eye on this. Train starting to form here. Oh, defensive posture there for the Forza. The fusion going through. Now I'm struggling here now, Nicole. Marina Lopez gets through on a 5-place gain now, up into 9th place. That was at the expense of Nikita Bott. There, down the inside again, the CRG making the moves done. That is Asher Osteen, I think, in the early stage, getting those moves done into 4th place, and now trying to close down on Filippo Sala. There is Oliver Kinmark. He's going to look down the inside as well. Kinmark gets that move done. That is nicely done at turn number 7.
Kinmark then was inside of the top 10 yesterday. A big send down the inside on Mazzola once more is being overtaken. So Zach Drummond now managing to find his way past. But for Kinmark, yesterday he was inside of the top 10 in his first qualifying heat, but then disqualification for working on the pre-grid. So needs some good races. Today, his 3rd race of the weekend. We'll have 2 more after this, but for Kinmark, he's really starting to push, and you can absolutely tell. And talking of pushing as well, Zach Green is another driver within this qualifying heat to keep an eye on. Yesterday had some good moments, had of course a really good result inside of the top 5. So for Green, looking ahead after P15 to start his weekend yesterday. Magnac still got that pace. Look at this, Anthony. Purple lacquer, you wouldn't expect anything less than that. That's the switch now between.
Now who's that going slow?
That's one of the Forzas out there. It's a 3-1-2 who's just exited onto the grass. It's Nikita Bott that was sat in P11. Nikita Bott still on the track, I believe, but turn number 11, something went wrong.
Yeah, very much so, and tumbling down, so that is a big shame there. In fact, Luke Corner from Ricky Flynn Motorsport in the 224 has also tumbled down on my screen, so maybe they've had a bit of a moment out there. We'll have to work that one out as they go through. Over the line we go then. Magnac still leads away from Canal. Sala, here's some side-by-side action.
Retiring in the background.
Yeah, all the way down the back of the field. This is William Kim fighting with Simonov for position as, yes, Corner retires in the background of this race. Magnac now the fastest driver out on circuit in the race lead. The clean air is helping him out as this is what happened. There is Corner down the inside, and that is why both of those drivers have tumbled down the order.
Absolutely, and probably some damage on board the front end of Luke Cordner there. You could just see the front being cut over the top of by the Forza, but he actually still continues to go around, and Nikita Bott has not lost out too much position-wise. Out the front, Benjamin Magnac still looking to push away from the rest of the field. It's 1.7 seconds. Canal, of course, was really benefited at that start. That team tactic by the Ward Racing outfit to set both of their drivers up going into that first corner has worked. But for Filippo Sala, who's still sat in the position that he started from, he's still pushing and he's still trying to look at the driver in front of him sat in that Paralin. For Sala, so far has not dropped outside of the top 10 within your heats, and actually yesterday had his best qualifying result so far this year. You know, driver that's really looking to push ahead for the rest of this weekend.
Certainly so. Well, Benjamin Magnac leads the way from Gabriel Canal. Apologies if you can't see the live feed at the moment. We will get it back to you as and when we can. But Magnac still leads the gap, 1.9 seconds for the moment. Filippo Sala still holding on to 3rd place from Gustavo da Silva, Ash Osteen from Zach Drummond, Oliver Kinmark from Mariano Lopez, Zach Green and Ludovico Mazzola rounding out the top 10. as we are back here with that live feed now on your screen. 1.9 seconds though between those two front two at this moment in time. Still enjoying Gilles Herman's fight through this field. He's just made that move done on Thomas Pradir. Van der Kerkhoff, sorry, is just behind them. Van der Kerkhoff wanting to gain positions, and it might do so with the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. There is Drummond and Osteen fighting 5th and 6th place. Good little fight between those two as they try to hunt down the leading drivers here. De Silva, Sala and Canal just on your screen. Both of them, all three of them, trying to close in on Benjamin Magnac, of course.
Gabriel Canal starting to be hunted now by Filippo Sala. Sala, pace-wise, has got around about half a tenth or so in the tracks of Gabriel Canal. So I would say very shortly you're going to see a switch there for that second spot. Nothing major going on for drivers really within this stage of the race. Everybody has settled down in the past couple of laps. Again, however, Gilles Herman manages to light things up. Herman has consistently gone purple out there, but is a driver who has not managed to get inside of the top 15 in your post-race results so far. Green on your screen currently. It's Green and Drummond that are out there. Drummond, I think, is...
There's Sala P2.
So we predicted it. We said that the change for P2 was going to be on shortly, and now it has switched over. So Sala past Canal, but look at De Silva. De Silva's benefited from this massively pace-wise. I would say Canal's going to lose out on another spot here. Not probably down towards turn number 5, but you can visibly see there the confidence on the brakes by De Silva. Really, really closes in, goes in nice and late, nice and hard to maybe light things up and set things up down towards turn number 7. As you do, textbook move for these drivers. De Silva now into 3rd. Yeah,
one of the prime overtaking locations there. It's quite a strange part of the lap because it's kind of like narrow, then it opens up wide, then it narrows again, then it opens up wide again, then it narrows again. So it's quite a challenging corner to try and defend to. Still loving the fight back here as well in position. All these drivers fighting away a little further down in the order, I believe. This is Jude Thirumalai Swami, Francois Cadal, Christian Alexander Hurst, Raphael Ballard. This is 19th, 20th and 21st place on the track. There is Gilles Herman over the line, and there is now Teresa Babičková going very, very slowly, running down in 27th place. I think has had moments with Ludovica Mazzola as well, and they have tumbled down the back of the field. This is your fight for 2nd place on screen. Sala holding on to that one with the time that we've got left in this race, only a couple of laps, and with Benjamin Magnac setting the fastest lap of the race, I don't think it's going to be enough time for him to make any impression there.
No, I think if this is enough for Benjamin Magnac out there in the front. But you know what? I'd say De Silva is saying, I'm not over here. This race is not done, because he's really got some pace and he's looking visibly like he's pushing to try and get to the back of the Ferrari driver ahead. This is a nice battle further behind, all led by the Tony Kart out there. So Gilles Herman has just got some of them tailing round behind him. He's got the Fusion involved as well. This is going to turn into a Constantina effect. Maybe this is going to end in tears. Wow,
look at this.
14. Look at this for a bit of action. 3 wide on the exit and up the hill as these drivers still trying to fight it out. But this is all drivers in the background. It's Pradir from Christian Ross, Jude Thirumalai Swami, Francois Cadal, Paima Cosmopoulos. Now we have had that switch for De Silva. He did say, I'm not over, I'm not done with this race. P3 is not enough for me. And Sala has just lost out.
He has, but he's not lost out too much. He is still right there. De Silva may have got that overtake, but I don't think he's in a comfortable situation. Cutting back from the front group right to the back of the group. Lots of action kicking off here, and I am enjoying this fight. Francois Cadal fighting in and there, as well as everyone trying to gain those positions. Thomas Pradir in that fight as well. That's 19th down to 26th place on screen, and there you can see the 2:07 machine of Thomas Pradir leading that one away. There's still the battle between Drummond and Canal. Gabriel Canal, maybe at the start of that race, was in 2nd place, but has now slowly started to pull back in the field. But this is still a strong getaway for the Royal Racing team, of course, with their man Magnac leading the way on lap number 12 of 13. Still, De Silva and Sala, they are relatively close, but I think Sala's just going to settle here for 3rd place. I don't think he's going to want to push those tyres too much in this race just to gain as 1 spot to P2. They're over the line onto this last lap. Benjamin Magnac leads the way at 3.4 seconds. Really strong race, really strong weekend so far, and you know what? I'm going to pimp this man for a potential final win this weekend. Such a strong qualifying. The pace has been absolutely rapid. Whatever they have found in that young man this weekend, he has got it dialed in here in Kristianstad.
Yeah, I think some track knowledge is really helping out the Ward team, being some home heroes. But we never count out Benjamin Magnac. He's always one of the drivers who's there or thereabouts. But this weekend, he's looking like one of the stars of the show. Will exit out of the final sector very shortly. Last lap for Benjamin Magnac, but another qualifying heats win for him. We'll head back up the hill. I'm sure we'll see Ward team on the sidelines with some big smiles on their faces. Benjamin Magnac now takes it 2 qualifying heat wins for him, as well as a P2. Great job, well done. A pole in qualifying, of course, and of course now a history maker around this circuit. Driver who's put in the fastest lap ever in an OK Senior. Rounds out his morning then ahead of Gustavo da Silva, who again stays inside of the top 5 in your qualifying heat results so far, as Filippo Sala, P3, good stuff there for the driver on the Charles Leclerc chassis. Magnac, da Silva and Sala, with your biggest mover there being Nicola Frigg, 15 places gained. Frigg, of course, coming all the way from that last spot on your grid.
Indeed, 31st to 16th, really strong race there. Well, Magnac with that result joins Domain, both of them on 2 wins and a second, joint on points, 144 apiece. They'll make their way back to Parc Fermé. Here's your full results. Magnac from da Silva, Sala from Drummond, Canal from Osteen, Green from Lopez, Kinmark and Hernan round out the top 10 in that field. Jihan Frey, Roland Nagy, Matthias van der Kerkhoff from Nikita Bott round out the top 14 from Eduardo Salamonde, who rounds out the top 15. Nicola Frigg, of course, with the 15 places gained, joins Yuri Lavar with 10 places gained, and Rafael Ballard with 12 places gained to round out the top 18 from Thomas Pradier and Francois Cadal. Jude Thirumalai Swami finishing in 21st place ahead of Christian Alexanderus. Fernando Premier finishing ahead of Nefeli Cosmopoulos. William Kim from Svet Simonov, who rounds out the top 26 for retirement. Babichkova, Metzola, Kornda, Roja and Matel Bow as well out of the race, with Benjamin Magnac taking the honours in that one. And really strong start to the weekend, I'm sure, for that man.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of positives for Magnac to be able to say, and he's carrying around some really consistent race pace as well. He's not really had to race anybody majorly within his qualifying heat so far. Nobody's massively challenged, but for Benjamin Magnac, that's what he wants. He wants to be by himself. He wants to just drive away from the rest of the field. Of course, going into that first corner, we had a team tactic deployed by the Ward Racing outfit for Gabriel Canal and Benjamin Magnac. They were glued together because Magnac had that decision to switch sides of the grid, which benefited both of those drivers sat in those parallels. In towards the first couple of corners, of course, you had the bunching up in the background for drivers like Babichkova, Luke Cordner, Francisco Roca, Christian Rost and Francois Cadal as well. But everybody settled down until this stage of the race. A bit of pushing and shoving further down in the order, Thomas Pradier being one of the drivers to get involved in that one, as well as Gilles Herman, who would quite consistently go purple within the race, and on the exits of turn number 14 would manage to get himself out of some of the trouble. And in towards that first corner very cleanly indeed. Here comes Filippo Sala in that second spot. Of course, really steady race for him. Picked off that position later on to get into P2 very calmly. Sasha Osteen was consistent again within these races. For Osteen, it's been 2 P4s and now a P6 within these qualifying heats. So he's looking like one of those drivers that could be a bit of an underdog as we go into the late stages of this weekend. This was a moment then between Luke Cordner and, of course, the Forza out there, with the Forza actually not massively losing out. Luke Cordner would retire things, but Nikita Bott would manage to continue onwards and would continue to finish in P14. Side-by-side moments for many of the drivers, Matthias van der Kerkhoff being one of those names into the first corner, as that is Pradier just managing to pull off the move from the fusion of Christian Roosters. Jude Thirumalai Swami got involved as well. This was, of course, only taking you to your halfway stage of your race. Lap number 8 saw that switch between Canal and Filippo Sala finally happen, and actually allow da Silva a moment or two to take away position. Canal will be shuffled down into the hands of Drummond later on, and he would finish in P5 as 3 wide on the exits of that 14th and final corner would light things up for many of the field, and this was that probably last sort of major switch between your grid, and it was the change between De Silva and Sala.
It certainly was. Great run there, though, for Benjamin Magnac. Another strong result that puts him joint with Henry Domain, both 144 points, but that pole position keeps him in the lead of that intermediate classification. Next race is coming up very, very soon. Back over to the juniors. This is the last rotation of heats before we go into the lunch break. We're over to groups B versus E. And already, Nicole, at this stage of the weekend, we are seeing some fresh tyres being deployed. However, it is for the drivers at the back of the grid. We'll talk about that in a moment. Between now and then, let's talk about this man here. Troy Ferguson, pole position in this race. Second fastest overall. We caught up with him after time qualifying.
Troy Ferguson, on only your 3rd race outside of the States. Here this weekend, Kristianstad, you've just put it on pole within group. It's not pole overall, it's 2nd fastest overall. But can you tell us about what it feels to be able to say that going into this weekend?
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a confidence boost, and I'm at a loss for words, but I'm very happy.
And of course, you're with the factory team of Paralin. You work with Paralin in the testing on the lead up to this weekend. What's that look like? Because I know that you've done a lot of laps around here now.
Yeah, I think it's helped a lot, the testing, and we're quite fast, and we're able to show it on the big stage.
And of course, talking of this big stage, there's some big drivers around you. For you, as a driver that's not got as much experience going head-to-head with some of those names, how are you going to handle it? Because it's going to be a challenge, but you're fast enough to take it on, right?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I just need to be able to get a good start and not fall back.
Well, Troy, like we said, in group, it's a pole position. Great lap out there. Great job.
Thank you.
And a really good job for him indeed, keeping that fight alive in this one. He'll have Antonio Pizzonia starting alongside. There was Giulio Giardello, just a last-minute psych up there before heading out onto the track as they get themselves squared away and sorted for this race. And as we mentioned, new tyres deployed in this one already for at least 5 of the drivers. Here we go then with your grid. Troy Ferguson joined by Antonio Pizzoni on the front row of the grid. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and Alexander Lazarus going for row number 2. They'll see Mason Robertson, who had a DNF earlier on, starts alongside Harry Williams. Manu Nuvolini will have Giada Giardello starting alongside. Nuvolini having a strong start to his race earlier on. Got to do the same from that 4th row of the grid. I'll have Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Atika Mir on row 5. Max Feld and Alexandre Poin go from row number 6, with row 7 being Antonio Ianni and Jarlath Sayer.
Row number 8 backwards is where the tyres start to get deployed for Julian Frasnelli. He'll be starting alongside Felipe Sanchez, who's opted to go new on board already. For row number 9, we've got new tyres for both Jack Solomonson and Denny Babicek. But for Denny Babicek, he's decided to deploy 1 new tyre on the front and 1 new tyre on the rear end. Your 10th row, your top 20, is rounded out by Rocco Simone and Tiberius Müller. And then from row number 11, it's Henry Constant Kampen and Lucian Smith. 12 sees Alessandro Caraballo and Libor Vlasak, and new tyres for Federico Marabula, but no new tyres for Kevin Garib, who will start alongside him. 14th row, new for Kim Min Jae, no new for Novella Morales. 15 rows in total, 29 drivers for groups B versus E, and Maxim Noapel will be the last driver to round out your field.
But he is not on that grid. We didn't see him in the race earlier on. We do not see him again in this one, so unfortunately just the 28 runners in this race. There you can see the next race again, lined up, ready to go. And I can see smiley faces, Luke Tal, one of those drivers on there, who had a really good race earlier on. Yeah, very interesting tactic. Of course, a lot of the drivers going, or all of them bar one, going for the left-hand side of the fresh tyres. Of course, Denny Babicek going for a brand new front right and a brand new rear left. So he's going for that staggered effect out on circuit. That will be quite interesting to see how that fares for him. And actually, you can see Denny Babicek's family just there on the banking, ready to watch this race. Right then, field is ready, set to go. At the front of this grid as they enter into those tram lines. Front set, back of the grid isn't set. Are we going racing or are we going around? We are going to go racing towards turn 1. Good start for Ferguson. Good start for Pizzoni on the outside line. Can he carry that speed through? The answer is yes, a little bit. He is going to drop down a few places, but it's still a relatively stronger start that we've seen for other drivers who have had that tricky outside line. Robertson already up into 3rd place. That's a significant dent in that front nose cone already. But we'll see how he fares on that one. Is immediately going to defensive from the likes of Manu Nuvolini just behind him, as the top two already breaking away. Ferguson breaking away nicely with, I believe, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, who's holding on to P2.
Big send down the inside on Mason Robertson by Manu Nuvolini. So Nuvolini now making moves already within the race. Good starts to these races since, of course, early weekend moments, as now Robertson's under some pressure by one of the KRs out there. So Robertson starting to pull the bar a little bit, starting to be pushed into the hands of the driver behind, and that's not going to be good stuff considering he had a DNF earlier on this morning. Ferguson out there in the front, and it's Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio that sat in P2. Nuvolini third, Diaz de la Vega fourth. Robertson, Feld, Point, and then Pitzonia. Pitzonia's dropped all the way to P8, and I saw a moment ago him actually get muscled out by his own teammate of Max Feld, who he now swaps positions with again. They go side by side. Oh, they go wheel to pod on the exit of turn number 7.
They certainly do. A very close bit of racing action there, as unfortunately one is facing the wrong way at the back of that grid, and that's not gone too well at all for the Fusion Motorsport driver Libor Vlasak, unfortunately, one of the number 50 machine out of this race, and understandably quite frustrated.
Absolutely so. Ferguson out there, clean air ahead as drivers just massively defending and trying to make some positions up in towards that first corner. So it's the McLaren driver of Harry Williams just trying to fend off Julian Frasnelli, who, of course, didn't have the qualifying results he would have wanted. For Frasnelli, walked into this year, of course, with being one of the first final winners of 2026 out in La Conca. This weekend, early stage hasn't gone quite well, but now he's picking up some positions as that's Alexander Point now going in on Robertson. Here comes Pitzonia. Pitzonia read that one, as does Max Feld, but Robertson's going to defend it. He's going to have the line on towards the entrance of turn number 10 as Ayani also starts to say hello to this fight ahead.
Does, and this is certainly getting tripped over. Here is Antonio Ayani. He'll take full opportunity of that one. Feld fights it back though. Here now comes Girardello down the inside. He's going to try and close that one up. Alexander Lazarus just behind. Here's Ayani again to the inside, not close enough to attack it into turn 1, but this is a really competitive, close fight that we are seeing here, all and around, just inside the top 10. There is Nuvolini. He is there in third place. He is now being having to defend from Santiago Diaz de la Vega, as at that moment that is a trio of KR Motorsport drivers, Di Pietrantonio, Nuvolini and Diaz de la Vega fighting inside that top 4. They've got Alexander Point just behind us. That's not gone too well, unfortunately. Atikemir having a drama, and I'm just trying to think who is joined at Min-Jae Kim, I think is the other. Yes, indeed, having that drama, and unfortunately they're going to tumble out of this race.
Tiberius Miller also involved in something out there. You could just see him exiting the circuit for the Beyond Racing team. So drivers to have a full stop put to this race: Tiberius Miller, Federico Marabella, Kevin Garrett, Libor Vlasak, and of course Maxim Noapel, who's no longer involved, as Kim Min-jae and Atika Mir also in a spot of bother with those retirements out there. Harry Williams now finding something extra pace-wise. Williams, of course, we saw him a moment ago trying to fend off from Julian Frasnelli, is trying to do just that with the pace, but has actually suffered slightly. Is now looking at the likes of Babacek, Sayer and Antonio Ianni shortly ahead.
Certainly is. Right, midway point of this race. And there on your screen is that fight for 4th place. Point Nuvolini fighting away. Cuts back a little further back in that field. Feld and Girardello fighting for position. Big check over the shoulder there for Robertson as well, just to assess the situation. And you can see Girardello and Feld still fighting away. Lazarus just behind there in 10th place with Jarlath Sayer on that energy course machine. Over the crest they go. Calm for this moment here. Something tells me it could kick off for this fight, and it certainly does. Point down the inside, gets that move done on Nuvolini. Pitzonia fights through as well, and that's Nuvolini down 2 places here into P6.
You know what, this is quite good to see for Point, because I think, you know, Molson had really good pace, but it wasn't quite enough. He had good pace in the testing on the lead up towards this weekend, but in time qualifying didn't quite manage to put all 3 sectors together. You know, at some stage he was actually purple, but the qualifying lap just wasn't the one. But within the races so far, Point looking strong, and now he's inside of the top 4, and the top 4 quite comfortably as well. He's not massively had to force his way through on Nuvolini. He just passed him really calm and really comfortably, but now he's got a bit of pressure on him. Now he could have a problem behind him, because Pitsonia, let's not forget, is a driver who's had a P2, a P4 and a race win already under his belt. So big name just shortly behind. We'll see if Point starts to get a big nervous war. Big send down the inside. That's Giulia Girardello going in on Nuvolini.
Certainly is. Good change over there to that final sector. Tiberius Müller under investigation here. He is out of this race, and I'm guessing it is investigation for the reason why he is out of this race. Over back onto the start-finish line we go. Again, big checks over the shoulder there for many drivers. Pitsonia, again, one of those, assessing that situation. You can see that Pye's just a little further up the road. Girardello a little further back, so can be a little bit more calmer at this stage of the race. It's been a real changeover in those positions here, with drivers moving up and down the order, but I'm really enjoying what we're seeing from Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Alexandre Poix. 6 and 8 places gained in this race. They are some of the biggest movers, and they are fighting up at that sharp end of the field. Very defensive posture here, as Julian Frasnelli is going to look for an up and under here for position. That's Caraballo and Rocco Simone fighting away, and is going to try and take those away. I think he's going to manage to get one of those places, but this is still, again, fighting down in 17th place, and quite an unusual spot to see Frasnelli. He's a quick driver this year.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some frustration for Frasnelli out there, because it's not where he probably feels like he belongs. Typically out in the front, will try and get the exit out of that 14th and final corner, where of course these drivers put their foot in quite early on because it's an uphill battle. Whoa, that's a move you don't really see many drivers be confident enough to go for. That was Felipe Sanchez there in the energy course, just managing to slide his way past Caraballo there through that second sector. This is a change finally between Alexander Point and Pitsonia. Pitsonia now back inside of the top 4 after, do you know what, really losing out at the start. That side for these drivers in second, having to start from there, it's just not working for them. We've seen him struggle now twice in a row. We've seen Pitsonia just have to fight for the rest of the race.
So well, down the inside there, another look for Girardello. Manages to find the nose alongside on the start-finish straight. Contact made between the two of them. And that is Alexandre Point just cementing that position for the moment. But Girardello, I can imagine, will take not too kindly to that one, because now Felder's once again closed back in. These drivers have certainly been fighting fiercely throughout this entire race, and this final lap is certainly going to showcase who is the quicker out of all of them. You can see how they've just dropped the leading 4 now. The fight for 5th place is on, and Point's got a whole grid of drivers lining up to try and take a spot in this last lap.
Yeah, Point now defending this one like his weekend depends on it. Of course, for Point, he cannot afford, when it comes to those points, to let go of things. But for Troy Ferguson, crosses the line then with a qualifying heat win. Great stuff for Troy, great stuff for Parolin as well. Leads things light to flag with absolutely nobody in his air to bother him. And for Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, that's the best result so far of the weekend. Matches what he pulled off yesterday and gets another P2 under his belt. After that, then we have Santiago Diaz de la Vega making it a KR P2 and P3. But for Ferguson, a newer driver into the field, maybe a driver jumping into the world of the unknown, pretty much showing the rest of the field, I am going to be one of the stars so far this weekend. Ferguson, Di Pietrantonio and Diaz de la Vega, they are your top 3, with your biggest mover actually going to Alexander Point, who we saw time and time again have to battle, defend and fend off the rest of the field. But he rounded out your top 5 just shortly behind Antonio Pitsonia, who of course started on your front row, but dropped back right at the race start. Ferguson, however, really good stuff by him to round out a race that actually saw quite a few drivers not finish. Drivers including Atika Mir, Kim Min-jae, Tiberius Müller, Federico Marabella, Kevin Garab and Libor Vlasak. Our drivers then that take you after your top 5 but to your top 10, it's Giulia Girardello with Max Feld, Robertson, Nuvolini and Jarlath Sayer. Alexander Lazarus, Denny Babachek, Jack Solomonson, Harry Williams and Antonio Ianni take you to your top 15, with Frasnelli, Rocco Simone, Felipe Sanchez, Lissandro Caraballo, Henry Constant Campen, Novella Morales and Lucian Smith rounding out your 22 finishers.
Yeah, certainly a very good race there for the field. There is Ferguson after that race, steps up to second in the points behind Pitsonia, who finishes that race in P4, but they are still leading 164 and 162 to their name. Of course, this is their next rotation of heats, of course. So they're into their third rotation right now, which is why they lead. Here is your highlights from that race, and a good start again for Ferguson. The inside line, Di Pietro Antonio able to get up to second place from the inside of row number 2. Pitsonia struggled a little bit in that race, but did recover back to 4th place despite Santiago Diaz de la Vega, started on the 5th row of the grid, able to squeeze up to 3rd place by the end of that race. Certainly some interesting battles right at the very beginning, and straight away we saw how Mason Robertson was able to gain positions, did drop back a little bit as straight away we saw Diaz de la Vega get up in the very early stage. It was a really strong start for that inside row. The outside row having challenges, Alexander Lazarus, Harry Williams, Girardello, they did drop back just that little bit, but they were still inside that top 10, but still in a strong battle between everyone. And from seeing two teammates work well in the senior category in award racing, the juniors award racing seemingly not having a nicer battle between the two of them.
Yeah, of course, for both of these drivers, they've had some maybe up and down results, so that's probably being thrown into the atmosphere as well. We, of course, saw drivers get lost at turn number 7. It was Libor Vlasak that was caught out. This is Mason Robertson on your screen. He was pushed out wide by the Ward duo going for things. Antonio Bizzonia would be the first driver to light things up, and then Robertson would find himself separating the two Wards out there. Antonio Ianni decided to get involved in some stages of the race. The Tony Kart driver, one of the youngest in your field, did manage to slot himself into the fight at the front, but later on would drop back into around about P15. This was the moment we lost Atika Mir. She would catch herself out with Kim Min Jae. The MP and the Ward would be parked out there and would be 2 of the 6 non-finishers for that qualifying heat. Now, Manny Nuvolini started the race pretty confidently and quite well, but would actually fall short later on, would lose a position or 2, and this is where it went wrong for Antonio Ianni out there. Got caught up slightly with one of the MPs further back, and would later lose some positions. Drivers not giving each other any room to breathe. We had drivers like Henry Constant Campen, Alessandro Corabello, Felipe Sanchez and Avella Morales put on a show, but that was at the back.
Certainly was. Last moments here for Antonio Pitsonia, able to get that move down the inside as well. And this last attempt from Giulio De Rodello on Alexandre Poir, and that really kick-started that last lap battle for 5th place that then saw Max Feld, Mason Robinson, Manny Nuvolini all close up. As over the line, Ferguson would take the win, and another great result as he goes second in the points. We're going to take a short break. One more race to go before the lunch break coming up next. Welcome back to the live coverage here for the Champions of the Future. The 4th round here of 5. the Kristianstad circuit in the south of Sweden. Weather is absolutely delightful as we go into the last race of the morning phase before the lunch break, qualifying heat B versus E for their 13 laps, 16-kilometre race distance. And we were speaking about tyres in that previous race, how many drivers had deployed them. Well, that doesn't trump what has been deployed in this one. Lots of drivers have deployed fresh tyres, and also a switch of the pole side. Emil Hernandez electing to go for that inside, the outside line. That forces the two MPs of Tal and Domain a little bit backwards, and again, this could again put them a little bit backwards in that field again, but maybe benefit them a little bit still with that inside line. There is Emil Hernandez. No tyres for anyone in the front 8 here. In the front 4 rows, you have to go back to row number 5. Ryan Qureshi from the UAE is the leading driver to deploy fresh tyres. All of them, I can confirm, on the left-hand side of their karts.
This is quite an interesting setup now then at the front that Emil Hernandez has decided to swap, because what he's essentially done for the two MPs is, you know, given them to each other, said you can work as a team. Luke Tal and Henry Domain will now be together on that essentially pole side. So that's going to be something to definitely keep an eye on towards the entrance of that first corner.
It certainly will be. And there, see everyone waiting to get this one started. There is Dan Ashley enjoying a bit of the shade at this moment before starting this race, because I think it just pokes out into the sunshine. He has got his hat on. Yes, we can see you, Dan. But from the... There we go. Perfect. Gives us a wave. Right. Not long before this race starts. It is due to start 12:55, which is 30 seconds time. There is Henry Domain. Very strong performance from him so far. One of the leading drivers in the category, but now has to deal with his teammate of Luke Tal. He's got to deal with Baglin alongside. And Emil Hernandez is a very strong front couple of rows. And there you can see how the wind has now picked up a little bit here. Crosswind, no, headwind actually, into the braking zone, into turn number 4. It's a crosswind across the start-finish straight.
Yeah, absolutely. So drivers now into life to go racing for the last qualifying heat before our break, the last of our first 8 qualifying heats, and the last of this rotation for our drivers. Drivers now heading into their 3rd of the weekend, with, of course, Emil Hernandez and Luke Tal being the front 2.
Here we go then. The field makes its way out onto the track. Here's your full starting lineup then. Hernandez switching side of the grid with Tal, puts the two teammates together of Domain and Tal on that inside line. Baglin will join him on that 2nd row of the grid. Marco Gast and Nicolo Coman, they go from row number 3. And then we'll see the likes of Jakob Kamenek and Aston Sharp on row 4. New tyres from row 5 onwards. You see Ryan Qureshi and Kasper Reinpol, but only Qureshi with the new tyres. Row 6, we'll see Antonio Coccinella joined by Benjamin Westwood. Westwood with new tyres on the left-hand side. Row 7, Krutilov has held his tyres for now, but Michael Bagoy has deployed them for the USA on the left-hand side of his kart, with row 8 being Nico Kotowski and Nathan Kappin. No tyres for them.
Well, for row number 9, Ina Rostad has decided to go no on board the left. Nicolas Schaufler, no new tyres for him. He's starting from that P18 spot. Your top 20 is rounded out by Klara Kowalczyk and Endo Errata, and then from row number 11, new tyres for the left-hand side of Louis Bazare's kart, but nothing for Vladimir Ivanikov. New tyres on board the left-hand side for both Archie Owen and Rafael Bussato, who start from your 12th row, and then from 13, it's Arif Raquel and Malcolm Hillel. Every driver then from your 14th row backwards going new on board the left, and it's Yves Riz with Daniel Picconi, and then your 15th and final row, Mateo Gallo and Mateus Gonzalez.
Indeed, there you can see how that wind is picking up there for the mechanics stand. It's been a very peculiar day. Hopefully that wind doesn't blow over some clouds over the circuit, as again later on today could change around, but for the moment still looks good. There you can see the overview of the circuit. A wonderful day to go racing. All 30 drivers are on the track right now. As it stands, Magnac leads the points with Henry Domain. Domain in this race, though, is looking to take the lead of those points, and there it is, confirmation of it on your screen. Both of them 144 points, both of them taking 2 qualifying heat wins so far and a 2nd place. They are the strongest on the field, led by then Gustavo da Silva, who rounds out the top 3. So look forward to seeing what they will be able to achieve in this one, but they do need to be careful with those drivers now at the back of the grid, deploying those tyres very early on, of course. But, I say early on, we're quite far into it now. The fact that this is the last race before the lunch break, after the lunch break is where we get into the really nitty-gritty. It is into that 4th rotation of heats now for these drivers. to see what they can achieve. But they're still looking forward to it. But I am curious to see how this race will go, especially with Hernandez on the outside line here, pushing Tal and Domain together. This could be quite an interesting fight.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very interesting indeed, because Domain and Tal will look to work together. Both have had qualifying heat wins. Both have consistently been inside of that top 10, with Domain not actually dropping outside of the top 3 at any stage within these races so far. New opportunities for these drivers now lined up, all behind Emil Hernandez and Luke Tal.
To the tram lines they go then. Are we going to go racing? It's a long shot here, but we are going to go. And it's been a benefit there massively to the Luke Tal on the inside line. Hernandez did not time that well at all. Will that put Tal in trouble for starting that race ahead? He will say, he didn't accelerate. What was I supposed to do? I had the whole pack behind me. So that's going to be an interesting one then. Tal leads the way from the Koski machine. That is Marco Gast, who's had also a really good start in this one. Is that the Lanari Racing driver? Jakub Kamenek is there into third place. That's been a brilliant start for him as he started this race right down that field.
It was not the start that Noah Baglin would have wanted. Baglin was caught out in towards that first corner. Kart was tagged slightly and has now fallen into the hands of quite a few drivers behind. Out of the final corner, back up the hill these drivers will try and barrel plenty of speed in towards turn number 14, put the speed back up to climb up the hill and set things up into that first corner. It is Tal from Gast from Kamenek, Domain, Kocianella already inside of the top 5 with Lev Krutulov, Emil Hernandez, Nicolo there. We've also got Sharp and Koreshi. Where is Noah Baglin? Noah Baglin's down to P14 in this one, Anthony.
Yeah, that's been a really interesting start there. Quite a lot happened in just that small section, and of course it will have all been detrimental because of that start from Emil Hernandez. Will have suffered that Group E row, the even side of the grid. All will have been swamped by that while they're all trying to accelerate, and they couldn't with the driver going quite slowly at the start of that race. So a very interesting takeaway from that. This is your top 3. There is Domain just behind it. He's going to be wanting to close in on this fight. And if we see Kamenek try and get a move on Gas, which I can imagine we will, because, well, Kamenek's been looking so rapid so far this weekend. We might see him close in, but for the time being, no, sits just behind. No change for the top 3 at this stage. Still Tal that leads from Gas, Kamenek from Domain, Krutulov from Kocianella, Hernandez from Kuman. Then it is Sharp from Koreshi. We lock out the top 10. Big move down the inside there from Emil Hernandez. That is on Kocianella and steps forward now into 6th place. It's starting to bunch up a little bit at the front. Tal's pace is quick, but I've just got this sinking feeling that the pace behind is just feeling a little bit quicker now, and judging by the timing and the sector screens here, it is looking like it is going that way.
Yeah, absolutely so. So trying to keep an eye on some of the drivers who have opted to go for the newer tyres. Drivers like Ina Rostad, who's on a good charge already. Rostad, of course, one of those drivers that had a DNF earlier on in the weekend. And the same could be said for Benjamin Westwood, who's also gone new on board that left-hand side. So you're actually seeing a bit of a theme here, Anthony, that the drivers who have suffered some bad luck are those drivers who have decided to go new rubber to try and grab something a little bit extra.
Here we go.
Change for P2. Kamenek down the inside of Marco Gast. Says to Domain, here you go, here, try and get involved. So now we've got the Lanari and the Koski sandwiched in between the 2 MPs. Henry Domain, quick indeed, qualifying heat wins, 1 P2 as well, as we'll look to try and set something up in towards turn number 14 potentially. Here comes Lev Krutulov as well. We said potentially, take that back, say definitely, because Domain down the inside, but maybe he's going to lose out on the exit. It's an uphill battle for these drivers. Here comes Krutulov into things, but Domain holds onto it.
Does. There's a nice couple of overtakes there, or big hit of those curbs. They will have to be careful with that, of course. We saw drama earlier on for Kalesia hitting that curb. These drivers don't want a repeat of that one through the chicane. And Arata under investigation for potentially cutting the track. But crucially, we've not seen anything there for Luke Tal from the start of that race so far. So I think he may be fine at this point. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Westwood is your fastest driver. He's there currently in 12th place. Hasn't gained or lost any places. Or as I say that, he has gained 1 through in this field. Kristianstad, they're trying to push through. So is Rafael Bassato. They are gaining place through this field, and that might be helped by the fact they've got some fresher tyres on board as well. So we'll keep an eye on that progress. Over the line they go. On to lap number 6 now of this race. Jakub Kamenek's gap between himself and Luke Tal is 0.6 of a second as he's trying to close in. That previous lap was a whole 10th faster than Luke Tal. I suspect we will have a fight for the race lead very soon, and I can guarantee Domain's going to join in that fight as well.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that one there, Anthony. Benjamin Westwood, now fastest driver out there, is one of those drivers that deployed new tyres. Ryan Qureshi is your highest off driver of those who has gone new. He's currently sat in P7, just behind Hernandez and Krutulov. So for Qureshi, tyre decision has worked, and actually I would say what Ina Rostad, Qureshi and Benjamin Westwood is showing to everybody else is that new tyre is the way to go. Probably not the way to go for the drivers who have not had any bad luck or have suffered some bad fates just yet. They would probably be doing themselves a bit of an injustice, but at some stage it will absolutely work around this 1.2 kilometre circuit. Here comes Noah Baglin now. So Baglin, of course, suffered at the start. He's into P8. It was a P14 that was the lowest that he dropped to a moment ago. Was momentarily fastest, and now finds himself as the leader of that pack as Domain not just goes fastest, but now gets into P2 to make it an MP1 and 2 setup as well. Baglin's just lost out there to KR teammates and lost out to that entire train of cars.
Yeah, that was quite the battle that we saw there. So that was Ryan Qureshi battling away with Baglin. And in doing so, they lost out to Kosciuszko, Westwood, Command, and in Kristianstad, and off the road is unfortunately the 285 machine. Rafael Bassato of Brazil tumbles down the order, and a bit of front end damage there, but that was quite a testy moment there for him.
Yeah, for Bassato, he was trying to get the job done on Klara Kowalczyk, and I would say he actually just caused himself that. Got caught on Kowalczyk. She did manage to drive away, but Bassato was completely off and over onto the grass. Domain, 2 consecutive laps, then goes purple, is trying to chase down on teammate of Luke Tal, but Tal has got around about a half a second gap out there. It's Tal from Domain from Kamenek. It's not Endo Arata out there in the front as much as he probably would like to be. But your top 3 looking very settled, but also not looking a million miles away from each other. Do you know what here, Anthony? I reckon we're going to be on for a 3-kart battle for this race lead.
I do not doubt it whatsoever. Has back down the inside. Here we see those early moment overtakes. Qureshi, after that drama earlier on, is trying to push forward. Now that is Marco Gast, stationary on the side of the road there on the start-finish straight. Disaster for Gast, who was looking so strong at the start of this race. He will, shamelessly walk away from his machine, going no further. Tal pushing the limits of adhesion there, right on the edge of the track. Domain starting to close in. Could we see a battle between these two teammates, or will they push each other to the very last lap to try and break away from Kamenek? If they do start fighting, Jakub Kamenek is right there to pick up the pieces.
I think in this stage of the weekend, Henry Domain doesn't care about the race of his teammate. Yellow flags are out at turn number 14, so nobody is able to make a dive down at that 14th and final corner and at that hairpin. Domain, I don't think he's bothered about Luke Tal. He's not bothered about his race of his teammate because he's doing this weekend for himself, and he's got the thought of Kamenek just behind. There's one of the fusions going around very slowly indeed. That's Nathan Kappen now, who will drop to the back. Not sure if he's had an incident, or not sure if that's a mechanical gremlin there for the 238. Domain is now on the back of Luke Tal. He's within distance to try and give something a go. That yellow flag at turn number 14 has been cleared, so that could be an opportunity for Domain if he can get the entrance in towards that hairpin correct. Of course, these drivers don't open things up too much in towards the corner because they're back on the power quite early.
Oh.
There it is. There's the potential switch. They're going to go side by side, but Tal's going to let it have him.
Oh, that was a little closer than I think that Domain will have wanted. Tal really not giving that one up too easily. Kamenek now will have a chance. Won't be into turn 4. Latches on that rear bumper. Krutulov as well, closing in. You can see him there looming, that energy course getting bigger and bigger into the frame. Is really, I'm sure, wanting to get involved, and this will help him close up as well. Kamenek down the inside of Tal takes second place. Krutulov here could potentially be looking at a top 3 finish.
Yeah, do you know what? I think Krutulov could have something in the bag here. Tal has just lost out. He's lost some momentum, of course. This is a circuit with quite a lot of elevation change, 6 metres in total, up and down for these drivers, and that's just helped their Lev Krutulov in towards turn number 14, down the hill, plenty of speed, plenty of confidence, and gets the job done for the Ukrainian Energy course driver to be inside of the top 3 for the first time this weekend. Dying stages of this race then for these drivers. It's Domain from Kamenek, from Krutulov. It's not over just yet for Luke Tal. Emil Hernandez also could be looking at getting inside of the top 4 once more, but for Hernandez, it was absolutely that race start that caught him out. It was, I think, some of the moments for him and Noah Baglin as well that has just cost him to tumble down the order. Bazare, late stages of this one, goes fastest, actually just showing there is still a lot left within these tyres in this stage of the race. So Bazare still looking to push through on the field. Drivers then, of course, who went new earlier on, Benjamin Westwood, Qureshi, Archie Owen and Eno Rostad, all making up some places. Owen, in fact, is your biggest mover within the race so far, 11 places for him to currently be sat in P12. As we now head on to the final lap.
Yes, indeed. Domain in control. 0.7 of a second is the gap, and going on to this last lap, just to boot, sets the fastest lap of the race as well, 50.258. And is in control of this race. Despite that troublesome start, managing to just squeeze his way back through, is still in control, looking at a 3rd race win here of the weekend. And this is going to be a really good chunk of points he will have here from the rest of the field. Puts the ball straight back into the court of the rest of the field as he rounds the final turn. Domain's going to take the victory once again over the line from Jakub Kamenek. The Lanari Racing Team driver crosses in P2 ahead of Lev Krutulov. Emil Hernandez takes P4, again of Luke Tal and Antonio Koshinella. Noah Baglin 7th from Westwood. Qureshi from Kowalczyk, who will round out the top 10. But I can imagine Domain satisfied with that result. Troublesome start, but able to have the machine beneath him to be able to close that gap back up and take that lead away. Must be a real confidence boost going into the second half of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this isn't the first time this weekend for Domain that he has pulled that off. He had a heat win earlier on today. He had a heat win yesterday as well. So for Henry, great stuff. And great stuff as well for the team. You know, for Luke Tal, despite losing 3 positions in total, he's still well within the top 5. So they're looking like some of the ones so far this weekend. Hernandez then, of course, was one of those drivers that you can also look at. Great pace, but it was a P4 in the end. You took us through our top 10 then, Anthony. After that, it was Nicolo Kuman, Archie Owen, Nicholas Schaufler, Kasper Reipold and Zarif Raquel as the drivers, as the last spots inside of the top 15. And after that, we had Michael McGoy, Melka Milel, Endo Arata, Louis Bazare and Ina Rostad inside of your top 20. McCorney, Riz, Katowski, Gonzalez and Ivanikov were the last 5 drivers to finish the race, with us losing Matteo Gallo, Rafael Bassato, Nathan Kappen, Marco Gast and of course Aston Sharp.
There is the full order on your screen, and troublesome race there for a few. Vladimir Ivanikov just tumbling down at the end of that race to 25th place. Real shame for him, but yeah, the rest of the field there with those retirements. Not the start of the middle phase of the day they will have wanted, but there for Domain, this has been his most successful weekend so far in the Champions of the Future. With these qualifying heats, it's a really good position for him to be in going into that lunch break and into that second half of the day. Here's the highlights from it. Well, the start of this one, quite interesting. Tal was able to get to the lead despite the switch of sides. Hernandez not having the start, and actually that contact there, putting those drivers backwards. Baglin involved in that contact as well, also tumbled him down the order. A very interesting start. You can see the wide shot there of that start really, wow, shook up that field there. It allowed, of course, Tal, Domain, Gas, Kamenek to push forward, but it was really Jakub Kamenek who had the most, I think, impressive start to that race. Nicole, from the 4th row of the grid, able to get right up into that top 3 positions from the word go. Marco Gast, strong start to his race, only for him to end with a mechanical failure at the side of the start-finish straight.
Yeah, of course, strongest start within the race did go to Luke Tau. He was benefited actually by that tactic of Emil Hernandez not working when switching sides of the grid. He would be settled and the two MPs would sandwich the Lanari and the Koski in between themselves as they would switch positions. Kamenek very fast indeed round this circuit. The lone Lanari out there actually got himself into P2 and in on Gast. Henry Domain would use lap 4 to get his way through on the Koski out there. Later on, we would actually see some drama there for Marco Gast, and he would not complete the rest of the race. In the background, drivers who were fighting it out time and time again. We had Nicholas Schaufler, who was looking to try and push his way through the crowd, as did Rafael Bassato, but Bassato would be lost later on. Noah Baglin had a lot of work to do after losing out on the start, and he would go wheel to wheel and he would get past teammate of Ryan Qureshi, who went new tyre, but he would lose out later on and would find himself at the back of that battle once more. This was the moment for the DPK and Klara Kowalczyk. Kowalczyk seemingly not really having anywhere to go in that moment, and that actually would cost Rafael Bassato a result in the end. We would see him pull things in later on in the race after dropping right to the back. Halfway stage of the race, still drivers looking to take away positions from each other and take away positions from teammates as well. That was Qureshi getting the job done, and that was the moment that we saw Marco Gast get lost on the entrance of actually that pit lane. In towards turn number 7, again, you're going to see these overtakes time and time again so far the weekend. Louis Bazarate being one of those drivers. Wheel-to-wheel moment then for the two MPs of Henry Domain and Luke Tell. Domain going for a late moment lunge on teammate, but they would give each other the space of course. They would actually allowed Kamenek to get through in the end. But it would be Domain to be the name of the race. Another qualifying heat win.
Yep, superb result there. Superb start to the day for Domain and the MP Motorsport team, leading that intermediate classification into that second half of the day. And that does bring us very timely onto that moment. We will be back, of course, very, very soon, probably in around 45 or so minutes time for that second half of the day. Well, 47 minutes time, there we go. For that is for that second half, which will see, of course, the likes of the juniors out for groups D and F for that rotation. Then we will see later on the rest of the results, which will determine who will be starting where for our Superheats tomorrow. And of course, we'll look forward to seeing that one. We'll take a short break. We'll see you in a few moments' time for the second half of the day here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the Champions of the Future. It's round 4 of 5 here in Kristianstad, and as you can see there, those clouds starting to loom in the background. We had a worry this could be happening into the second half of the day. The wind is picking up, and unfortunately, that wind is in the direction of where those clouds are coming from. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the box. We are ready to go. It's 90 degrees out there. I can confirm it's about 35 degrees in this commentary box. It's quite warm.
It's like a greenhouse.
It is like a greenhouse. We are surrounded by windows. But the second half of the day is coming up. Very much looking forward to this. We've had a very busy start to the morning. Second half is upon us, and a lot of races about to happen. And a lot of tyres already are starting to be deployed. This certainly is going to be a very interesting second half.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've gone in today with 8 qualifying heats. We had 12 yesterday, so we're now up to 20, 10 more to go today. And it's crunch time now for our drivers. This is the stage in a weekend. You always see a little bit more action start to go out there on the track. And of course, for many drivers, they've had some good results in the field, but they've also had some DNFs. This has been a very, very up and down weekend so far, especially for your junior field, as we now go into groups D versus F out there. 10 laps for these drivers round this circuit. Very interesting circuit indeed. 1.2 kilometres in race distance. It was a track that had its latest improvements and latest changes in 2012. No changes at the track since then. But now we invite our juniors back into things, and we go from that front row with Oscari Volley and Nicolo Perico. Of course, neither of these drivers polled it in time qualifying yesterday. These are some of your drivers that were second and third fastest in their groups. Ooh. And now they go head-to-head on that front row. There you can actually visibly see the wind is picking up out there. And it actually is quite fresh out there, Anthony. You know, you do sort of need a jumper, but you're always going to have, well, you're in a karting paddock. Somebody's going to always wear a pair of shorts.
Yeah, indeed. Those easy ups might be coming in handy in a few moments' time. There is Oscari Volley. That can see those clouds looming as well from that front row of the grid. The pilot of the number 77 machine certainly looking very strong. And there's someone as well with their moments on that one as I'm being directed that says, no, there's no clouds in the sky. It's beautiful sunshine. However, if you turn around, Mr. Martin Bean, and look in the opposite direction, you can see clouds looming, and that's where the wind's coming from. So that's what we're talking about. There we go, and Dan can see it as well, and I'm sure everyone in the grandstand can see it also starting to loom in. But they're fine. They've got a cover over the grandstand there, so they can be all fine and dry. But into this second half then, it's effectively the 4th rotation, am I right in saying, for a lot of these drivers now we're going into? We've seen a lot of points already being awarded. We are ready to see a lot more be awarded now to the field as Groups D and F are the next ones to take to the circuit. Right then, let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup for this first race, the second half of the day. Oscari Volley starts it on pole position, and he'll be joined by Nicolo Perico on the front row of that grid. Martin Bertolacini will join Alessandro Truchot on row number 2, with Miguel Manzano and Remy Samchek on row 3. Row 4 sees Austin Newstead and Marek Zaric. There we'll see Albert Tam and Matvey Durganov on row 5. Mark Casera and Leon Shalidze go from row 6, with Savolodis Shadlowski and Leo Latanen rounding out the first half of the field on row 7.
There's always going to be a challenge from row number 8 backwards, because these are your drivers in traffic. And then from your 8th row, we've got Achille Ray alongside Christian Kobe. Shortly behind on row number 9, it's Oiva Veterata alongside Jay Kostecki. And then from row number 10, we've got Jono Pajol alongside Alexander Legenki. Emerson McAndrew Uren and Jonas Pandis will start you off from your 11th row. And then from 12, we've got some new tyres on board Guillaume Bassato on that left-hand side. Stepan Mazepin will be the last drivers on that 12th row and your penultimate row of your grid, row number 13. New tyres for Aurelien Lemaire and Jeff Verbeek. Both drivers opting for the left-hand side of the kart to put those on board. Oliver Haas and Savile Kage will be the last drivers on your field. They'll be going from your 14th and final row for groups D versus F for these drivers. This will be their 4th qualifying heat of the weekend so far. So we're getting into that later stage that these drivers really start to think more so about tomorrow and more so about those superheats.
Indeed, this is where it really starts to get into that crunch point of the weekend, and a lot of these drivers here at the end of today will be packing up and not heading home, because of course a lot of them will be sticking around for next week, but of course will be not being able to take part in those Superheats and of course those all-important finals. But let's see how this one will transpire. They've still got a long way to go before then. A lot of heats to get through as the front of the grid here is lined up, ready to go. Back of the grid, just getting formed up. Sun at the moment is still shining. The clouds loom ever closer, though, in the distance. We wait to see how this will transpire for the second half of the day. We're all out of sorts in the background here. We're 3 wide in some places. Are we going to be going racing? I don't think we are. We'll have to wait and see. It is lights out. We are racing towards turn 1. Good start then for Ascani Volley on the inside line. Perico again, just hanging back a little bit, waiting to see where he can slot in. That's a little further down. A rotation, a full rotation in the background. There's Achille Ray that may have had a moment there as he tumbles back into formation. Not too sure. The Italian on the 110 machine. We'll have to wait and see where he comes out. But let's see how this one will transpire for the rest of this race. Down in towards the bottom of the section.
Big change for P2.
Big change for P2 indeed, as the field is certainly looking very, very close.
Yeah, Miguel Manzano then, big send at turn number 7, just saw the ward ahead make a bit of a speed sacrifice on the entrance towards the corner. Read it and managed to slide his way through. Perico in the start of this one, you would expect it after having to start from that P2 spot, has dropped down into P4, but it's only P4 for the time being because he's a quick driver. We'll watch to see if the Mercedes driver can pick away those positions. It's Ascani Volley from Miguel Manzano, Martin Bertolacini, Perico and Austin Newstead that are your top 5, with it was Achille Ray being that pirouette driver took that 360 spin at the start. Drivers then heading over the crest of the hill, big send down the inside at turn number 6. That's one of the KRs getting involved. Alessandro Cijo now trying to weave his way through as Matvey Durganov on the return once more. This time it's on the Ukrainian driver of Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky. Perico losing out on positions. This time it's to Newstead. Newstead, of course, one of those drivers yesterday actually that was given quite some time penalty after some moments out there. Now is trying to redeem himself as this is a change for P2. Bertolacini back into that second spot, and Miguel Manzano visibly not very happy about it.
Well, no, Manzano was just saying, come on, let's go. Let's stop messing around for P2. Let's think about the bigger story, which is P1 that is starting to break away. Ascani Volley from pole is really looking strong here. But the back of the field as well also is looking strong. We're still seeing those overtakes coming in thick and fast, but the fight for 4th place downwards is looking quite interesting at the moment. Still Newstead there. Perico is in that fight as well from Kasera, Tam, Durganov, Osachi-Soslovsky as well. So they're all trying to keep up with that leading group. But the crucial thing is if Bertolacini and Manzano can work together, they can close up to Ascani Volley, and those 3 are still in a state of flux. But it looks like now Bertolacini is starting to put in some effort in.
Mark Casado is starting to look quick here, as just behind him he's got the Paralin and the Ricky Flynn, but the quickest through those first 2 sectors was Matvey Durganov. So Durganov back on the charge once more, did go yellow in that 3rd sector, but is comfortably sat there now in towards turn number 6. You can see his teammate of Miguel Manzano sat there in P3 and probably wants to chase ahead to try and match that, if not better at it. Has just found his way through on the Paralin now. That was at turn number 6. Here comes Perico. Perico back down the inside of the Brits of Austin Newstead. Newstead losing positions. Durganov having to defend to the Paralin behind as duos starting to form. The first duo, Perico and Newstead. The second, Durganov and Casada. The third, Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky and Albert Tam.
So keep a close eye on this train there. Perico in control of that section as they make their way out of that final turn, back over the start straight. You can see them try and tuck in as much as they can. Of course, those wind levels have increased. It's a crosswind over the start-finish straight, but as they head down this hill now it becomes a headwind, and now they can really tuck in and try and utilize that to enter into that braking zone. However, you don't want to have your head down going into such a heavy braking zone because you might lose out down the inside. Changes happening there, and that's a big move for position. Matvey Durganov on Austin Newstead trying to squeeze his way through, and has done so now.
Drivers then rolling in plenty of speed into these corners. Of course, turn number 9 massively sets up 10. These drivers really have to think about the positioning of the kart, and That's what you're seeing from Matvey Durganov here. That's why he's just given himself a little bit more of a gap to Austin Newstead behind, who's really having to deploy a shield now to Mark Quesada and Osachi Soslovsky. Here we go then, here goes the change. We've now had Austin Newstead lose out, not 1, not 2, but make it 3 positions into that first corner. Newstead could not hold on to that one. Quesada being the catalyst in that fight. Osachi Soslovsky in the energy there is sat quite comfortably looking at the victory lane just ahead, as this of course is the battle for P6. Just in front, we've got the Ricky Flynn of Matvey Durganov with some room more. Osachi Soslovsky challenge now. Newstead is going to try and give it a go down towards turn number 9. He's going to go that wider way around. Can he try and slot something in through turn number 10? Not quite enough, as here comes the second of the energies inside of the top 10, Remy Samchek.
This is nice to see now as the fight closes in then in this top running section. Lots of overtakes happening, of course, over the course of the lap. Stepan Mazepin as well getting past Alexander Legenki. That is for 22nd place, and Achille Ray on his recovery back to 27th past Oliver Haas. So that fight still raging on. Still that top trio looking strong, however. Are we starting to see Perico and Durganov close more in on Manzano and Bertolacini just ahead? That is something we'll closely follow. There is the battle just further behind. Quesada, Tam, Osachi Soslovsky, Newstead, Samchek, Zadic still fighting away. And speaking of that, we are seeing those fights coming in as they are side by side in the background. Osachi Soslovsky under a little bit of pressure there from the drivers around him, and there you can see Zadic has managed to push forward there, and so has Osachi Soslovsky. Tam going down to 8th place now at this stage of the race. We are lap 7 at this moment. We're crossing the line now to go on to lap number 8. Still seeing a side-by-side moment here is that Emerson McAndrew trying to get involved in that trio fight. It is Truchot and Venturata line astern there as they go through, and that's beautifully done by Alessandro Truchot there, just to step through on the inside. Samchek now having to deal with Venturata having to deal with Emerson McAndrew now at this point.
Absolutely so. So Durganov still continues to pick things up, now continues to try and pick away positions. Perico challenged. Oh, that's a moment in towards turn number 10. What has happened there for the Ricky Flynn driver of Miguel Manzano will tumble down. The sat in the top 3. Is that a mechanical issue, or was he caught out with another driver? Couldn't quite catch it on my screen here, Anthony, but Manzano was doing a great job up there. Now will suffer a DNF and is parked absolutely in the middle of the corner as well.
Well, we knew Perico was closing in at quite a rate of knots. Was that something to do with it? Because, of course, any attempts, especially at this stage, last couple of laps, we may have seen some robust moves to try and get through. Is that the case here? Because we can see how big the gap has opened up now between Bertolacini and Perico. So evidence shows that they lost a lot of time because of that. So quite interesting. Last lap board will be out this time then to Ascari Volley, who at this moment leads by 0.8 of a second. But this fight here rages on your screen. Tam, Newstead and Durganov, but Durganov now, it's Soslovsky, at the front of that trio, who is trying to push his way forward and has done a beautiful job of doing that now on an 8th place gain behind Mark Quesada, who's also on a 7th place gain right now. Over the line they go. There is your race leaders, your top 3 onto this final lap in a strong position here now from the rest of the field. The sun still poking through the clouds as Ascari Volley is going to look to see if he can take this victory on circuit. And at this moment, he doesn't sit anywhere within inside the top 8 in the points of Ascari Volley, so this will be in a really good position for him as Tam goes defensive now again from Newstead, checks over the shoulder. Very defensive line there from Tam. Newstead could have a chance down the inside here in towards turn number 8 and 9, but thinks against it for this last lap. Any movement he will see from Tam, he will counter it, but in doing so might lose out to Durganov as he tries to look down the inside there, but he's not close enough himself, and that has sealed the job. Checker flag is out. It's going to head to Ascari Volley over the line. He will take that victory from Bertolacini. Perico ahead of Quesada. 7 on Osachi Soslovsky will take P5 from Albert Tam. Austin Newstead from Durganov. Samchek from Zadic. But Sato will round out the top 11 as the biggest mover in that race. 12 places gained. A superb drive at the end of that race, and I'm sure he will be delighted with that result. But there, Oskari Volley, great drive there for the number 77 Parallel Motorsport machine from Finland. Takes P1 at the end of that race. They will make their way back to Parc Fermé. So those clouds loom ever closer. The wind still strong here as the field make their way back. This could be some of the last races we see. Originally, of course, on a dry circuit. We'll have to wait and see what the rain is looking like, though. There's your full results. Top 10 we've gone over, of course. Bassato, the biggest mover in that race, finishes in P11 ahead of Emerson Macandrew-Uren in 12th place. Oiva Venturata from Alessandro Truchot. Leo Lattinen finishing ahead of Leon Chilidze, Jake Kostecki, and Christian Kobe, who rounds out the top 18 positions. The rest of your field, Aurelien Lemaire finishing in 19th from Stefan Mazepin, Savolay Kage from Alexander Legenki, Jonas Pundis from Jeff Abek, Achille Ray from Jean Peugeot, Oliver Haas and Miguel Manzano. Unfortunately, the only retirement in that race, with 3 laps that were remaining at the end of that one. So a very tough result there for the driver who was fighting at that sharp end of the field. We will see these groups out, of course, a little bit later on today. They've got one more race to go of the day to groups D versus F. And a long old wait they will have for that race because they were the first out after the lunch break. They will be a little bit later out in the day. Groups D and F, well, D will be out with groups E, actually in a few heats time, actually, and F will be out with groups A nearer the end of the day. Here's your highlights from that race, and, well, relatively decent start for the field. Watch Achille Ray, though, through this chicane, a full 360 moment in the background on the first opening lap. It was a very tough start for him. And Zano fighting forward in that early stage as well, was able to really get control. But it was the closing in from the likes of Perico at that point. We're still not sure as to actually what happened. We didn't see anything. Of course, everything that we say was speculation with that incident. But, of course, 2 and 2 really make 4. And he was closing in on Manzano. But that point was later on in the race. This was that change in and around that area with overtakes coming in thick and fast. You saw how Newstead was able to have a relatively decent start. They tumbled back a little bit, recovered still, finished in 7th place. Strong result nonetheless. But of course, Mark Caseda, great run there. 7 places gained. Several Sachi Savlovsky, 8 places gained as well. Really strong position there. You can see them making those moves near the end of the race. Albert Tam just behind as well, wanting to get involved in that fray, and did get involved in that fray down the inside of Severodar Sachi-Sadlovsky, but they would take that position back on the exit. You can see he had that line in towards then turn 9 and was able to hold on to that one. Then we saw the likes of Emerson Macandrew-Uren, Oiva Venturata, Alessandro Truchot fighting away for position as over the line, Oskari Volley, number 77, would take a race win here in Kristianstad. We'll be delighted, I'm sure, with that result. We'll head back to Parc Fermé with a smile on his face. That's good points that he very much needed at the end of that one. Clouds still looming in the background, wind conditions still picking up here. Weather on a knife edge going into this second half of the day, but we will cross our fingers that we stay with dry running here in the Champions of the Future Round 4 qualifying heats day today. Of course, preparing our drivers for tomorrow's Superheats and finals. And a lot of pressure on the field here as they get themselves ready. The seniors will be up next, of course, Groups D and F for the OK category. See Ludovico Mazzola and William Kalija back on that front row of the grid after the disaster that we saw for William Kalija earlier on. This will be a chance for redemption. But before that, let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, we're down in Parc Fermé for the first time this weekend, and we're with Oskari Volley, who you've just seen take his first qualifying heats win of the weekend. Oskari, we've been talking about it this week so far. Really difficult starting from that anti-pole side, starting from second. In that one, however, you started from pole, but tell us about your experiences in P2 so far, because it's really hard, right?
Well, this weekend it has been like really hard for me. Now when we start from pole we can win, so the speed has been good, but the starts have not been.
And track itself maybe looks like it's developed a little bit since yesterday, since quali and those early stage races. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and what you've thought about its development?
Like it has been like less grippy this weekend. Like from the qualifying, like yesterday was kind of good, and today was kind of sleepy because of the weather maybe.
Well, Oskari, it's good to see there that you've got that result you finally worked for. That's Oskari Volley, then your heat winner. We'll go back up then because plenty more races left to go today. Next up, we'll go to seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Now, and we will be passing over to those seniors, groups D and F coming up next. Tyres again being deployed at this stage. Now, is this a case because people have seen the weather and are thinking, let's use those slick tyres now because we may not need to use them again for the rest of the day? Can we get a jump on the rest of the field in the class on this one? We'll have to wait and see. You can see a lot of still used slick tyres at the front there. You have to go back to the 4th row of the grid where you'll see the Esprit chassis of that Forza racing machine. The 312 has got brand new tyres on the left-hand side. And that is Nikita Bott, who has got those deployed on that 4th row of the grid. The rest of them all come from the mid to back of the pack. 1 or 2 drivers deploying those. Slavoj Dukovsky as well as another one on the 320 machine, starting on the 7th row of the grid. The entrant from Poland, also brand new tyres on the left-hand side of the grid. There are many more. We'll talk about those a little bit later on, as still you can see, judging by those T-shirts fluttering in the breeze, that wind is still very, very strong, and everyone hunkering down just that little bit, and everyone looking forward to seeing the start of this one, including drivers from the back of the grid. Nefeli Cosmopoulos, so we'll be looking there. The family are there on the hill. The Cosmopoulos family joining us here, and the waving there they are, joining us here this weekend. Good to see them from Circuit 27 here. Rest of the field is primed and ready to go. Middle of the field is going to be looking very interesting indeed, because other drivers here could be finding themselves pushing through. Dean Hugendorn, of course, who had a really strong race earlier on, stepped through the field quite nicely, could do the same here. Ludovico Mazzola now has, of course, that pole side, that inside line on pole position. We heard this, of course, from Oskari Volley, who said, well, that was the first time he was starting on that inside row. It is the same for Mazzola on the pole side. He has started on that inside row before, but of course, that has been him being forced to go to that inside line, but still technically starting second. So this is his first time starting on that inside line on pole position. So this should be a really strong start for the Italian, ready to go on the grid. But we'll, again, have to wait and see that one. We're seconds away from seeing the start of this, as, again, I'm keeping an eye on those clouds in the distance, and I'll keep an eye on my radar on my phone as well. That certainly should make for a very interesting read for this second half of the day. At the moment, the intermediate classifications, it is still Domain in the lead with those points. 194 points to his name from Jakub Kamenek's 163. And we look forward to see if these drivers can move up that order as the day goes on. But all these drivers here now looking to see what they can achieve as the engines fire up and the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Here is your full starting lineup for senior qualifying Heat D versus F. It's Ludovico Mazzola on pole position, joined by William Kalija. Gabriel Canal joins Dan Alaman on the 2nd row of the grid with Asher Osteen and Bosco Arias on row 3. Nikita Bott joins William Marshall on row 4. And remember, Nikita Bott, brand new tyres on that 4th row of the grid. Jiao Fui, Armin Kari Osman, Luke Kornda and Igor Pedrotti round out the next 3 rows on row number 6. Mariano Lopez joins Slavoj Dukovsky on row 7. Of course, we already mentioned as well, Dukovsky new tyres on the left-hand side. They've got Van der Kerkhoff and Hugendorn on row 8 with Christian Alexanderust and Max Wayland on row number 9. Row 10, both brand new tyres here on the left-hand side. Gilles Herman and Valerio Villapiana are deploying that inside the top 20. Francois Cadel and Peter Gorecki, no tyres for them on row 11. The rest are tyres. Row 12, Svet Simonov and Emilia Vishamirska, both tyres on the left-hand side. Fernando Pamir and Zima Yang, both fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Nefeli Cosmopoulos and Musadamad Al-Bassam have gone for fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Row 15, Rafael Ballard, no tyres deployed. Mikhail Gorecki has deployed those tyres on the left-hand side. So a lot of tyres in this one. A lot of drivers wanting to push forward. Wind picking up, clouds moving in, senior kart racing here in Kristianstad. You couldn't ask for anything better. So Nicole Sutherland took a leisurely walk back to the commentary box. There, did you enjoy that walk?
There's a lot of steps to get back up
There's
here.
no excuses. I've had to run back
Are
up
we
here.
going to talk about how out of breath you were earlier when we walked up
I
there?
don't know what you were talking about. No one heard me out of breath. I was absolutely fine.
I think Edgar and the production truck could vouch for me that he said, "Can you give me a minute, guys?"
Absolutely false information there.
okay.
There we go. Right, anyway, into those tram lines. Are we going to be going racing or are we going around again? We are going around again is the answer. Back of the grid was not formed up there. Front of grid was ready to go, back of the grid was not. So that gives you a little bit of chance here, Nicole, to go over those tyres you were looking at. Quite a few being deployed here from the back of the grid. Is this sort of indication of the fact that those clouds are moving in? You were out there. What did it feel like, actually?
You know, it's not really in the air. It's darker out there. You have got complete cloud cover over the circuit now, but it's still, you know, quite warm. It's not cold out there. There is a breeze. You can really feel the wind. I think for the time being, these drivers are absolutely fine. But I would say for the drivers that have gone earlier in deploying that fresher rubber are the drivers that have had maybe a DNF here and there or a bad result. Drivers like Valerio Villapiana, he had a DNF in his first qualifying heat, and that's why you're seeing these drivers think, okay, I really need to pull something out of the bag here if I'm going to appear tomorrow in those superheats and in that final as well. You saw that from the mindset of drivers like Ina Rostad, who was one of your first drivers this weekend to go new rubber, and that was in your previous senior heat. But for now, these drivers, new opportunity, some new, some old when it comes to the tyres. Let's see how they fare.
Into the tram lines again, second attempt at a race start, and it is this time lights out and fights on towards turn one. Good start for Mazzola. This time, of course, the pole sitter on that inside line. The first time he's dealing with that, spins in the background there at the chicane. Drama striking. And that is disaster there in the middle of the field for Gilles Herman. Those fresh tyres deployed have gone to waste. And I think there is that Egon Pedrotti going very slowly at the back of the field as well. Change for the lead down the inside. Is that Kalija pushing through? It is. Remember, he had a DNF earlier on, quite early on in the race. He's going to try and push those forward. Gilles Herman's got restarted. That's good to see. But there is Kalija in control of this fight.
So for Kalija, every single point counts at this stage of the weekend. Every single place counts. Results-wise, you know, other than that DNF, he'll still be in the sharp end of the weekend. Every single opportunity. He's been in that business end of the field. He's taken qualifying heats and wins. Now he really needs to think about things. In towards that first corner, Pedrotti now taken by Dudkovsky. So Dudkovsky has weaved his way through in towards turn number 5. Again, more changes going on. This time, it's for that third spot. Gabriel Canal now switching out with Nikita Bott. Bott really pushing ahead in this race and pushes ahead in 2 consecutive corners now. Gets past the barrel arcs of Ludovico Mazzola.
So, right, that's the field here, closing in at this stage of this race. Early doors now as got in control of that second position. That's still about 6 or so tenths off the back of Kalija, but wanting to close that one in. Bit of action in the background there. There is the likes of Egon Pedrotti. It wasn't him going slowly earlier on. He is absolutely fine, and he's certainly getting involved in that fight. He's starting an almighty battle there with the likes of Lukonaji Halfrey, Armin Carriot Osman losing out in a few positions there. Here comes Dean Hugendorn as well through that field, all looking very, very close. But in this early stage, it's so easy to get caught out in these big battles. You lose the bigger picture, which is trying to close in on the front runners.
So Nikita Bott goes purple, pushes through, and of course is helped because of the fact that he has got fresher rubber on board. Pedrotti once more being overtaken again by Dudkovsky. So Dudkovsky and Pedrotti switching positions as here comes Dean Hugendorn. Oh, Hugendorn almost catches out Pedrotti on the rear end there. Pedrotti just sideways on the back, but manages to stick things down and continue on that charge just ahead of the Williams Paralin driver of Hugendorn, but not for too much longer. Final corner is the one for Dean and gets past and maybe allows the Tony Kart of Valerio Villapiana through as well. Out the front, we have had changes once more. Mazzola still in that P3, but for how much longer? Canal still trying to charge through. Nikita Bott goes fastest as well. Here comes that charge by Gabriel Canal. Gets through on the barrel art and maybe opens things up for Bosco Arias also. Arias will have fresher rubber compared to the drivers ahead. other than Nikita Bott and William Kalija, who he will be equal to because both of those drivers had early race DNFs yesterday. And towards that final sector, down the hill, good control there by Canal. Ludovico Mazzola is not really letting off here. He's not actually, fallen off the back of the ward. New lap being taken. I would say actually the story between these two drivers for that P3 spot is not done and dusted just yet. Further back, names to keep an eye on. Valerio Viapiana, 9 positions gained to now be sat just outside of the top 10. So he's showing new tyres are the way to go for these drivers, and as is Nikita Bott, goes purple once more.
Eye on the radar, and there are a few clouds around with precipitation, but I don't think anything that's going to affect us too much here, which is good to hear. Down the inside, that's a nice change. Dudkowski on Alaman, that moves him up into 8th place in the field. Another gain for him, 6 places he has gained now. Alaman's going to try and fight it back, looks to a tighter line, but cannot commit to the overtake. Dudkowski has that one covered and steps up now 6 places in this race. Over the line, Kalija still in control, however. Nikita Bott is closing, 0.3 of a second is the gap. Is looking quick there from Canal. Mazzola still from Arias, Oshdin, Korda, Dudkowski and Alaman. That fight there on your screen, she halfway just behind, rounding out the top 10. There is your leaders going through. Nikita Bott is continuing to just eke away at that lead of William Kalija.
Is indeed. Talking, here we go. Big send down the inside. Bosco Arias, previous qualifying heat winner, now in and through on Ludovico Mazzola for that P4. As Asher Oshdin is out there, drama out there. That's the energy course
Yang.
and the MP. It's Peter Gorecki and Zemo Yang down towards turn number 14. Neither driver will go any further. That will be it for them for the day, and potentially they could be kissing their hopes of Superheat starts goodbye, because they're two drivers who haven't had the best results so far this week. Kalija, Nikita Bott, Gabriel Canal, Bosco Arias and Ludovico Mazzola. That's your current top 5 with Oshdin there in P6. Zagreb Dudkowski and Luke Korda. That's probably a battle to keep an eye on as, here comes another little fight out there. So we've got Ludovico Mazzola is now being overtaken by the parallels. Asher Oshdin also pushing his way through nicely indeed. This is turning into quite a fight out there, all ignited by William Kalija, who was... William Kalija has dropped down here, Anthony. I'm not sure what's happened there, but Nikita Bott, now your race leader.
He is. I can see that is the case out of the window as well. So that has happened, I think, while we've been watching other fights. So that's quite an interesting development there. So we'll keep a close eye on that. And this might explain something for us. This is the jump over the crest. That's some good air there for the drivers further back in the field. And Oshdin Air, yes indeed. So very nicely done. So Nikita Bott leads the way then. 6 places gained. Is clear now by 2.3 seconds from Gabriel Canal. Bosco Arias is there in 3rd. William Kalija there in 4th place. Certainly a very interesting development in this is down the inside. That is more changes happening. A little further back in the field, but still some great little battles happening all the way up and down that order. There is Mazzola with Dudkowski and Korda. Mazzola's just lost out to that one, and now here down the inside as well as Valerio Viapiana, who's also on a 10-place gain, is really trying to get involved in this fight. Yeah, so pace-wise for Viapiana is being helped by fresher rubber. You could say the same for Luke Korda. Korda didn't go new tyre, but he has got fresher tyre because he had a DNF earlier on today in his last qualifying heat. That was out of that final corner. He had some moments and then pulled things in the end. So for Korda, has maybe boosted his 4-place gain and why he's sat there as quick as he is. Kalija, obviously something didn't quite go right for Kalija in the past couple of laps, and it's really lit a fire in his belly as down the inside. It's a nice little change. That's between Asher Oshdin and Zavrey Dudkowski, as Oshdin is going to take the slightly longer way around to keep that minimum speed nice and high, keep that rev nice and high, and maybe set something up in towards turn number 14. Look at Egon Pedrotti absolutely saying to the rest of the field to back things up. He's trying to get everybody behind him to trip over each other. It's Christian Ross, William Marshall, Mateusz van Kerkhoff and Michael Gorecki. As this is a race replayers, they're all just like scattered all over the place and 4 wide at some moments. Yeah, looked over the left shoulder, the right shoulder, said, no, can't go that way. Looked over to the left shoulder, no, can't go that way. Okay, we'll continue straight. And then, of course, when we get to the next corner, we'll wait and see what happens. And that is what has evolved into that battle at this moment. Still, that fight goes on. Look at this, down the inside, Xiaofei trying to get through. Mazzola battling away, and Dan Aleman just saying, thanks guys, I'll take those 2 places away and try and close in to Valerio Villapiana further up the road.
Yeah, not sure if it's going to be enough time for Dan Aleman for the time being. Out in the front, still the battle continues for Kalijah. So Kalijah now back into P2. Again, these drivers just absolutely bolting over some of these curbs up in the air and then straight back down, and that's the moment that you saw for Ludovico Mazzola, who again is under some threat. This time it's Baiji halfway in towards turn number 5. Moscow Arias has lost out on William Kalijah, so Kalijah sat there comfortable for now, and Arias actually could be looking at maybe losing out on Canal as well, because Canal has got a 10th or 2 under his pocket compared to the Spaniard just ahead. But the race lead is over. I think for Nikita Bott, he's got this one in the bag, 2.6 seconds clear. That is one of your biggest race leads you've seen so far this week.
It really is. This is quite impressive at this stage of the race. Of course, Nikita Bott started this with those fresh tyres, of course, on the left-hand side. This will be helping that benefit, and I think that's really shown the case that a fresh set now at this point of the weekend is actually quite beneficial to a driver. Usually over some race weekends you'll see drivers deploy them, and it actually won't make a difference. If anything, it can be quite more of a hindrance to them to have the fresher tyres. This is not the case here. It definitely looks like it's the right call to go for at this point of the weekend. It's whether or not we will continue to see that trend as the day goes on. Last few overtaking attempts from the field here, and that's a big move there down the inside, and again a little further back in the field, drivers making those positions up at left, right and centre. Valerio Villapiana, 7th place now gained from Luke Corner.
Big stuff going on in the background, drivers just in those sort of P-last spots, still a bit undecided, and trains forming round this track as in towards that 3rd sector. Challenge is on there for the CRGs and the MPs in the background. That's Feli Cosmopoulos being applied, some threats by Emilia Vishimirska out of turn number 14. We are going to see a bit of a change as we do have Nefeli losing out on the exit of the corner. Final lap then, final couple of corners left to go for Nikita Bott, who's 2.1 seconds clear from William Kalijah. For Bott, for Forza, this was a tactical setup when it comes to the tyres. He's been the fastest driver out there at points of the race. He's gained 6 places. He's overtaken drivers like William Kalijah, and now for the first time this year, Nikita Bott is looking at being a race winner.
Yeah, certainly so. This is a great start to, after the lunch break, over the line. Nikita Bott will take that checker flag across the line. Kalijah recovers back to 2nd from Arias. Canal 4th from Dudkovsky. Ostin from Valerio Villapiana, the biggest mover in that race. 13 places gained to finish P7 out of Luke Corner, Dan Aleman and Xiaofei, who will lock out the rest of the top 10. Strong results, but there looked to be a little maybe sigh of relief or a look at the fuel tank there just to see what the situation was. Not too sure, but a great victory there for Nikita Bott, who can celebrate a nice run there.
Yeah, I'm probably sure he's excited that that one is over. Of course, for these drivers, they just want to get it to the line. They want to nurse that cart home. And for Nikita Bott, he's done exactly just that on that Forza. Of course, on the Esprit chassis. So it's Nikita Bott from William Kalijah from Bosco Arias, 1, 2 and 3, with Gabriel Canal and Zavre Dudkovsky being the last drivers inside of your top 5, with Bott and Dudkovsky being 2 drivers inside that top 5 to go new tyres. Asher Ostin, Valerio Villapiana, Luke Cordner, Dan Aleman and Ji Halfway round out your top 10. Ludovico Mazzola, Amin Kara Osman, Max Whalen, Mariano Lopez and Egon Pedrotti taking you to your top 15. After that, we have William Marshall with Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, Christian Rost with Raphael Boulard and Svet Simonov as the last drivers inside of your top 20. Your biggest movers in those top 20 being Valerio Villapiana with 13 and Boulard with 10. We then have Michael Gurecki, Fernando Paima, Nefeli Cosmopoulos, Musad Al-Bassem and Emilia Vishimirska as your 25 finishers. We lost, quite crucially, Dean Hugendorn in the last stages of that race. Zemo Yang, Peter Gurecki, Francois Cadal and at the start, Gilles Herman. Indeed,
A lot of retirements that just snuck through, and actually a lot of moments that snuck through on that one there. in the beginning of that race. This moment didn't sneak past us. This wonderful switch to the inside for William Kalesia to take the race lead away from Ludovico Mazzola. Later to be closed in by Nikita Bott. Still unsure what happened between those two. A sudden disappearance of the race leader down to 4th place. There was a move that didn't go under the radar. A fabulous move from Savio Dudkowski, utilising those new tyres. The same for Nikita Bott as well. Both new tyres for those two drivers and able to gain those positions. There was a tricky moment there for Egon Pedrotti, having to deal with the drivers behind, and once again having to deal with even more, as there was Dean Hugendorn gaining those early positions. Looked very strong at the start, but yeah, as you pointed out, near the middle point of that race, unfortunately did retire from that race. Other overtakes happening. There was Gabriel Canal slowly squeezing his way forward up into 3rd place at that point, and then later did drop down to 4th place, so still a strong result. Only lost out on 1 position in those early stages. There as well was the Ricky Flynn of Bosco Arias. He also gained 3 places in that race to finish up into P3. There was the other 2 retirements in that one, Peter Gorecki and Simo Yang, unfortunately out of that race, as Dean Hugendorn was the later of those 2 retirements. Later on in that race, of course, Nikita Bott would take the race lead. It would drop Kalesia down that order. He would start to fight his way back up through the field, but again, a very interesting situation at that stage of the weekend or that stage of the race to understand how that really transpired between those two.
Yeah, well, for Kalesia, he did fall down the order, but in the end managed to get his way through once more. There's Valerio Villapiana, and that was the switch between him and Luke Cordner that decided that P7 spot. Drivers sort of all over the place in the background. Oh, a bit of a moment there between one of the MPs and the CRGs, and that's what saw Emilia Wiszymirska and Novelli Cosmopoulos go for things. That's it then for Groups D versus F. We'll take a short break before we go into plenty more action.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Back over to the juniors now, and with Groups A versus C heading to the circuit. Daniel Miron and Leonardo Gorski on the front row of the grid for this one. This should be a pretty belter of a race on this one. Nicole, 2 fine racers who have had great results this weekend, now on that front row of the grid together as they make their way out onto the circuit. Not much to report on tyres on this one. Only 3 drivers at the back of the grid who has deployed them, but we'll go over those in a moment. As the engines are fired up already, they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup. Daniel Miron and Leonardo Gorski, they go from the front row of the grid. Of course, Gorski has had a perfect score so far. Can he keep that going from the outside of row 1? Will Green and Priam Bruneau go from row 2? Zach Zhu and Lucas Palacio round out the top 6 on row 3. Theo Palfrain and Stan Ratajski go from row 4. We'll see Liam Nashawati and Alex Malota on row 5. Wenya Bu and Oliver Spencer on row 6. Augustine Felignoli and Nicholas Good on row 7.
Row number 8 backwards is always where it's quite fiery at those starts, and it will be Ludwig Granquist and Aurelio Longatano on row number 8. 9th row, Anton Venon with Jason Cosmopoulos, and then from row number 10, Kevin Pentel will see Ava Lawrence. Your 11th row, it's Portugal, Xavier Lizarro and Elton Hedvas, and then from row number 12, Samuel Hugon and Daniel Ferraria are on that row, and have both elected to go new tyre on board the left-hand side. Row number 13, Maxim Bobrishov sees Lenny Mackinnon no new tyres on that 13th row, until you get to 14, when Alexander Freiberg has decided to put those on the left. Simon Karasas starts alongside him, and then on your 15th and final row, Poland's Jan Garzelik will be all alone in a race that's going to be very fiery indeed at the front row, because of course Daniel Moron, so far, has had 2 qualifying heat wins and a pole overall, with, of course, as well a P2. Then you've got Leonardo Gorski, who poled it in group and has had a hat-trick of qualifying heat wins. We know one thing about Daniel Moron, at that race start, he won't make it easy for Leonardo Gorski, and what we do know is that anti-pole side today seems to have been struggling, so I would definitely be keeping an eye on that MP kart to see if he can hold on to that second spot, see if he can get into the race lead, or see if he gets shuffled into the hands of the others.
Well, we do have to wait and see. This start will certainly be an interesting one for that front row. The clean consistency that we've seen so far from Leonardo Gorski here might be blown into shatters if Daniel Miron decides he wants to defend that race lead, and in doing so, squeezes Gorski into the clutches of Green, Renault, Zach Zhu, of course, has been looking very quick, Palacio, Tio Palfrain has also been looking very quick. The dynamic duo of the Victory Lane team have certainly been a dominant force this weekend. Right then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is no. It is a false start. They are going around again.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting race here then, Anthony, because you've got 2 heat winners in there. Then you've got Will Green, who's a previous final winner. You've got your championship leader of Priam Bruno inside of your top 2 rows. Then you've got Zach Zhu, who's taken a qualifying heat win. Palacio, who needs to put something on the track now after some difficult moments earlier on this weekend. Palfrain has tried to lead races so far this weekend. Ratajski's had some of his best results to date within championship today. Then you've got Liam Natuate, who had his best results earlier on as well inside of the top 3. So, you know, within just your top 4 rows, your top 5 rows, it's going to be an absolute scrap, I would say.
I think it might be as well. I am looking out the window.
Don't say it.
Is it? I don't know. I'm seeing hoods go up here. I don't think it is. If it is, it's very fine. But I don't think we're under too much stress. I'm not going to say what I think it is, even though I think everyone's put 2 and 2 together. Obviously, being tucked away indoors, we have no idea if it is or not. Right, let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's talking about rain again.
I may be. I'm going to have to go really close up with the window here. No, I don't think so. Is it? No, it's not. No, okay, I'm just throwing shade at everyone here right now. It's not, apparently. It's not. There we go. Just trying to keep the tension up, you know, the excitement.
Yeah, but everybody outside knows that it's not raining.
I know, but the people at home don't, because they're not here. So everyone at the track thinks I'm an idiot, but everyone at home thinks, ooh, exciting. Right, anyway, here we go into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Towards turn 1. Good start there for the inside row. Gorski is going to drop back into about 4th or 5th place at the start of that race. He's going to try and get back. A very sideways moment there for Will Green through that chicane, but he keeps control of it. Zach Zufa coming right behind. They load each other into the corner, though. A little bit of time lost there for 3rd place backwards, so it allows the 2 at the front to break away. But it is those 2 of Zach Zhu and Tio Palfrain that were there in 2nd and 3rd. And now it's changed that round the outside for Will Green. That is absolutely outrageous.
Will Green round the outside moment. Knew that the grip existed at turn number 7. Of course, these drivers have been laying that down time and time again throughout the testing, qualifying and heats because of that long sweeping nature of the circuit. And Will Green just caught Daniel Moron absolutely off guard because Moron looks to maybe lose position now to the victory lane. They go side by side, wheel to wheel on the exit of turn number 14. But Moron is going to hold on to it ahead of TL Palfrain. Zach Zu's now having to deploy a shield to Palacio, Gorski and Liam Natuate. We said it, this is going to be a fight between these drivers. There's big send down the inside again by Tio Palfrain. Again, he's going to go pod to pod. It goes completely over the grass, completely under the overtake there of Palacio. Palacio now through. Here comes Gorski back into the fight. Gorski's had some good patience over the course of this lap despite that difficult start. As all whilst that's been unfolding, Will Green's just sort of driving around in his own air saying, well, what are you not playing at?
Yeah, indeed, but the gap has come down a little bit between Miron and Green, so that fight definitely not over. For Gorski here, patience is going to be the key thing he needs to pick up on over the course of this race. He knows he's had a perfect weekend so far. He's looking to try and demonstrate that again. It's all very defensive there, down in towards turn number 1. We've seen many of the victory lanes. That Priam Bruno defending from Stan Ratajski for position. I believe it is. Gorski's patience has run out. He has gone for second place. That is nicely done. That's allowed Palacio to get through. That's Miron now down to fourth place.
Let's see how Miron responds to this, because I don't think he's going to get overly frustrated, but he is now going to lose a position. That's Zak-Zu and Tiao Palfrain trying to get through. Miron tries to catch the line once more, but forces Zhu off onto the grass, and Zhu actually takes the position away, but he will have dirty tyres for a corner or so. So, in the course of all of that's been going on over the course of the past lap, is Will Green, Gorski and Palacio. They're 1, 2 and 3 with Palfrain, Zhu and Daniel Miron. Then you've got Priyan Bruno, Stan Ratajski and Leo Nachuetti in that fight that you just saw on your screen. And Priyan Bruno now starts to defend from the two Ricky Flynns behind, that then have, of course, Malotta into things. Priyan Bruno, though, however, is going to cost himself some time. He's just lost out on not 1, but 2, make it 3 positions through turn number 5.
Yeah, that's a nice run there, and Gorski, I think, was in a good mind there to get that overtake done. He's just set the fastest lap of the race and is already closing in on Green at the front of that one. While that is happening, it is still kicking off here in the background between Nachuetti, Malotta, Bruno and Wenyabu, who are all fighting for position. And there you can see Malotta in front of Priyan Bruno is holding up that 4-cart train that still has Granqvist at the back of it. This is at the front now. Look at this. Gorski's under massive pressure from Green. It's not going to happen. Oh, no, sorry. It's Gorski who's made that move already on Green. He has done that, and that is as quick as he likes as Green attacks down in towards turn 1. Gorski defends it near contact between the two of them, keeps Palacio at play.
Well, so far then you've had almost 9 different junior winners in these qualifying heats. Was going to be maybe potentially 10, but now Gorski is taking it back. Gorski on the charge once more. It was 3 qualifying heat wins. Now he's trying to look at a 4th, but Palacio is in there. Palacio could be a name to put things on that top spot as Green gives there Gorski a bit of a boost in towards that 3rd sector as 3 wide on towards the entrance, all led by Ava Lawrence.
How many times have we said 3 wide at some point today? It's happened far too many times for my liking, but these drivers certainly getting involved in it. Gorski now has started to break away. Tiao Palfrain looking to the inside at turn 1 on Palacio, not close enough for it. Locks back into position. Zak-Zu still right behind them indeed. So Green is now leading a 4-cart train as again another attempt. This time Palfrain does get it done. Zak-Zu follows through. Palacio down to P5. Zhu now also looking to the inside of his teammate. Can't quite do it. Again, sits back, and now that's really allowing the drivers behind to close in. Here comes Miron back into the fray. Ratajski's still there as well, and has just set the fast lap of the race. Leo Nachuetti is rounding out that fight. So as quickly as it was just like the top 4, now we've got the top 8 fighting for position.
Yeah, Daniel Miron now has just lost out to the Ricky Flynn duo there. Ratajski and Leo Nachuetti has just managed to find their way through. This is between Palacio there, Gorski and Will Green. So that is the switch at the front. That is the attempted overtakes. It's now actually allowed Leo Gorski almost 0.8 of a second to Will Green. Will Green now tailing off slightly. As Tiao Palfrain looking strong. So Palfrain actually now into 3rd. Palacio's dropped down to 5th.
That's a very interesting one. Down the inside there again. More happenings. Ratajski on the charge through. Here comes Leo Nachuetti to the inside. 2 for 1, but Stan Ratajski gets the up and under on both of them and manages to push forward as Elton Headfords goes under investigation at this point of the race. Still some big movers throughout this field. Palfrain on the 4th-place gain. Ratajski Nachuetti on 3 places gain. Granqvist on a 5th-place gain. Antoine Venard, Jason Cosmopoulos 4 places gain. Lazaro 4 places gain. Dan Ferreira 6 places gain. That might be benefited with a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side with a 6th place gain in this race. This is the fight for 2nd place. Tiao Palfrain is there in P2 on that 5th place gain now. Trying to close in. Zak-Zu now with the move down the inside. Once again, these two, both victory lane drivers, have been looking so fast this weekend.
Absolutely have, and for the time being, they're actually outperforming their teammates, current championship leader of Priyan Bruno. So Tiao Palfrain, this is the best we've seen from him so far this year. Of course, for Zak-Zu, we've seen him actually at the front a couple of times, and Le Conquer was very strong indeed. So we're kind of used to seeing Zhu in the fight. What we're maybe not used to is seeing Daniel Moron as far down as he currently is. He's now sandwiched in between Ludwig Cranquist and Priyan Bruno, has just dropped down and has been muscled out as sends down the inside. This is previous.
That was the start of the race. That was the change of the race lead and that moment. Or was that the senior race? No, I think that was the previous race. There we go. Right, so Gorski leads the way. Actually, they've taken a good chunk of time out of Gorski already, but the time that they've got to do it is very quickly running out. It's still over a second is that gap. I think Gorski's got this one covered from these two. Yes, definitely he's got it covered. Zhakzu's down the inside and fights for second place.
Yeah, so as quickly as they gain that time, they lose it. You've got Tor down the inside again. Do you know what? Theo Palfrain says to teammate Zhakzu, I'm having this one. This is my result to keep. In towards that third sector, we'll see if things light up once more, as this is now that start. This from Will Green is outrageous round the outside. Confidence there with the grip, with the kart, and pulls off into the race lead. Palfrain holding off teammate of Zhakzu, so you've got team setups there for P2 as well as for P4, because you've got Palfrain from Zhakzu, the victory lane setup, then you've got the two Ricky Flins with Stan Ratajski and Liam Nashuete still undecided as we head through our final lap.
So Gorski leads by 1.5 seconds from this now mutiny between the teammates, Palfrain and Zhakzu, fighting away. They need to be careful because they have got the two Ricky Flins closing in behind of Stan Ratajski and Liam Nashuate, who will want to pick up the pieces of these two fighting away. Still further down in the field, battles happening thick and fast. That is Lenny Mackinnon past Elton Hedsford. But this at the front, Leo Gorski kept his composure. Did the driver from Poland, MP Motorsport, takes another race win over the line. Gorski, it's 4 out of 4 and is looking the strongest junior driver. In fact, I would say the strongest driver this weekend in the Champions of the Future. Leonardo Gorski is looking at what could be a pole position start for the Superheats tomorrow. With only one more race to go, Gorski is very much in control. Palfrain will finish in a very competitive P2 ahead of Zhakzu, who finishes ahead of Stan Ratajski. Liam Nashuate in P5 from Will Green. Palacio in 7th from Priyan Bruno. Daniel Miron, it's a tough start from pole position, tumbled to 9th place, but does round out the top 10 with Ludwig Cranquist, who rounds out that top 10. Field will make their way back to Parc Ferme then. Here is a look at the full results. Of course, top 10 we've gone over. Antoine Vinon will take P11 on a 6th place gain ahead of Alex Malota. And Wenyabu, Augustine Felignoli in 14th from Jason Cosmopoulos in 15th. Xavier Lazaro from Oliver Spencer and Kevin Pentel, who ran out the top 18. 19th place downwards sees Daniel Ferreira and Maxim Bobajov. They see Ava Lawrence and Lenny Mackinnon. Elton Hedford's under investigation, but finishes that race 23rd ahead of Nicholas Guth and Alexander Freitberg. Simon Carreras finishing in 26th place from Sami Hugon, Aurelio Longatano, and Jan Garzjelek. All 29 karts that started that race finished that race, which is good to see. And there is Leonardo Gorski back in to the Weybridge area. We'll be, I'm sure, chatting with him in a few moments' time. Here is your highlights from that. Well, Gorski on the outside line. This is where Patience had to come in. He would tumble down to about 4th or 5th place at the very start of that race. You can see how that inside line was able to squeeze their way through. In fact, actually, I think it was about 6th place he managed to drop down to. Did recover from there, though, with the outlandish overtakes that happened at the very beginning of that race. This moment here, round the outside for Will Green, as a once great Welsh commentator said, a bit of Slim Shady round the outside action there for Will Green. Rest of the field then at this stage started to close in, and then we started to see the dynamic duo again of the victory lane drivers here, Theo Palfrain and Zhakzu, making their position very clear, but Dan Anaman at that start of the race wasn't going to give up position too quickly. There was that change again, the recovery drive for Leonardo Gorski. One at a time. Patience had to come into play, but that patience did prevail. Back up into 2nd place. Later slowly caught in on the race leader. of Will Green and was able to take that position away in a pretty clean situation. Zach Su there getting squeezed off the road there with Daniel Miron trying to keep those positions, and that certainly kick-started a great battle all the way throughout, and we saw those fights raging on. This was that lead change. Gorski down the inside, able to take away. This was a heart-and-mouth moment. Over the line, Green trying to retake that one from Gorski. Gorski smashing over the front end and just denying him a chance of getting through and holding on to that lead. Then this one for Stan Ratajski, great up and under, 2-for-1 special. Nashawati trying to get the overtake, not able to do so. Over the line, it would go for Gorski. I think that was a check of the nose cone for him, and I think actually may have dropped, actually, looking how low it was. We'll have to wait and see for Gorski. That was a very brief check there for him. Let's see what those results say. But that is the juniors done and dusted. We are going to head down to Parc Ferme and over to our race winner.
Well then, we're with Leonardo Gorski, the driver who's had a perfect score so far this weekend. 200 points to his name so far. Leo, great stuff from you. You've taken every qualifying heat win that you've been in. But of course, that race was a bit more different for you. You actually were pushed back at the start. So can you tell us how you got pushed back and then how you got back to the front?
On the start, it was a bit difficult from the outside. Everyone's trying to push in, you know, go inside. I had to let some guys go. It's better not to crash. Like you saw a lot of like Perico and Wale, they had a bad start from second. And it's better not to risk here. After that, we just got one by one. We were really fast on the start. And then we got green, we did a nice send, and then we just got away a bit, I think.
Well, it's great to see the points that you've collected so far, and one more qualifying heat left to go for Leonardo Gorski, who could be looking at a Superheat pole tomorrow, but that's to be confirmed later on in this afternoon. Before we go into that, we'll go to some more senior racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed, back to the seniors, and well, lots to digest in this next race because there is a lot of tyres in the senior category, starting from the 4th row onwards. Everyone from the 8th row on the inside line, the odd side of the grid, have all deployed fresh tyres, all on the left-hand side, starting from Francisco Rocha all the way from Pradir, Babichkova, Salamonde, Bo, through Malai Swame, Lavar, Kim, and Frigg. They've all got new tyres left-hand side of their carts. Other drivers as well, even on the even side of the grid, have also deployed those. All of them past Nicola Ferreira. She has not deployed them right now. Gavin Adam has as well. Stalmack has. Mika Runitz has. There is obviously Max Sakai, who is missing from the grid. Eric Bondarov also has deployed them. So everyone really from the 8th row downwards has got those fresh tyres. There you can see the schedule of the rest of the day. Now, we are currently in groups A versus C for the senior category. Then we have the rest of the day there with groups D and E, A and F, and then B and C. They will round out the day. So only a handful of races to go here to really finalise what we will see in that last intermediate classification. See who will start where for those Superheats. A and C is the last race of that rotation before we go into that full final rotation. That will see groups D versus E, and that will be starting at 3:25 for that last rotation. Last chance for drivers to score points on the board. Whistle blows at the front of the field. Engines get fired up. The drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then for senior qualifying heat A versus C. Benjamin Magnac and Olivier Ricini go from row number 1 again. That's a great front row here. Let's see what happens. Filippo Salo and Evan Purcell will join on that second row of the grid with Gustavo da Silva and Jacopo Justo on row number 3. Oliver Kinmark has deployed tyres here on row 4 on the left-hand side, joined by Indra Peschel on that 4th row. Zach Drummond and Bruno Blanco go from row 5 with Roland Nagy and Ili Christian on row number 6. Row 7 we'll see Zach Green and James Adignosianos with row 8 seeing brand new tyres on board with Francisco Roja and Eric Bondarov on that 8th row.
From row number 9 on board that left-hand side, Thomas Pradir has elected to go new tyre, who should be starting alongside Max Lacroix, but he is missing from your grid. Row number 10, it's Teresa Babichkova with Manuel Maguez, and then from 11, all new on board the left-hand side for both Eduardo Salamond and Mika Runitz. Same can be said for the next rows backwards. Row number 12, it's Matt Bow with Victor Stalmack. 13th row, Judith Rumalai Swami with Gavin Adam, and then from 14, Yuri Lavar will look at Christian Goodson. 15th row, only new for William Kim, no new tyres for Nicole Ferraria. Row number 16, your final row, it will be Nicola Frigg.
Well, everyone ready to see the start of this one. Still, that wind is high up there, but the air temperature holding 19 degrees. Still a relatively calm day here for the field. Domain leads the points at the moment. 194 from Kamenek's 163. Tal with 148. Hernandez with 147. Arias with 145. But Magnac sits there with 144. That is a driver with 2 wins and a second place to his name. Domain, of course, saw that great race earlier on. This for Magnac is going to be an important one for Olivier Ricini as well. This is an important one. The driver who in his first race as a senior just sits outside of the top 8 in the points, but I can imagine is only 1 or 2 points behind the likes of Noah Baglin, who is 8th with 137. But we wait to see what happens in this race. The seniors then line themselves up into those tram lines. Benjamin Magnac and Olivier Ricini on the front row of the grid as we get ready to go racing, but we'll have to wait another lap because it's a false start and they will go round again.
So for drivers looking for points, James Anagnostiadis will be one of those. Of course, he's a driver that is a championship standings leader, but a driver that's not actually won a final so far yet. Didn't have the qualifying that he would have wanted. Now looks to try and continue to cut through the field to take away some points. And now we'll start from further back, but on that 7th row of your field. Keep an eye on the Australian, and the same could be said for other drivers like Zach Green, who did actually make it inside of your top 3 earlier on this weekend. Now you can tell that out there some of the track conditions are starting to change. Anthony caught up with Oscar Ivoli earlier. He said it's different from yesterday. The track is evolving, developing, and it's a lot colder this afternoon than it was in our early stage heats this morning.
Yeah, and again, track dynamics can be an interesting subject for the drivers. It can be wildly different from race to race, of course, for the field. Tracks always do evolve over the course of a race weekend, and I'm sure this will continue to evolve as we go into finals day tomorrow. There, the Orange Army here at the Kristianstad circuit. We could not go racing without the fabulous Orange Army. And I believe it was last time here we had a wonderful video from the marshals here to really showcase their stories and where they come from and why they got involved in this. And we do always ask for local residents or wherever you are around the world, if you've got a kart track or a car circuit near you, always inquire to your local ASN to join the fabulous marshalling teams. Right then, here we go into the tram lines. Another attempt at a start here for the seniors. This time it's good. This time we're racing towards turn 1. Sala on the inside line. Immediately will attack Olivier Ricini as Magnac holds on to the lead here. 1 or 2 carts going wide onto the grass at the start of that race. But they all rejoin in a bit of a fray in the background. Crucially, everyone gets through. Magnac in the lead, followed by Sala. Down the inside goes the victory lane. This is De Silva. Great start for De Silva into 3rd place. Immediately is defending it. Holding off. It looked like he was being pushed there into the corner as he was trying to stop that victory lane machine. Rest them go through. Clear breakaway now for the top 2. Magnac and Sala in control of this race.
This is what Sala needs when it comes to those points. He's been strong, but probably not as strong as he would have expected after that qualifying result yesterday. For the Ferrari driver, now looks at Benjamin Magnac as in sync there, down towards turn number 14. 2 overtakes happening in the sharp end of your order. 1 to 5 is Magnac, Sala, De Silva, Kinmark and Sini. So Sini, not the start he would have wanted, but it's all you can expect really when you're starting from that 2nd spot on the grid. The drivers on that inside row just making it very difficult indeed for the field to get tucked in. Purcell has made the switch on James Anagnostiadis, so Anagnostiadis just having to allow there the Forza to have the position as Sini loses out once more. This time it's to Zach Drummond, jumps on the defensive to Peschel and Justo there. Justo looking very strong indeed in the parallel. Sandwich there in between the 2 Tony karts, because we've also got the Alpine driver of Ili Christian arriving also.
Kinmark now up to 3rd place as well. is going to try and close in, is setting the fastest lap of the race on this lap. He's going to cross the line. He'll take a 51.351 over the line. Adam Gracialis to the inside green, being covered off there. Fight for 12th place is on. Where is Kinmark in comparison to Sala?
Wow.
That gap is closing in as, again, the sends down the inside. Kristianstad past Justo, that's for 8th place.
Kinmark then, fastest driver out there, a driver that had a disqualification earlier on this weekend, now looks to make up some points. Drivers that are also pushing through, Terry Babchkova can be found in the fight there on your screen, which includes Pradir, Blanco, Gabin, Adam as well, as Bondarov rounds things out as a long train starts to form there through that second and down towards the third sector. Terry Babchkova there, you can see her just on the tail of Pradir shortly ahead. Out of the final corner, these drivers will be back on the power nice and early to run things back up the hill. Drummond is a driver this weekend that's gone slightly under the radar. He's always somebody that you can reliably count on to be inside of the top 10, and he's done that in every final so far this year. Did it at Valencia, Le Conca and at Mulsanne, and I'm predicting he will be in there in the final again. Somebody out at turn number 5. Somebody's going completely across the road. That's Gavin Adam, and somebody is completely cutting across the grass, and I think has actually regained across the track as well. So cutting out turn number 6 completely. It was, I think, an orange cut, maybe Francisco Roca that was involved.
Yeah, it was. It's just jumped back to 14th place. Oh, that's a big, robust send there for 2nd place. Kinmark on Sala. Beautifully done into that final turn. Check over the shoulder for Sala. Can see that the gap is big. He might work with Kinmark here to try and close in on Magnac. Kinmark's doing his own job of trying to break away. He has done that already. He's got a 1.4 second gap to try and close in, with us only being on lap number 5 of 13. Very doable.
Yeah, absolutely, indeed. So Kinmark trying to chase. Francisco Roca has just gone purple, but it's because he cut the track, so he's not actually the fastest driver out there. Drummond still looking strong and probably hoping that the battle for the race lead starts to light up. You said it earlier on, Anthony, how many times have we said that these drivers have been going 3 wide around this circuit? Well, they continue to show us it, and they continue to show us it in both classes. The seniors battling just as hard, but again, these are your drivers in the background, Nicola Frigg and Bondarov being 2 of those. Pradir is the driver just leading round this battle as in towards that first corner. Maybe we're going to be seeing a switch between Mika Runitz there and the Paralin of Eduardo Salamond. Final couple of parts to try and play for today for these drivers. Of course, many have had some big spills this weekend, and that could cut the weekend short for many. We won't even qualify a lot of these drivers into those Superheats tomorrow morning. Sends down the inside at turn number 7. It's a nice little change between the victory lane and the Paralin of Frigg and Bondarov.
Indeed, while Frigg there going down to 21st place. Someone trying to get that move down the inside. Manuel Maguez moving up to 23rd from Thunderbird. That is for 23rd place. Gap over the line, 1.3 seconds between Kinmark and Magnac. Don't think Kinmark's making too many legs there on Magnac's lead. As that was a brief look to the inside there, potentially towards turn 1, but no chances there. Salomon Stalmack all past Frigg. Yuri Lavar past Jude through Malai Suame. Both of them getting past Bo. And again, that's a little further down in the order. Magnac leads from Kinmark. Sala as Zach Green goes to move down the inside on Ikema Justo. And that is for 9th place.
Just saw the dive by Ili Kristian there, the Alpine driver on Sini. So Sini continuing to reverse within this race. And Kristian actually deciding to light things up slightly in this stage of the weekend. There's the Aston Martin driver just backing up the 2 Forzas into each other. Stuff there by the DPK. It was, of course, Roland Nagy. It was Purcell and Francisco Roca just sort of switch out. Magnac's lead, 1.4 seconds, I think, for him, despite still half a race distance left to go. It's very calm and comfortable out there. Kinmark 5 places gained. Sala still sat there in P3 for now. I would say, Zach Drummond is still on a charge here. Here's the 2 Tony Karts still sat there quite comfortable. Peschel and Kristian there maybe look to work together to get up to Gustavo da Silva. Salomon fastest for DPK. Times consistent by these drivers. Helped, of course, that they're trying to baby these tyres, that Maxxis rubber. These Forzas here, Anthony, providing a bit of entertainment. This is Francisco Roca and their Evan Purcell, who are actually costing themselves some time, I would say, and allowing Teresa Babchkova to catch up.
Certainly so. There is your race leader, Benjamin Magnac, as we go on to lap number 9 of this race. Gap 1.5 seconds. That is extending now to 1.6. Kinmark, despite his best efforts, getting up into second place with these 5 places gain. I think he has peaked here as Frigg sets the fastest lap of the race and changes in the background. That is Christian past Peschel, and that is for 6th place on track. Olivier Dicini is still just in the background, but Green is closing in as well. And I can imagine Zach Green will want to gain a fair few more positions in this one. He's already on a 4-place gain. More will help. This could help him. Cini down the inside. Here's Green now. He'll look to the inside, maybe in towards turn number 1. No, he will think against it. But that is Cini fighting back through the field now and up into 7th place.
So Kinmark is still trying to push out there. Talking of pushing, here comes Will Green. Zach Green, older brother of Will Green. Green now in on Peschel. Peschel has been demoted as Anagnosiadis is trying desperately to get involved in this one as well. As Green will now look at De Silva and Drummond too. Frigg goes fastest and of course is one of those drivers tyre-wise did deploy things, as did Oliver Kinmark. Kinmark still sat there second, isn't actually eating into that 1.7 second gap that Magnac's got, despite, putting on some new Maxxis rubber. It's not quite enough. Magnac is just genuinely that fast.
Yeah, this is a really good drive from Benjamin Magnac. Of course, that incredible pole time that he set, of course, a new lap record, again showcasing some really quick speed in those earlier races, and he's still showcasing that now with these original tyres from that qualifying session. So put it this way, going into tomorrow, when he does his, maybe later today, deploys them, but I doubt it. If he does save them for tomorrow, he's going to be in a really good spot. And again, still looking like a favourite here.
Absolutely. So looking like one of the favourites, because of course, as the time stands, he's tied on points with 194 to his name with Henry Domain. Is currently the leader of the points because he out-qualified Henry, because he was pole overall yesterday. But for Benjamin Magnac, he's really pushing forward and he's continuing to impress this weekend on his best weekend to date within Champions of the Future. In towards the first corner, these drivers will go once more. Magnac from Kinmark, Sala, Drummond, they're settled, but it's not settled in the background. These drivers just trying to make those carts as wide as they possibly can. That was Pradier you just saw ending off. Runitz, Frigg and Bondarov.
Yeah, that was a lot further down in the order, I think around 21st, 22nd place over the line. So we'll keep a close eye on those battles as they rage on. Moore sends down the inside here, and that is Bruno Blanco on Francisco Roja, stepping up through that field as Roja is under investigation now at this point of the race. So we will definitely keep a close eye on that one. In that long train now, really starting to gather some attention from other drivers as over the line to see the last lap board. Benjamin Magnac absolutely fine and dry at the front here. Will join Domain with those points of the 194. They've already raced each other today, which is why they see those second places that they've seen. They both have had a second place. They've not had a perfect score, but still certainly looking like the favourites into that final.
Absolutely, he's been doing a stellar job so far this weekend. He has been star of the show. He's of course a history maker now at the Assen Ring with a fastest lap in history in the direct drive category of senior OK. So for Benjamin Magnac, this weekend is going absolutely stellar indeed. Magnac from Kinmark from Filippo Sala. As he crosses the line, he will of course see that checkered flag and take yet another qualifying heat win ahead of Kinmark and ahead of Sala. Good job though from Oliver Kinmark with that new tyre fresh on board to help himself after that disqualification yesterday. Definitely cost him some points. There he is though. What can you say other than, fantastic for Benjamin Magnac. Really good stuff so far. Kinmark P2, Sala P3, and points-wise, those drivers are looking stronger with Sala now promoting himself up the points, and he's currently sat 5, but of course we have got more qualifying heats left to go this afternoon. Nicola Frigg was one of the other drivers to go new at the start of this race when it came to those tyres, and in the end managed 12 places to be gained. No one really challenged that gain in the end. The next biggest charge was 6 places, and that was by Ili Christian. So your top 3 we've gone through. Zach Drummond and Gustavo da Silva then take you to the last drivers inside of the top 5. Christian, Sini, Green, Peschel and Anagnostiadis take you to P10, with Justo, Nagy, Purcell, Teresa Babichkova and Bruno Blanco being the last in top 15. Francisco Roca, Mika Runitz, Thomas Pradir, Nicola Frigg and Eric Bondarov take you to your top 20. Viguez, Stalmack, Eduardo Salamond, Yuri Lavar, Jude Tharumalai Swami, Christian Gunnarsson, Matabo, William Kim and are your last of your finishers. Nicole Ferraria, Gavin Adam did not finish, and of course we did not see Max Lacroix. We're expecting not to see him for the rest of the weekend. That concludes Groups A versus C. We'll see these groups, of course, later on this afternoon. But for the time being, Benjamin Magnac within your senior field does control those points, and there he is on your screen. We'll go back to the Ward camp, which I'm sure are very happy indeed so far this weekend.
Sure so as well, and we look forward to seeing their racing later on today. Here is your highlights from that race. Great start there for Magnac, sweeping across the front of Olivier Sini. Filippo Sala capitalised on that as well, was able to get up into second place at the start of that one. 1 or 2 karts going wide through that chicane. Then we started to see the push through the field again. We saw Victory Lane drivers Gustavo da Silva trying to gain those positions from 5th place on the grid. Did fall back to 5th place, but did stay there for the remainder of that race, so didn't lose any positions. Crucially didn't gain any either, but still coming away with some decent points. Later, Zach Drummond started to make his way up the order. There was those overtakes as he would gain 5 places in that race to finish in P4. The same for Ili Christian as well. 6 places gained, managed to squeeze up into P6 as there was the moment in the background. Gavin Adam out of the race, and I think Francisco Roja was the driver who went under investigation for going off the circuit, and that may have been for, well, skipping half of the lap to rejoin. That's usually quite frowned upon while racing. More other overtakes happened down in towards turn number 1. Great fighting, but this was much further down in that field. Thumalai Swami fighting away with Yuri Lavar. Eric Bondarov as well fighting away with Nicola Frigg. That was 19th and 20th places. Nicola Frigg was one of the biggest movers out there, 12 places gained over the course of that one. Zach Green getting the positions done in that later stage. Also 5 places gained, managed to get that overtake past Yindra Peschel. As going on to that last lap, the fights certainly did rage on up and down that order, with positions being gained left, right and centre. But everyone here under the watchful eye of Benjamin Magnac across the line. Another victory, take the lead of the points. Joint now with Henry Domain, as they will have one more race each. Both of them looking like they could be joint on points, but of course the pole sitter from qualifying will take the honours if they are joint on points. Juniors coming up next. And Nicole, a lot of tyres to talk about in this next one. This time, it's all coming from the front rows now. It is starting to get into the business end of the qualifying heats.
Absolutely is. So we're now in the late rotations of this qualifying heats. For some of these drivers, these are their last couple of moments today. They've really got to put some work in. And of course, this has been a very quick turnaround time indeed for many of your drivers, particularly Groups D, who are starting on that pole side, as we saw them not too long ago when Oskari Volley took that win, his first win of the weekend. And now we will start from pole once more. This time he will see team Antonio Pizzonia directly next to him.
Certainly will. So let's see how that will transpire with all of these drivers going brand new tyres, left-hand side. Ascari Volley and Antonio Pizzoni on row 1. They'll be joined by Martin Bertolacini and Alexander Lazarus on row 2. Miguel Manzano and Harry Williams go from row 3 with Austin Newstead and Giulio Dividella on row 4. Albert Tam and Atika Mir go from row 5. Every single one of the drivers inside the top 10 have deployed new tyres on the left-hand side. Row 6 sees Marc Caseda, also new tyres. Alexandre Poin has not. Row 7 sees Severoda Sachadlowski and Jarlis there, both of them brand new tyres left-hand side.
No tyres for row number 8. It's Achille Ray and Felipe Sanchez. From row number 9, it's Oyvind Venturata and Denny Babicek. Both of those drivers, of course, have already deployed new tyres, but Babicek being one of those drivers has actually decided to stagger them between the front and the rear. Row number 10, new tyres on board the left for both Jono Pujol and Tiberius Müller, and the same could be said for row number 11, which has the two Brits of Emerson Makanji-Uren and Lucian Smith. Row number 12, Guillaume Bassato and Libor Vlasak. Bassato already has deployed new. For Libor Vlasak, he has put that one in this session. 13th row, Aurelien Lemaire and Kevin Garib, and then from row number 14, no new tyres for Oliver Haas, but on board the left-hand side, the Spaniard of Navala Morales has decided to put some fresh rubber on. So, for these drivers, like we say, it's last moments for many of the field. For Oskari Volley, he's looking to try and go for 2 consecutive qualifying heats wins. His second time this weekend, or this week, starting from the pole side. Antonio Pizzonia has had to start from that P2 spot quite a couple of times now, and in all times that he's had to do that has actually really suffered for these race starts.
Yeah, but if he could finish this one with a race win, 2 qualifying heat wins right at the end of the day where it really mattered, will certainly put some decent points on the board for the entrant from Finland. Here we go then into those tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. It is lights out, fights on for the last 8 today for groups D and E in towards turn number 1. Good start for the field. Oskari Rolli holds on to the lead into the braking zone at turn 4. Takes the optimal line, the Ward Racing machine. Pizzonia Bertoluccini fighting away, but there you can see it is Bertoluccini who's got that run into second place. For Pizzonia, he has dropped back into that fray. You can see he's got the likes of Miguel Manzano there into third. All of those karts trying to fight for the same piece of tarmac there in this early phase. It's incredible to see them race so closely and fair as well. Into that third and final sector, they'll negotiate into that final hairpin, but it's still a clear getaway for Oskari Rolli, who leads the way at the end of the opening lap from Bertoluccini, Manzano, Pizzonia from Newstead, Lazarus from Williams, Tam from Casada, Atika Mir locking out the top 10.
Things cracked and fell apart in the race for Manzano in his last qualifying heat. So for him, he needs a good result within this one to set himself up for tomorrow's Superheats. Down the inside, we've got the Forzas really trying to push through now as Harry Williams, the McLaren driver, was just that name to really start to lead this one. 3 wide, 2 wide on towards the entrance of turns 9, 10 and 11. These are the drivers that have been in the midfield quite consistently so far this weekend. They need to be front runners now to try and collect some points, try and scoop something up to set themselves up for better qualifying results when looking on to Saturday. Oskari Volley out there in the front, half a second clear now from Martin Bertoluccini. Both drivers, of course, on board a Paralin, one for the factory team, one for the satellite of Ward. Then got Manzano currently sat there comfortable, I would say, for P3, but Antonio Pizzonia, we called it, would fall short in the start of this race, would start to come back into life like you would expect from Antonio, and is now trying to chase down your fastest driver on the track.
He is, and all these drivers here throwing in the gauntlet right now as well. That's Big Sens in the background there. Emerson McAndrew gaining places, so is Oyvind Venturata, 14th and 16th place for those two, and Alexander Point right in the middle of that fray is going to drop down to 15th place now, as there again another up and under, beautifully done for Manzano. That's for second place. Bertoluccini down to 4th place now as Pizzonia squeezes his way through. Oskari Rolli's lead now holds at 7/10 of a second, but this time from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver of Miguel Manzano.
I'm sure Manzano probably feels like he's got some unfinished business after his previous qualifying heat. Pace-wise between him and Oskari Volley is that they are matched on 52.4s, despite Manzano, of course, having to overtake. Williams is the fastest driver out there. He's looking at Lazarus, who's looking at Bertoluccini, who is then looking at Antonio Pizzonia there on your screen, but there is a gap out there between Bertoluccini and Lazarus, who now barrels plenty of speed down the hill to then wind things back up in towards the entrance of turn number 14. Drivers back on the power early on the exit of the corner to then head back up the hill and towards the start to finish gantry. Oh, something's just gone wrong there pace-wise. I think is that Harry Williams is under some threat? No, it's Austin Newstead. The Great Brit of Austin Newstead then just sacrificed something from turn number 14 and made himself a bit vulnerable, I would say, now to Jarlath Sayer.
Certainly has. Speaking of being a little bit vulnerable out there, I think Oskari Rolli might be in a bit of a vulnerable situation here. The gap has come down to just over half a second. And Zano is starting to pile on that pressure, but he is bringing Pitsonia as well. He's bringing Bertolacini also there, still in the background. Oinvetera, Emerson McAndrew-Uren trying to close in on Jarlath Sayer. And you said, who you were just talking about, that could be a battle that could rage on very, very soon in the latter stages of this race. And there they go, continues to push through, and that's a very robust move there in the background. This is Denny Babacek trying to get past the likes of Jean Peugeot. Has done that and has kick-started an almighty battle there through turns 1 and 2.
Absolutely has. So that's just the sort of backing up into traffic that you're seeing for some of these drivers, all ignited by Denny. Newstead now the fastest out there, so it was his teammate of Harry Williams. Now it's Austin's turn, but Austin still trying to deal with Jarlath Sayer and still trying to look at Vsevolod Osachi-Zaslovsky. Oh, you're just seeing these drivers now. It's Achille Ray being muscled out there in the Barrichello branded Birrell in towards turn number 5. Seeing these drivers now really try and push and shove each other because we are in crunch time. We've finally seen Emerson McAndrew-Uren get past teammate of Oiva Venturata. Emerson, not the qualifying result that he would have wanted, but now is into P13. Out the front, gap is between Oskari Rolli and Miguel Manzano once more, half a second. So Manzano still good, doing a good job out there to try and reduce things, but pace-wise, only separated by thousandths of seconds. They're both lapping. It's 51.8.
Yep, they certainly are. But Manzano's gap has still come down. It's less than half a second now. It has taken a couple of laps to do that, so he's not closing in at a pace that I think he'd be liking. But the fact that he is only 4/10 off, he can see that Oskari Rolli is just right in front of him, knows he's getting closer. And the sector times here, well, are still again faster for Manzano in both Sector 1 and Sector 2. Gap down to 0.3 of a second. It's into that Goldilocks area now for him, where he might be thinking, hey, I could go for a lunge here.
Yeah, absolutely could indeed. But for Manzano, he doesn't want to risk too much because for him, he's already had a result that was a bit unfavourable. He goes for a lunge, catches Oskari Rolli and costs himself time and gets put into the back of the pack. It's going to mean difficult stuff for him when looking on towards tomorrow. And he's still got some kart length to try and reel in. Battles still going on. This time it's between the Energy and the Forza. Vsevolod Osachi-Zaslovsky is through on Austin Newstead. Of course, Newstead couldn't really do too much. He's still sandwiched in between those two Energy courses down towards that third sector. Newstead just closing in on the brakes there in towards that final corner. It's not going to be enough for that lap. Later stages of this race, everybody is settled down slightly. Tyres, of course, for the drivers inside of the top 5 rows were all equal. I think that's why you're seeing actually that sort of settle spots for everybody inside of your top 10 now. Nobody having a major advantage out there.
No, not at this moment. So Chieri Girardello is your fastest driver. He's there in 7th place right now. He is trying to latch on to that leading group as the fight's kicking off in the background. This is at the back of the grid. This is a fight all in around 20th place. Tiberius Mulo, Libor Razak, Lucian Smith, Aurelien Lemaire fighting for position, and Achille Ray's in that fight as well, trying to get involved. Here's your race leader over the line onto the final lap of the race. The gap now 0.5 of a second. Oskari Rolli just had enough left in the tank there to defend from Manzano. He could see he was closing in. He could see and was probably being told that the gap was closing down, that he needed to push, and that's exactly what Oskari Rolli has done. It was a challenging start to the weekend, but he is still going to come away with a decent chunk of points here. 172 to his name. That final couple of races certainly has kept his fight alive here this weekend for the Finn. But Pitsonia at this moment is still looking like he's in charge of those points. But for now, it's Ascari Volley who takes his final win of the qualifying heats phase over the line. He will see that checkered flag from Miguel Manzano, Antonio Pitsonia from Martin Bertolacini, Alexander Lazarus from Harry Williams, Albert Tam from Gioli Di Rodello, Mark Caseda from Sevolodis Szablowski. They will take out the top 10. Great race for them. Great result in their karting years. And this now for Ascari Volley. Decent points to put him forward. But there is your biggest mover. Emerson McAndrew Uren at 21st to 12th. Gain of 9 places. Strong results at the end of his final race as well, as Felipe Sanchez at the end of that race goes under investigation. So as other drivers step forward, some drivers may be stepping 1 or 2 places backwards in those results. There is your full results. Top 10 we've gone over. Oyvind Vetrata finishes in 11th ahead of Emerson McAndrew Uren. Then it's Atika Mir from Alexandre Point, Denny Babacek from Austin Newstead, Jarno Seyer from Guillaume Bassato, who rounds out the top 18. 19th place downwards, we'll see the likes of Tony Kart Racing, Jean Peugeot, Lucian Smith from Aurelien Lemaire, Libor Vlasak from Achille Ray, Felipe Sanchez, Oliver Haas from Tiberius Müller, Kieran Garib finishing in 27th place, with Navala Morales unfortunately retiring from that race quite early on, actually, in the second lap of that race. But there, Ascari Volley, great result for the Finn. Parallel Motorsports on P1 here in the qualifying heats with their young man. But it is Pitsonia who ends that race with 3rd place with the points lead with 205, of course, against Bertolacini. But of course, it is Gorski with 200 points, who is at this moment the net points leader with his 1 race to go. Here is the highlights from that race. And again, solid start for Ascari Volley on the inside line. Bertolacini as well able to get up to 2nd place. Pitsonia would drop down, would fight back to 3rd place, but it was a better start for Miguel Manzano. Immediately able to get up into 2nd place, and he would hold on to that one for a large majority of that race. Tam having to deal with the battles behind as everyone tried to push forward. Achille Ray, of course, tried to fight forward, ended up unfortunately going just that little bit backwards in that race, but still finishing in 23rd place in a brilliant battle with Libor Vlasak and Felipe Sanchez at the end of that race. There was that change for P2 for Miguel Manzano up into 2nd place. That would bring Pitsonia to 3rd. Bertolacini would settle for 4th place for the remainder of that race. Denny Babacek started quite the fight here. He gained 3 places to finish in P15. With that move down the inside, started that chain reaction for all the drivers just behind in the form of Newstead, Seyer, Bassato, Jean Peugeot and Lucian Smith as well inside of that fight. Near the end of the race, though, all calm and quiet for Ascari Volley over the line. Kept a consistent gap there of half a second between himself and Miguel Manzano. Pitsonia taking 3rd at the end of that one, but it will be Pitsonia who leads the points in the intermediate classification, but with still many of the junior races to go today. Let's head down live to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
In Parc Fermé, like you called it then, Anthony, and we're firstly going to speak to Ascari Volley. Ascari, another good race there for you. This afternoon, this stage of the week is going much better than the opening stages, right?
Yeah, well, now we will start on pole, we can win, but the outside was really hard for us, so now we're kind of back, but we try tomorrow the best.
And for you as a race leader in that one, a heats leader, you've not done that in the early stages of this week. So what's it been like trying to adjust to having nobody in front of you instead of previous moments where you've had quite a lot of traffic out there?
Well, I mean, it was kind of hard because if you have like somebody in front, you know, and you catch them, you have good speed. But now when you like are in front, you just have to try your best and not trust for me.
Well, Ascari, great to catch up with you. And what we're going to do is swap you over with Antonio there. Antonio, put your suit up last moment. For you, up and down day so far, up and down race starts. It looks tricky on that P2 spot when you're going into things. Can you tell us about it a bit more?
Well, today was a really tough day, but we managed to, for now, be P1 in the points. I hope we can do a good Superheat tomorrow and do a good final too.
And for you, Antonio, we've seen a couple of moments where you and some of the Ward teammates out there have been quite close together. Can you tell us about how you manage that when you've got a teammate so close to you, how you stay out of trouble, but maybe how you use them to your benefit as well?
Well, of course, it's quite hard. Have a teammate really close to me in the points, but in the end, we teammates is supposed to like help together. I help him, he helped me, but yeah, more or less that.
Antonio, great to catch up with you. You're done and dusted for today, of course. More races coming up next, but before, we'll take a short break.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Plenty more racing ahead of us here as we head back to the senior category. Groups D versus E will be the next ones out onto the circuit. Ludovico Mazzola back on pole position. Of course, we only just saw him out a moment ago. So Group D not having the fastest turnaround here for their driving. But he starts alongside Luke Tal, and a lot of tyres have been deployed in this one. So again, pressure is on now for the field, as a lot of these drivers wanting to step forward. Now, Nikita Bott, of course, will have deployed his tyres earlier on. Benjamin Westwood, I believe, deployed his tyres earlier on as well. Some drivers choosing not to deploy them. I think Michael McCoy, he didn't deploy his earlier on, and Luke Tal, I don't think, deployed his earlier on either. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Engines are fired up then as drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup here. Ludovico Mazzola and Luke Tal on the front row of the grid. Mazzola has got new tyres, left-hand side. Gabriel Canal, Noah Baglin, both of them new tyres. Asher Osteen and Nicola Coman, row 3, both of them new tyres. Nikita Bott, he deployed his earlier on, and that put him to a race win. Starts alongside Aston Sharp, who has now deployed his tyres on the left-hand side. Chi Halfway and Casper Rypol, both new tyres on row number 5. Luke Corner has only got the new tyres on the left-hand side. Benjamin Westwood starting alongside. Row 7 sees Marina Lopez and Michael McGoy, only Lopez with the fresh tyres.
Row number 8, new tyres for the next 3 roads backwards. It's Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Nathan Kappen. 9 is Christian Ross with Nicholas Schaufler. 10, Gilles Herman and Endo Arata. From row number 11, we have Francois Cadal with Vladimir Ivanikov, and then from row number 12, it's Svet Simonov and Rafael Bussato. Neither drivers on the 12th row going new because they have decided to do that earlier on in the day. Fernando Paimer and Melka Milel have gone from the 13th row, only new for Melka there. 14th row, no new tyres for either Nefeli Cosmopoulos or Daniel Picorni. New tyres on board the left-hand side for Rafael Bollard. No new for Mateus Gonzalez, and they are your last 2 drivers of your 13-part field. Groups D versus E are up. Ludovico Mazzola versus Luke Tal on the front row. Of course, for Tal, no tyres. All of the drivers next to him or behind him have done that already, so this could be very interesting for Luke indeed.
Could be. So let's see how it will transpire over the course of this one, as field is very spread out at this moment. They need to slow things down, does Mazzola and Tal. The flag's waving, but they really want these drivers at the back to start to close in. There you can see how spread out it is. We're already heading into the final corner. They're still diving into turn 9 there in the background. Something tells me, unless they come to a complete stop, which they really can't do in these karts, could be a challenge for them. And the Energy Course team watching along on the top of their truck, ready to see the start of this one, which will see a very busy race, I am sure, for many of the drivers. Are we racing? Answer is no. They're not gridded up at all.
No, back of the grid, absolutely miles away from being ready. Ludovico Mazzola, of course, for him this weekend, one of the first times that we will see him be a pole sitter. Heat so far for Mazzola haven't quite gone to plan. He has typically tended to drive backwards within the field. And for Ludovico, this is qualifying heats that he's going to need a good result for himself and for Birrell. For Tal, he's been very consistent so far this weekend. He just needs to do that again, needs to just sort of stay inside of the top 5. A similar story could be said for Gabriel Canal, who's on his best weekend so far this year. Canal has really impressed so far today. Caroline Ward there in P3, of course, for France, has done a great job indeed. Asher Osteen under the radar at points, but has consistently stayed inside of the top 10. One of the only CRGs that we've got in the field, of course, Nefeli Cosmopoulos is in there, but she is quite a way down, so keep an eye on Asher. As again, Anthony, you know, driver just not gridded up here. They're not bunched up in towards that final corner. Mazzola is trying to slow them down as possibly as he, you know, physically can, because these drivers can't slow down too much as direct drive karting. Is the rest of the field going to catch up quickly? We're lined up into the first corner. We're not going green. Field, again, not ready.
Put it this way, it's made me stand up in the commentary box now.
You don't see that often.
No, we don't. How dare you? We see that quite very often, actually. But no, I just wanted to have a look out the commentary box window there just to see how they were looking. And yeah, they just weren't reaching the back of the grid there. So is this a case of both sides of the grid? Maybe the front of the grid needs to slow down a bit sooner to allow the back of the grid to close up. Maybe the back of the grid needs to catch up a bit sooner as well, so we can all get on our merry way at the start of these races. And it's a peculiar smile you've got on your face, Nicole. Is that just resting face, or have you got gas?
No, it was it was resting face.
Was it resting face? Yeah. Cool. Good stuff there.
Did you just call my face peculiar?
Yeah.
Basically.
May have done.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've said a lot worse things to me.
True.
There we go. Right then, third attempt at a start on this one here, as the field get themselves ready to go. Once more, Mazzola and Tal, maybe they're giving all these tyres plenty of time to get that sheen off the front of the top layer, because a lot of them are running brand new tyres out there in this grid. Maybe that, or maybe they just don't want to get started yet. Right then, this looks better. Into the tram lines. We'll be racing this time around in the seniors, D versus E. It is lights out and fights on. Good start there for Tal on the outside line, but it is Mazzola with the inside. It will get away well, but that's the best start I think we've seen from an outside grid position there. Tal will hold on to second place. It's a good getaway for the field. Up the hill they go then. You can see the Ward Racing Machine immediately trying to attack the CRG that is fighting up at that sharp end of the field. Asher Osteen holding on to third place. Is that Aston Sharp being caught out on the outside line there, trying to rejoin as they all file their ways in. And Sharp's off the road in the background. There's a Forza walking away from their machine. It's the 2-2 something. There's Sharp, and I believe possibly it could be Svet Simonov. It was the 2-2-1 machine who's out of the race, so that is a big shame for them, and that's another retirement there for Aston Sharp.
Well, it was Baglin that got 2 for the price of 1 at turn number 7. Race start again for Baglin. Wasn't quite the one, but he still sat there comfortable where he started from. In towards turn number 5, Baglin massively just catching up there to Nikita Bott just ahead. Sorry, make it Luke Tal just ahead, because now he has seen that switch between him and Bott out there. Baglin pushing forward, as is Asher Osteen. Osteen into P2. This is the highest up we've seen him so far this week, as we've still got Ludovico Mazzola as your race leader. You did call it earlier on in the race, Anthony. It's probably one of the better race starts we've seen from a driver sat there in P2. Luke Tal not losing out massively, still sat there inside of the top 4. Other drivers to make early moves. Endo Arata up by 8 places, but it's Raphael Bullard who's absolutely got things going in the opening stage. 13 positions, actually, in fact, making 14 positions now into P15.
Yep, this is a really nice run that we're seeing here for this field. And now Baglin in their 3rd place. Let's have a look at this start. A bit of in the road there. Yeah, debris in the road. Is that a chain guard? Now that's a suboptimal way.
This is a game of who's missing a chain guard out there.
Okay, this is where it happened 2 years ago, actually. I played this game and absolutely nailed it. It's a silver chain guard, so it's off something, which is probably an OTK product, maybe a Tony Kart that had something, but no technical flags out there. So is this going to be a good old game?
Does it belong to the Forza that's already parked, potentially?
Possibly. That could be a subject, but we'll have to wait and see. It may be a case of watching all the carts as they whiz past and trying to copy what the officials are doing as well. But still, here on your screen, Asher Osteen is right on that rear bumper of Mazzola for 1st place. No change yet between these two. But they're still in a very close position. I've got to say, Osteen, if he doesn't go for a move here at the hairpin, I will grow a mustache. He did go for the overtake, and I can't grow a mustache, so there we go. That's sorted out.
Well, so for Asher Osteen, leads a race for the first time this week. We've not seen Osteen this far up just yet. Here comes Baglin. So Baglin back into the fight, has taken a qualifying heat win this weekend, but has also taken a DNF. He's also taken other spots inside of the top 5, but now he's looking to try and add to his tally of wins. Osteen for CRG will be desperate to hold on to this, because across the junior and the senior field, this would be their best qualifying heat result of the week so far. And with it, in fact, he would be matching Henry Domain and Benjamin Magnac on 194 points. This could be a really critical race then for Asher. Of course, final moments for many of these drivers, not just today, but maybe this weekend. When it comes to those drivers this weekend, we would say goodbye to. That will be the drivers more so at the back. For Osteen, really, really strong stuff indeed. Still looking to extend that gap as drivers in the back just switching for positions. Nick Locoman looking very strong indeed. As Tal again within, the later stages, the middle stages of races, just looking to be pushed into the hands of the drivers behind. The VDK is looking strong. That's Dan Alleman still looking to push forward, but again, Alleman not looking as quick as he did at previous rounds out there.
Straight over the chicane.
Wow.
That was a very risky moment there for the Ricky Flynn driver, and that is a suboptimal way through that chicane. But continues to go for the corner there. Breaking down. That's disaster striking for Raphael Bullard, who was on an incredible drive through the field on an 18th place gain. And the frustration really kicks in for the Belgian, who was trying his best in his last race to gain those places, to get through to the Superheats, to get through to the final. And it all comes to blow down in towards turn 4, and that is disaster for the young Belgian.
Yeah, that is such a shame for Raphael, and apologies to Dan Alleman, just called Mateusz van der Kerkhoff Dan, so got those two drivers switched up. As van der Kerkhoff, that I was watching, get slightly reversed down there, 9 places lost. Big send down the inside. Here comes Baglin back into the fight, so he's now switched positions with Mazzola there. Here comes Gabriel Canal into the fight as well, so Canal makes this a trio for that second spot. Pace between Asher Osteen and Noah Baglin out there is that they are pretty much matched on 50.6s, but now Baglin will have, of course, that fire in his belly. Canal now down the inside of the Birol Arts and invites into the fight the VDK of Casper Reipold. Not seen Reipold this high up so far this week. Best race of the week so far, 5 places gained, and I would say all helped by some tyres.
Yeah, and it's a really strong position for them. So, keeping an eye on this one, down into that infield sector. They transition over into sector 2 here, down the hill as Corner is under investigation for a start procedure infringement. Changes there, big sense. Casper Reipold on the charge now. Here's Schaufler trying to get his nose down the inside of Mazzola. He's done that as well, so Ludovico Mazzola from the front here, starting to lose out in these places, despite the fact that he's also on a fresh set of tyres. It's seemingly working out better for the drivers who are now ahead of him in this race, and under investigation for cutting the track. So that was the moment through the chicane that I was talking about for the Ricky Flynn driver, pushing himself backwards in that fray. Here, though, it's still kicking off in this fight. Over the line they go. Vladimir Vanikov on the charge past Nikita Botanendo Arata. Kappen there as well. Jill Herman's there. Michael McGoy tries to go over the road. And yeah, that's a very tricky moment there. That's Nikita Bot there, losing out on some positions.
So for Nikita Bot, of course, is one of the drivers that has taken a qualifying heat win so far this weekend. This race, we won't be saying the same for him. However, he only loses out on 2 positions despite cutting across the dust there through that first sector. Out in the front, Osteen still clears. Now 7/10 of a second that splits up him and Noah Baglin, who's probably thinking a little bit more about Gabriel Canal than he is about Osteen at this stage. He's going to be looking in his mirrors and seeing a mirror full of ward graphics there going into that first corner. Schaufler has massively caught up to this front pack. The driver now, of course, part of the DPK Aston Martin camp, returned for 2026 for the karting field and has instantly got back into the swing of things now. Finds himself P5 after a qualifying he probably wouldn't have been too impressed with. 13 positions gained, and I would very shortly be calling that 14 places, because he's looking racy now on the back of Casper Reipold. Reipold will try and do everything to hold on to this one, but he's being pushed down the hill, pushed through that third sector in towards turn number 14. Does open up for these drivers. Schaufler's going to get all of that rumble. He's going to carry plenty of space and tick off another position.
Yeah, that's beautifully done there, and really utilising cut position out there. And that is now a 14-place gain for Schaufler. He's looking at his best result here in his last race of the day, and it couldn't come at a better time for him. He's had one of those, well, not a terrible weekend, but it's not been a weekend where he's been at the sharp end. It's been a meh weekend, I would say, for him. And this last race of the day is certainly going to showcase what he can do. Now down the inside, Nicola Command gets that overtake done, immediately communicates there to Reipold to say, come on, let's push forward, let's close in, as I'm sure Mazzola would very much like to take 1 or 2 of these places back after what he lost earlier on, as he latches onto that rear of the VDK.
Yeah, for Mazzola, you know, despite starting at the front within all of these races, he's not managed to stay at the front. He's always sort of dropped down into around about P7, P8, maybe even a P10 out there. He's still sat in the business end of your order, and points-wise won't be too far off. He won't be a million miles away, but he's, of course, not going to be holding on to the position that he achieved during qualifying yesterday. Late stages of this race for these drivers, then penultimate lap of things. Penultimate lap for Asher Osteen, who's had his 7/10 lead now reduced to just under half a second. So Baglin's found something here. He's found a little bit more pace. Asher Osteen maybe making a small mistake here or there after having to sit in his own air for quite some time. Casper Reipold under some pressure once more. Ludovico Mazzola, there you can visibly see the positioning of the kart. There you can see the positioning of the overtake. Oh, just the rear of Mazzola, caught by the VDK of Reipold, but it's not going to throw them off too much in towards that first corner. The Birrell has completed it, and now we are on our last lap.
Yeah, we certainly are, and Osteen in control, but only by 0.4 of a second. Baglin has done everything he can to try and close in on that freight. There is that lead move just going through. There is Mazzola defending from Reipold. He's going to look for maybe an up and under here. No, he can't get the power on the exit. Now keep an eye here on the likes of Xiao Fui, who is going to try and get the up and under, but he's on the outside line here into turns 8 and 9. He will not benefit from that, and every attempt he's going to try, it will be here. Makes a little contact there, squeezes through past Reipold, and that's one last overtake for him. Asher Osteen, though, to the line. We'll see a checkered flag at the end of the day for him. He will promote himself to 3rd in the points. He will join with his last race done with 194 points with Benjamin Magnac and Henry Domain, but of course those two drivers both have one more race to go. Asher Osteen, Baglin, Tal, Canal, and Nicolas Coman cannot gain any more than what they have done so already. They will remain in those positions until we see the remainder of the racing to see who will finish where. But for Osteen, that's a really good position to be in. 3rd overall in the points with a couple of races remaining in the senior category. A win from P5 will put a big smile on his face. He finishes ahead of Noah Baglin, Gabriel Canal, Nicholas Schaufler with that 14th place gain from 18th to P4. That is a great drive there ahead of Nicolas Coman, Ludovic Mazzola, Xiao Fui from Casper Reipold, Luke Tal, Nathan Cappin, who rounds out the top 10. There is your full results on your screen. Gilles Herman finishes that race in 11th place on an 8th place gain, the same as Endo Rat, also 8 places gained to finish in P12. Michael McCoy in 13th. Luke Kornder from Christian Alexander Rust rounding out the top 15, and Mercedes van der Kerkhoff finishing in 16th place from Mariano Lopez. Francois Cadal in 18th place. Rafael Bassato from Malcolm Lell. Then it's Nikita Bott from Fernando Pimer, who finishes in 22nd place. Daniel Picorni from Benjamin Westwood. Vladimir Ivanikov from Novelli Cosmopolis. Matias Gonzalez rounds out the 27 finishers in that race. Rafael Ballard, Aston Sharp, Svet Simonov, all retiring from that race. Going no further at the end of their day. That could be a weekend done for a couple of those drivers in that order. Here's your highlights from that qualifying Heat D versus E for the OK category. Decent start for Mazzola at the start of that race. You can see a little bit of contact made in the background. That could have caused the damage that saw Svet Simonov and Aston Sharp retiring from the race. There was that chain guard that came off. Was it the Ward Racing machine of Gabriel Canal who was in 3rd place? That would be very interesting at the end of that one, because that looks like where it came off, but maybe we'll have to wait and see, not too sure. There was the moment over the chicane that happened to a couple of drivers over the course of the day, but they're a very tricky moment still nonetheless for the field, and Nikita Bott having to deliver. Over the line though, it would be Asher Osteen taking the win in his final race of the day. He would be promoted up to 3rd in the points, 194 still with 2 more senior races to go across groups A and F, and B versus C still remain, and that is the case for the juniors as well. Still 2 more junior races to go in the form of A and F and B and C. Let's head down though to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, we've got Asher Osteen with us down here. Asher, good race for you, one of your best of the year so far. What's it been like adjusting the racing from having to be maybe in a pack or in a chase to being out there alone?
Yeah, I was just trying to keep focused, hit my marks, and just try to pull away. Noah didn't make it easy though. He was on me the whole race.
And of course, knowing a driver like Noah Baglin is just there behind you, how do you mentally deal with that kind of pressure, knowing, you know, a driver that's a previous junior world champion is chasing down? How do you not get nervous, and how do you not make a mistake?
Yeah, I was just trying to keep my calm. I felt like he wasn't going to do anything, so I was just trying to keep focused and try to do my best.
And for you, Asher, knowing now as well that you've tied yourself on points with some drivers that have really pushed well so far this weekend, Domain and Benjamin Magnac, what's that like knowing going into tomorrow?
Yeah, going into tomorrow is just going to be same thing. Just try to get as many points as possible for the final.
Asher, great to hear from you. We'll see you tomorrow in those super heats, of course. Asher Osteen done and dusted for his day of racing, but plenty more to come up. Back to our juniors.
Thank you, Nicole Sutherland, and they're wasting no time immediately heading on to the circuit for qualifying heat A versus F for the junior category. Straight out onto the circuit, we'll see Daniel Miron in his last chance to put points on the board, with Nicolo Perico starting alongside it. Only feels like a few moments ago that we saw these drivers out on the circuit, and again, confirmation, lot of fresh tyres going on board here, but not for your front two rows. Daniel Miron and Nicolo Perico on that front row of the grid. Will Green and Alessandro Truchot joining on row number 2. Zach Zhu on row 3 has no new tyres. However, Remy Samchek has deployed fresh tyres left-hand side. Row 4, Theo Palfrain, no tyres for him. Matic Zadic has deployed them left-hand side on row 4. Row 5 sees Liam Nashawati and Matvey Durganov, both of them fresh tyres. Wenyabu and Leon Chalidze, both fresh tyres for them, all left-hand side. They go on row number 6. Row 7, Augustine Falagnoli and Leo Lattinen, they've all got tyres left-hand side. They'll have a look for Cranchrist and Christian Kobe on row number 8. Both of them fresh tyres left-hand side. Antoine Vinard and Jay Kostecki, they go from row number 9. Both of them fresh tyres left-hand side. Everyone is going for this one at the moment. Row 10, we'll see Kevin Pentel and Alexander Legenki. They round out the top 20, and you guessed it. Oh, actually, no, only one of them with brand new tyres on the left-hand side. Legenki not deploying them, or did deploy them earlier on. Xavier Lazaro has deployed them left-hand side. Jonas Pundis, also in a very similar situation, has deployed them left-hand side. They go from row number 11. Row 12 sees Samuel Hugon. No tyres for him. Stepan Mazepin alongside him has deployed new tyres. Row 13, Maxim Bobrikov, new tyres going on board for him. Jeff Verbeek, no tyres for him. Row 14 and 15, we'll see Alexander Freiberg, Savalek Agay and Jan Garzielik. Only Savalek Agay has deployed the tyres in those last remaining 3 drivers. So lots to digest in that one. Lots of tyres up and down the order, but crucially, a lot of drivers at the front there not deploying them. This could be them saving them for tomorrow, which could be a very interesting tactic, which we'll see them fight forward in that stage. But will they suffer a little bit in this race with all those drivers behind wanting to push forward? We'll have to wait and see, as Daniel Miron and Nicolo Perico, for the last time today for Groups A and F, get themselves into the tram lines. It's Spain versus Italy. Into those tram lines. It is lights out, and away we go towards turn number 1, as it is Miron who leads the way as they head through in towards turn 1. Perico will have to slot into place. The whole field gets down the hill cleanly for the first time. 1 or 2 karts going a little wide onto the grass. Everyone making it out to the first sector though. There's Perico down to 3rd place. It's been a good start though. Is that Will Green? It is. He tried to do the same move he did earlier on round the outside. Wasn't going to happen this time on Daniel Miron.
No, absolutely not. Daniel's probably learnt a thing or two after that previous moment on the first lap of their last qualifying heat. 2-car breakaway at the front, then Will Green, or a big boot to the back of Daniel Miron. You could just see Danny's head literally go skywards there. The visor pointing up to the Swedish clouds in the sky is now down towards that first corner. Green's going to have the run out of turn number 14, and he's going to do him in towards sector number 1. Will Green now into the lead and invites in Rico Zak-Zhu, Theo Palfrain. Zhu now in on the Mercedes junior driver of Nicolo Perico. Theo Palfrain, the victory lane teammate, also starts to light things up. Here comes Marat Zvaric and Matvey Durganov. Of course, for Zvaric has got new tyres on board. He is one of the drivers in this fight at the front. I would absolutely be keeping an eye on, as Perico's now looking to get muscled out once more as Durganov clips some of that curb down towards turn number 11 to try and barrel some speed round, and also to try and defend and fend off Leon Chalidze there in P8. This battle has fallen off of Will Green and Danny Miron out there at the front, as actually the race lead has changed. Daniel Miron back to where I'm sure he would feel like he belongs, back to the front. Zhu into P2. Green now has to settle for 3rd.
Yeah, he's back down there and having to really think what he wants to try and do here, and pushing forward. And remember, Miron has got no tyres. Green's got no fresh tyres, Zhu's got no fresh tyres. all of these drivers on their originals, but still showing some really great pace at this point.
Yeah, you know, you'd start to question if these three drivers at the front would maybe think, hang on a minute, we're all in a similar boat here. Maybe we work together slightly in the next couple of laps to push away from this field, which includes some drivers that have gone new, that have the pace and the ability to maybe catch up and then battle it out a little bit later on.
However, all those drivers behind have got the fresh tyres and have probably all got the mentality of, I've got the fresh tyres, I'm going to push forward, I'm going to try and take the win in this one. And because they're all thinking that, they're all tripping over each other and they're actually not closing in.
Here we
Speaking
go.
of closing in, Zach Zhu's closed in and he's taken the lead away from Daniel Miron. He's moved into the race lead. That will keep them at Frey, and well, Miron wants it back almost immediately. Looked like he was trying to re-attack there and the exit of the chicane. This is where he's done moves earlier on. Is he going to do another one here? No. He's also done moves down into this hairpin at turn 7. Is he going to do it here? The answer is yes. Looks to the inside. Zach Zhu leaves that door open. And once again, the lead changes. Green will be able to close in. There he is. Will the drivers behind be able to?
Yeah, well, for Daniel Miron, as quickly as he'll lose it, he will take that one back. So the duo at the front is Miron from Zhu. Then we've got Green and Theo Palfrain as Stepan Mazepin is out there. Mazepin's had drama and he's the causer of some yellow flags out there at turn number 9 as a number of drivers will now fall down the order. Jeff Verbeek for Forza. We've got the energy course of Jan Garjelik, Stepan Mazepin, the VDK of Anton Venant, I think, is also involved in that one out there. And that is all on towards the entrance of sector number 3. Story's not over at the front. Story and race is definitely not done between Zach Zhu and Daniel Miron. Will Green starts to edge closer into this one, as does Theo Palfrain, as now Miron goes defensive from Zhu. Green will catch up. Palfrain will get closer also. Green's going to go around the outside to try and keep that minimum speed a bit higher, try and set things up on towards the downhill in towards that third sector. 4 karts battle for the race lead. Down the inside, Palfrain's going to take away position from Green for P3, and now will maybe work together with Victory Lane teammate of Zach Zhu to go for this race lead once more.
Okay, they've got themselves into this 4-car battle situation. What they don't want to do now is allow the 5th place down to 11th place to close in, because they are only just behind. Perico is leading that. Zaric, Shilidze, Nashuati, Durganov, you can see them there piling down the hill.
This is going to turn into a massive race.
This is going to be massive here indeed. But now Miron again goes defensive. He's backing them all up. It forces Palfrain to go for the move on Zach Zhu. Palfrain going to go around the outside. Not going to happen this time around. Zhu's there. Green at the back of that track. And now Green's just checked over his shoulder and can see, oh my goodness, here's Perico, here's Zadic, here's the rest of the field. It's all joining in. It's the worst nightmare that we didn't want to happen. It's happened.
Yeah, do you know what? For Daniel Miron, Theo Palfrain down the inside. Palfrain hooking it up on the curb. Zach Zhu into P2, Green into P3. Daniel Miron loses 3 positions there in just the case of one corner. It was a 4-car battle. Mao make it 6 out there. Perico still in things, but Svaric has managed to find his way past in towards turn number 5. We've got Palfrain trying to sit things on that tighter line. Zach Zhu's going to be vulnerable to Will Green once more, but Will Green is not going to be able to do too much because Zhu jumps offline to try and get something done on teammates of Theo Palfrain. Again, tightens things up. Here comes the fours, the Ricky Flynn there of Nachawate, of course, one of those drivers on fresher rubber, and is starting to try and light things up. Palfrain has now given himself 0.4 of a second to his teammate of Zach Zhu. Zhu's got to be smart here. He's got to settle back down, not rush. We've still got laps left to go for this to change, as Miron is now challenged by Perico. They're going to go side by side on the exit. Turn number 14 in towards the first corner. However, Daniel Miron is going to take it back, and he's going to allow Svaric the position as well.
A beautiful shot there of them whizzing through turn 1. You can see the camber of turn 1 as well there, the positive camera to really carry the speed through them as they crest the hill there as well. You can really see the embodiment of what these karts are in the modern era of racing, as there's a lovely late lunge there for Miron, and well, Green not wise to it, just slams into the back, and now he gets loaded by Perico, Zaric, Nashawati, who have closed in behind. Green's in a really tricky situation here in 4th place. He's got that large train, and now Perico's lost out on that one. Nashawati around the outside is going to carry the speed, and now down the inside goes Shilidze. Perico is under all sorts of trouble. It's all kicking off. and as quickly as one driver can gain places, they can lose them very, very quickly indeed. Over the line they go. It is now Wenyabu dancing away with Durganov and Latanen. They're fighting for position, and they've both got through. Pal Frain's in the lead, but it's only by 0.2 of a second. Zach Zhu is right on his rear bumper, but they have got a gap now of 1.1 seconds from themselves and Miron in third place. But there you can see from green downwards, it's quite an almighty train of cards.
Penultimate lap of your race, and I'm sure over the past couple of laps you're not really sure where to look within this one. Down the inside, Parisco is going to try and take it away from Shilidze once more, but Shilidze is going to get, of course, the switch back. Here comes Durganov back into the fight. Leo Latanen and starting to get involved for the first time this weekend as well. Latanen, quick drive around this circuit, but he's not quite had the results just yet for Parolin. In towards turn number 14. Defensive positioning for your field, especially for Perico, who of course has lost out ever since that race start. Final lap of things, final lap for Theo Pamphrain, who looks to make himself a brand new race winner, taking his first race win, of course, of the year.
And he's going to bring his teammate along, Zach Zhu, who is going to try and look for something, but oh, indeed, actually, Zach Zhu may be looking to see if he can try and take that lead away. Doesn't dive down the inside here at turn 7. It's been a favourite spot for many, but thinks against it. Maybe into this final sector. Doesn't look like he's in a full attack mode, though. I think he's going to allow Palfrain to take this one, as they've had a brilliant drive throughout this weekend. Big hit to the curb there in the background. Everyone trying to gain those last few places in this race, and Bobajov trying to push through. Wenyabu there as well. But here at the front, Theo Palfrain's going to add good points to his name as Zach Zhu and Palfrain go 1 and 2 in the intermediate classification. In those points, Miron will be third in the points with third place. Truchot is, Theo Palfrain, is, I'm sure, very happy with that result. Will step up to second in the points. An upgrade in the points there does put Theo Palfrain now 219 points behind Zach Zhu's 226. Daniel Miron third in the points with 210. But we have to remember that other drivers will be gaining place on this one. And we could see a challenging situation later on. Jake Kostecki, biggest mover in that race, is unfortunately retirement to the end of the run. Oh, that's Liam Nashawati, unfortunately, who's out of his kart. Didn't make the end of that race, and he was fighting in that lead battle, effectively, or the fight for fourth place, and that is such a shame for him. There is your full results. Palfrain from Zhu, Miron from green, Shilidze, Perico, Durganov, Kostecki, Latanen and Legenki rounds out the top 10. Marit Zaric from Ludwig Granquist, Remy Samchek from Alessandro Truchot, Christian Kobe, Augustine Felignoli, Sami Hugon, Sabalek Agay, Maxim Bobrajov, Wenyabu rounds out the top 20. Xavier Lazaro, Alexander Freiberg from Kevin Pentel, and Jonas Pundis rounds out the 24 finishers. The retirements, Liam Nashawati, Antoine Vinot, Stepan Mazepin, Jan Garzielek, and Jeff Verbeek not seeing the checkered flag at the end of that race. Biggest mover, as we mentioned, 3 of them. Savalek Agay, 10 places gained. Legenki with 10 places gained. Jake Kostecki, 10 places gained. Great running for them. There is Theo Palfrain. Great result for him. French driver for Victory Lane secures a qualifying heat win and jumps up to second in the intermediate classification. Here's your highlights from that race, and well, quite a few. Daniel Miron at the start was in control, but immediately had the pressure from Will Green, who at the start of that race tried to emulate what he did earlier on Daniel Miron. He round the outside move into turn 7. You can see he took the wide line here. This time wasn't close enough for that attempt and stayed there just behind. Later, though, did attack for the race lead, and that moment there may have assisted in that charge. A little bit of contact between the two of them. Big check over the shoulder, and Green immediately fighting for that race lead into turn 1, secured it at the end of that opening lap. Later, though, Zach Zhu would return the favour on Daniel Miron, who both of them got past. This was on to lap number 4 of the race, and that was that overtake done and dusted. Later on that lap, that very same lap, Miron would take it back. This would bring in Palfrain. It would bring in Green back into the battle, and it would bring in everyone else. There was the moment that we lost, unfortunately, Stepan Mazepin. damage to the back of that card after a skywards moment. Jan Garzielek, Jeff Verbeek also retiring at that early point, and Antoine Venant was a retirement earlier on in that race as well. Then the top 4 had closed in with those top 4 battling away. It allowed everyone else to close in. From 5th place downwards, we saw Perico, Shalidze, Durganov, Kostecki. We saw Nashawati in that fight as well. Latinen and Legenki, Zadic, Granqvist, they were all starting to close in. It certainly became a long train effectively for the race lead that once again did change hands, this time to Theo Parfranc, who was able to push his way forward. Zach Zhu followed into second. They would go on to the very end as Miron would drop down to 5th place and would keep his nose to the inside of Perico. He would take that position back, and Green would also be able to follow through as well. He would stay in 4th place, still down 1 spot in that race, but still a good result nonetheless. This was that attempt by Miron on Green that put him forward in the race, and Miron was trying to close back in on the 2 victory lanes up the road. Wasn't meant to be though, and they would stay in formation. Looked like Zach Zhu took Theo Parfranc to the end of that race, both of them coming away with some really decent results here, and both of those 2 victory lane drivers P1 and P2 in that intermediate classification, and you could see the communication there at the end of that race. So thank you from Theo Parfranc to Zach Zhu. Great sportsmanship after some challenging races earlier on today. They finish on top of the intermediate classification with still 1 more junior race to go, of course, before we see a full classification. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, that was quite the race for these junior drivers. Theo, really good weekend for you so far. Actually, your best weekend of champions so far this year, and your first qualifying heat win as well. What's it like to be able to say that, and can you tell us about that race itself?
Yeah, it feels very good to have the first win of the champions, and I'll do my best for the rest of the week.
And can you tell us here, we've seen you and Zach Zhu, your teammate, at stages work together, then we've seen you maybe work against each other as well and have some battles. For you as a driver, how do you manage that and keep yourself out of trouble when it comes to being so close to a teammate?
I mean, we're teammates to work together and sometimes to fight. But at this point, it was to work together and try and win the race.
Well, Theo, good to catch up with you. And what we're going to do is just swap you over with teammates, victory lane teammates of Zach Zhu, who again, like Theo, has had a qualifying heat win and has consistently been at the front. Zach will pull you over. Really good weekend so far for you and for Theo for victory lane also. Can you tell us, when you were going for those overtakes on Daniel Miron, how you try and work that one through, and how you maybe were a bit of a mover in pushing Daniel further back into the crowd?
I tried my best to overtake Daniel Miron, but I had some disadvantage on the power on the exit of the corners. So my teammate Theo came up and helped me to pass Daniel, and I passed with him, and then we just went in front.
And as a driver, when you're passed by a teammate, do you think there's a bit of frustration knowing that your teammates, or do you just sort of let him go and let him have the position?
No, absolutely not. We're teammates. We should work together.
Well, Zach, great to catch up with you. Of course, you were done and dusted for today, but it doesn't stop there. We've still got heats left to go, and we've still got Superheat pole sitters to try and find.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there. And also teammates going into tomorrow, of course. We wait to see what will happen. On to the last 3 races of the day. This is the penultimate senior grid. A and F about to head to the circuit. Of course, they will see groups B and C out later on. Benjamin Magnac on the pole position spot here alongside William Kalesia. A lot of fresh tyres again in this one, all coming from the front rows actually here. No one from the back rows deploying them, maybe because they deployed them earlier on. And there you can see Magnac and Kalesia on that front row, both fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Same could be said for row 2 and row 3, all of the top 6 with brand new tyres on the left-hand side. Let's take you through the full starting lineup then for the penultimate senior race of the day. Benjamin Magnac and William Kalesia will go from row 1. As mentioned already, fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Filippo Sala and Dan Aleman go from row 2 as well for them. Fresh tyres, left-hand side, Gustavo da Silva and Bosco Arias, also fresh tyres on board. Row 4, we'll see Oliver Kinmark and William Marshall. Only Marshall with the fresh tyres here, with row 5 in the top 10 being on fresh tyres with Zach Drummond and Armin Kader Osman. Row 6, Roland Nagy and Egon Pedrotti, but it's only Nagy with the tyres. Row 7 is Zach Green from Savre Dukoski, with row 8 being Francisco Roja and Dean Hugendorn. Dean Hugendorn, the last driver on the grid to deploy those fresh tyres. Everyone from this point onwards is on their originals.
Row number 9 sees Thomas Pradir and Max Wayland, and from 10 we've got Teresa Babichkova with Valerio Villapiana. Row number 11, Eduardo Salomon sees Peter Gorecki, and then from 12 it's Matt Bowe with Emilia Wiszomirska. 13th row, Jude Thurumalai Swami with Zemo Yang, and then from 14 it's Yuri Lavar with Masud Al-Bassam. 15th row, William Kim with Michael Gorecki. Row number 16, final row of things, Nicola Frigg will be all alone for victory lane.
Will, so let's see how this will go then as the drivers end over their lap. You okay there, Nicole? You look a bit out of breath.
Yes, that's really steep. Really steep.
And what you said about me being out of breath earlier on?
Yeah, but you've not walked up and down them about 25 times.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Right.
Thanks.
Right. Oh, bit of something flicking up the back there of Zach Green's cart. I don't know if he just ran over something or that was something off his machine. Looks all fine, but definitely saw something there, or maybe just my eyes playing tricks on me. Of course, going into these last races, everyone's still keen to watch along here in the racing action. Right now, everyone waiting to see where Benjamin Magnac will come out on this one. Of course, he is the points leader, 194. It's not been a perfect day or perfect weekend so far. He has had that 1 second place, but he is still in the best possible position. He has joined, of course, with Henry Domain, who will be out in the last race today. He will see what he can achieve. But let's wait and see. Front of the grid is ready to go. Back of the grid just getting into position now. Looks like we're going to be good for a start this time around as we enter into the tram lines then. Benjamin Magnac and William Kalisha on that front row of the grid. Will we see a run to the line, or will we see a calm and controlled start? It is lights out and we are racing towards turn 1. It's a great start for the inside row. It's a slow getaway for Kalisha there. Is not going to get that run in towards turn 1 at all. Maybe even off the road there as a bit of contact in the background. One car going very squirrely, and that's her thing, a very broken rear axle there at rejoins at the back of the field. Sala there up into second place. De Silva, again a good start, up to third as they head down into that braking zone at turn 7 for the first time. There's carts all over the place trying to keep control.
Well, Benjamin Magnac out in the front again, controlling a race again in his own air. Nobody directly behind him just yet to try and challenge. Filippo Sala trying to fend off the drivers behind. We, of course, have got some big names in the mix. We've got some drivers really trying to look at some points to set themselves up for the Superheats. We'll see tomorrow. And talking of one of those, it's Zach Drummond, who's forced off onto the grass down the finish straight. It's not going to put him off. He's still going to go for the move. And he's going to say, have some of that to De Silva.
Yeah, that was brave there. De Silva's immediately going to fight it back. So De Silva says, have some of that, Drummond. And down the inside, those two are continuing to battle away, but they are going to lose absolutely chunks of time to Silva and Magnac, who are breaking away. Here comes Kinmark, but before Kinmark could do anything, Kalisha was like, hello, down the inside, and he took that position away. So now it's starting to kick off. Alaman's there as well. The two VDKs go wheel to wheel, but it is going to be Kinmark who still gets the run out of the turn.
So as it stands for Benjamin Magnac, this of course is his final race of the day. For Asher Osteen, he was matched on points previous to the race, but he is done and dusted for action. He can't do any more than that 194, despite taking that final qualifying heat win again down the start finish straight. Drummond's being challenged time and time again. This time it's William Kalisha. And this time, Kalisha manages to get past. Drummond's now going to be forced wide. He's going to be forced through on Oliver Kinmark. Dan Alleman into this fight as well for Drummond. He's got to try and hold on to things as the two VDKs both get caught out at turn number 6.
Yeah, but it was Alaman who got caught out the most there. Now through goes Hugendorn. This is great for Hugendorn now. Remember, he has got fresh tyres on board, but as quickly as he just gained those last couple, he loses those two as Drummond round the outside is going to try and carry the speed, but he's off the racing line. He's not going to have the traction to put the power down, and he just slots in behind Hugendorn, who, again, after that really good race earlier on, Hugendorn on another 10th-place gainer in, right now in this one.
Absolutely is. And for Hugendorn, this is a job well done, I would say, for this race so far. Previous qualifying heats had, of course, a DNF, so he needs some points, needs a couple of more positions. For Bosco Arias and William Kalisha, both drivers, of course, have had DNFs earlier on in the weekend. They're now looking to try and take away some points and stay where they are. Hugendorn, however, tyre is going to be his friend, especially when looking on at Bosco Arias just ahead. Magnac, gap-wise, half a second between him and Filippo Sala, so he's not a million miles away, like he has been previous points of the week, as Zach Green is just leading round one of the big packs out there. Drummond has settled back down for now. Drummond has settled in space into that P7. He's still looking at the Williams just ahead. Is in the background. That's one of the victory lanes. I think due to the Rumalai Swami going through. Drummond now takes the position away from Bosco Arias, and I would say is helped by Dean Hugendorn, who did that move first.
So lap number 5 we are on now with 13. Kalisha sets the fastest lap of the race in his fight to try and close back up on the race leaders. And there now, here's the move down the inside. Alaman pushing forward and gaining those positions. Kinmark as well doing the same. Osman was the victim there and does squeeze through. So we'll keep an eye on this fight. So Magnac leads by 0.4 of a second from Filippo Sala. That is the fight a little further up the road from this battle here. There it is as they go over the line. Tucked in as much as he can is Filippo Sala. He's quite a tall driver here in the senior category, so needs every bit of aerodynamic efficiency help he can get. That is why he is tucked in behind there. Bosco Arias and Armin Karia Osman still continuing their fight as Magnac now sets the fastest lap of the race. This will not be helping Sala out as he is trying to close that one in. But as this race progresses, still we'll keep an eye on that gap. Long train starting to form now in the front of the field. Long train forming in the background as there's still overtakes happening. Mikhail Gorecki getting past the likes of Musad Ahmed Al-Bassam. That is in 29th and 31st place.
A couple of switches in the background. We've got Matt Bowe, Michael Gorecki, William Kim and Emilia Vishamirska still going for it, but these drivers that are actually quite unlikely to be seeing those superheats tomorrow. Problem for Zach Drummond. Warning flag is out for the driver there in P6. So for Drummond, you know, he's been finding himself in a couple of spots of bother over the course of the past couple of laps. Now in P6, he's being threatened once more. Kalisha now lights things up. Kalisha P3 looking at Filippo Sala, who again is still sat just under half a second away from Benjamin Magnac as we go into the second point of this race. That 50% mark is now being crossed as good switch there. That's Roland Nagy getting the move done on Oliver Kinmark.
Yeah, and that is moving him up nicely in the field as well past Hugendorn. So battles happening thick and fast around it. Max Wieland as well past Francisco Roja. That is full position. And Nicola Frigg past Eduardo Salamonde and Matilda past Emilia Vishamirska. So overtakes happening thick and fast up and down the order. As we watch it over the line, the Ward Racing machine battling away with Kinmark. Marshall and Kinmark, 11th and 12th on circuit. Still, you're seeing those big gaps there. First and second clear, third, fourth clear, 5th place downwards. Very close. Drummond leading that one from Hugendorn, who I can guarantee you would like to take 1 or 2 more places from his current 10 places gained.
Yeah, absolutely so, especially after that DNF earlier on. So, no problem.
I think we've had 2 drivers out of the race. Yes, turn 1 and 2, Nicola Frigg and Jude Thirumalai Swami have collided here at the circuit. They are out of this race, and there they are walking away, clearly upset, and their chances of getting into tomorrow is certainly looking very thin.
Yeah, those were 2 of those drivers that were probably a bit shaky going into this race anyway, knowing that they were at threat of being not qualifying into tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll have to watch on at the rest of this race, even more nervous now. out the front. That gap actually here, Anthony, Benjamin Magnac and Filippo Sala is reducing. It's now only 0.4 of a second, so Sala is edging closer and closer. For William Kalijah, still owns that purple lap out there, still the fastest driver. He is not close enough to probably capitalise on this one just yet, but he's got a nice, sizable gap out there in towards turn number 14. Sala trying to extract everything he can on those Charles Leclerc brakes in towards that final corner. Does just that, it was 0.4 of a second. Now it's just over 3. Do you know what? For the first time this weekend, I think Filippo Sala is going to be challenging Benjamin Magnac for a race lead.
I think he could be as well. This is looking like a really strong fight in this last sector for them. Remember, both of these have deployed fresh tyres on the left-hand side. But again, they're in a very similar story than what they have both been in over the course of the early stages of this weekend. Sala, though, as you were mentioning, just looking like he's in the flow right now, has really found his rhythm here, taking a bit of a tighter line there. He's carrying a bit more, I think, racing speed through a lot of these corners, and I think is a man who's fully locked in right here. Magnac still in control of this race, but I suspect maybe into turn 4, maybe into turn 7, we could see a change for the race lead on this lap.
I think Filippo Sala's had something in reserve so far within this race. Lap after lap, he's just had that added extra edge. Benjamin Magnac now, we haven't seen him really have to race properly so far today. We've not really seen him defend anything in towards turn number 7. Sala thinks against it. He is within distance. He's only 0.2 away. He's only got a kart length that splits up him and the Paralin Ward driver out there. Benjamin Magnac now down the hill, still holding on to things, but again, like you called it a lap ago there, Anthony, they're just dancing around slightly varied lines in towards turn number 14. Here we go, Filippo Sala, race leader.
That is beautifully done, and it didn't happen where I thought. It took a little bit longer in the lap to get it done, but still done nonetheless, and in good enough time here to stay in control of it. But can Magnac dig deep in this one to try and take it back? He is still the points leader. He is still the points leader by quite some way. But remember that Domain in that last race, if he wins, he would take the points lead. So this is still a threatening position right now for Benjamin Magnac. He needs to win this to know for 100% he's on pole position for Superheat A tomorrow. At worst, he's on pole for Superheat B.
Yeah, absolutely so. So both of these drivers, of Filippo Sala and Benjamin Magnac, I'm sure will be watching on from the sidelines, hoping that Henry Domain has a tough race, because for those two drivers, it could mean great stuff when going into those Superheats tomorrow. Hugendorn has now been taken by Aminkara Osman, and now we've got the battle potentially between Hugendorn and Arias lighting up again. Igor Petrotti there is on your screen. He's just tailing around the Tony Kart driver of Thomas Praderas. Here we go. Here we have got that fight between the drivers behind. Hugendorn lighting up once more. Roland Nagy now, is he going to go down the inside at turn number 7? Looks over his shoulder, so we know that he's trying to figure out his time. But final lap of things, final moments for Filippo Sala as a race leader for the first time this weekend.
It really is, and this has been a great drive for him so far. I mean, he's going to put himself second in the points no matter what happens in that last race. He's going to be in a really strong position, and Filippo Sala here will cross the line. He nods his head. He knows it's a job well done, and the Italian can celebrate a qualifying heat win in his last race of the day, with Magnac finishing second, Kalijah third from De Silva taking P4, Drummond from Alaman, Kara Osman from Hugendorn, Arias from Nagy, who will round out the top 10 at the end of that. Magnac still has the lead with 238. However, the ball is very much into the side of the court of Henry Domain, that in his last race may find himself taking pole position for Superheat A. But as it stands, no matter what happens, Benjamin Magnac is looking at a pole position start either in Superheat 1 or Superheat 2 tomorrow morning. Filippo Sala, though, takes victory in his last race of the day. A win from third, a very deserved drive. The Italian will make his way back to Parc Fermé. I'm sure he's looking forward to a quick chat there with Nicole Sutherland, who'll be down there having a chat with our drivers. There you can see Yuri Lavar, the biggest mover of that race, from 27th to 17th, 10 places gained. Steps him up nicely for the Hagman Racing team. There's your full results on your screen. Top 10 we've gone over. William Marshall will finish that race in P11 from Oliver Kinmark. Thomas Pradier from Egon Pedrotti, Valeria Viapiana from Zach Green, Yuri Lavar and Peter Gorecki will round out the top 18. The end of that race. 19th place downwards. We'll see. Francisco Roja from Max Weiland. Then Xavier Dukoski from Eduardo Salamonde. Zemo Yang from Turbo. And then it is William Kim from Mikhail Gorecki. Musad Ahmad Al-Bassam finishes in 27th place from Emilia Vishmiska in 28th. The retirements, Teresa Babichkova, Nicola Frigg and Jude Thirumalai Swame, unfortunately not making it to the end of that race. There is Filippo Sala, a great result for him at the end of that race. And this is how it transpired. From the start there, a good getaway for Magnac. He was able to really control that race for 90% of it, 95% of it actually, I'd say, as he would hold on to the lead for the early stages of that race. First retirements that we saw in that race did come later on in the race. Nicola Frigg and Jude Thirumalai Swame unfortunately colliding at turn number 2. Their race coming to a conclusion quite in the middle of that race. Drummond certainly had an interesting battle on this one, as they're very defensive. Gustavo da Silva in the 293 machine was put under investigation, I can imagine, for that very moment. There you can see how Dan Halleman was squeezed out wide there by his teammate and the rest of the field, as all trying to gain those early positions, everyone trying to fight back at that stage. There was a lot of shuffling around in that top fighting battle. This was Drummond again, this time going for the move down in towards turn number 1, this time on Bosco Arias, who at the end of that race would finish in 9th place. Still a 3-place loss there for Arias, but nonetheless still a good run. This was positions would help out Drummond to move up to 6th in the intermediate classifications. Other movers happening thick and fast, of course. Magnac having a good race, but he held on to the lead for the majority of that one, dropped down to 2nd place in the latter part. Then we saw the other moments for William Marshall. He as well was fighting in around that top 10. They did lose out. There was that change for the race lead. Sala down the inside into that final hairpin. Then we saw the moments in the background as well. The big sends to the inside line for Armin Kari Osman for the Haupt Racing team. But across the line, that would be Filippo Sala, who would take the honours. A quick double check of the nose cone there to make sure it's all good over the line. But a strong getaway at the end of the day for Groups A versus F. We turn our attention over to the final races of the day. Before that, let's head down to Parc Ferme, over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, we finally get to catch up with Filippo Sala for one of the first times this year. Filippo, really good race there for you. Really good week, actually, so far for you. Ever since quali, you've looked strong. Tell us about the chase down on Benjamin Magnac, because he's, of course, fast driver around here. He's a lap record holder now as well.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that he was very fast also in the first few laps. I just wanted to keep my speed, you know. Still doing a bit of tire management because tomorrow there is also the Superheat. Felt good with everything. We worked very, very good during this year, and now we're seeing the result.
And of course, you've got to watch on the second group left to come later on this afternoon, the last group of seniors. Drivers like Henry Domain, of course, maybe have the ability to beat you points-wise. What are you thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, we have been always consistent, but also starting from a second row in the Superheat wouldn't be that bad. Just giving 120% tomorrow in the Superheat.
Filippo, great to catch up with you, and we're going to now try and, I think, swap you over with Benjamin Magnac, who's hiding behind cameraman Oleg there. Benjamin, of course, ever since time qualifying has had some great results. Been really good for you there. You've been consistent. You've had some heat wins. That time, you had a bit of a different challenge. You were being chased by Filippo mentally. How did you try and figure that one out?
Yeah, no, I didn't know I had him behind me, but, you know, once he got close, I can kind of hear he was there, so after he overtook me, I just need some points for the, you know, for the ranking, and yeah, we take a P2. I think speed was quite, you know, good overall, but yeah, good.
Well, Ben, good to catch up with you. Of course, we'll see you tomorrow morning. That's Benjamin Magnac. Juniors are now out on the track and we'll go back up into the commentary box.
Thanks to Cole down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, juniors straight out onto the circuit. Last junior race of the day. B and C, Ferguson and Leonardo Gorski on the front row of the grid for this one. And this is Leonardo Gorski's attempt, last attempt here to take points on the board, to really position himself in a good spot for the Superheats tomorrow. They start from row 1, no tyres for them. Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio and Priam Bruno, they go for row 2, no tyres for them. Mason Robertson joins Lucas Palacio on row 3. Palacio with brand new tyres on the left-hand side. In fact, to make it a bit easier, all the tyres I mentioned now are on the left-hand side. Row 4, Manny Nuvolini and Stan Rajewski. Rajewski with the new tyres. Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Alex Malota on row 5. Malota with the new tyres. Max Feld and Oliver Spencer, both tyres for row 6, with Antonio Iani and Nicholas Guth on row 7, both tyres for them. Julian Frasnelli and Aurelio Longatano, both tyres for them on row number 8 in the first half of the grid. Row 9 sees Jack Solomonson and Jason Cosmopoulos. It's only Jason Cosmopoulos with the new tyres. Row 10 of the top 20 being Rocco Simone and Ava Lawrence, both new tyres for them. Henry Constant-Kumpen and Elton Hedfords go from row 11, both fresh tyres to them for Alessandro Caraballo and Daniel Ferreira. Only Caraballo with the fresh tyres on board. 13 sees Federico Mirabella and Lenny Mackinnon. Mackinnon with the new tyres on board. Row 14, Kim and Jay and Simon Carras, who round out the top 14 rows, and the top 28, no Maxim Noapel on the grid once more in today's racing. So just the 28 runners in this race, which at the moment in the juniors sees Zach Zhu leading the points with 226. However, Leonardo Gorski in 8th place with 180 has got a chance to step up in that order. Might be easier said than done, of course. Can get to 230 points. Doesn't want to drop down too much in this race. But let's see what happens as they enter the tram lines. It is lights out and fights on towards turn 1. Good start for Ferguson. The inside line there is immediately. Gorski is going to be swallowed by the pack, and he's going to tumble down to about 5th place in this one. But he's got that line, and he's still in control of this one. Down into the braking zone at turn 4 for the first time. Heavy braking zones, but look at this for Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio. He leads the way. It's Ferguson down to 2nd place. Mason Robertson there in 3rd. The Red Bull liveried KR Motorsport machine trying to stay in control of this one. And I'm trying to think, who is that there in 4th place? It is not Gorski. Gorski's tumbled down a little more. It looks like it is the 65 machine of Manny Nuvolini. So it's been a really good start for that inside line, and Nuvolini's got himself into 3rd.
Well, birthday weekend for Manny Nuvolini now is looking to push forward and is maybe looking to get inside of the top 2 for the first time this weekend in his last qualifying heat of the day. Drivers at the front then have separated themselves from that second pack of carts, which is of course led by Santiago Diaz de la Vega. It's Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio at the front, Ferguson, Nuvolini and Robertson separated then by that huge train that is now starting to form. And Leonardo Gorski now finds himself the leader of. Gorski over the crest then in towards turn number 6, controlled and calmed and trying to get himself back into that top spot. And he's probably going to be helped very soon by the KR out there in the front of Lorenzo, who's looking to back up the pack off the road there at turn number 7. That is Oliver Spencer running off in towards the Dust War down the inside. The Red Bull on the Mercedes gets the job done. That's Robertson back into P3. Out in the front, Lorenzo still holding on to things. Ferguson had a qualifying heat win earlier on. What drama out there, and we knew that that was going to happen after, of course, that huge train forming a moment ago. Some of those drivers and some of those big hitters that were involved in that one, Elton Hedfords, Daniel Ferraria, who were desperate to try and make up some positions. Positions within your top 4 have not changed just yet. Maybe take that back in a moment's time in towards turn number 7. It was a 4-car battle. Now look who's starting to get involved. Your main star of the show so far this weekend in your junior category, Leonardo Gorski. There he is, Nuvolini round the outside. Look at Manny Nuvolini, slots into P2, helped by the curb. Look at Leonardo Gorski.
Both of them taking full advantage of that situation, but it is Leonardo Gorski who benefits the most out of that one. And from his tumble down to 5th place from the outside start, he will now go wheel to wheel with Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio for the points lead in the intermediate classification. Remember, it is Gorski that needs the race win here to secure a pole position for Superheat A tomorrow. And right now, he is absolutely on that chance, but he gets absolutely blocked there by Di Pietrantonio, who defends the position. Nuvolini is right behind. It is white line running, and it's only lap 4 of 10, and they're all going to surely trip over each other here. Gorski is in the worst position he wants to be right now. There is the point at the moment. It's Zach Zhu leads the way if Gorski finishes this race in P2. But if Gorski gets that race lead away and can finish in P1, he will start on pole position for Superheat A tomorrow. Looks to the inside on the exit of the final turn. He's going to look to the inside, the up and under. Are they going to consider that as 2 changes of direction? But that is going to be an interesting one. A spin in the background. Is that Max Feld facing the wrong way in the middle of the chicane? It is. And amazingly, they all avoid contact. Max Feld is the luckiest man in this grid that he's going to come away with a completely normal car, but with only flat spots on his tyres. But that now is all going to kick off still again, because Di Pietrantonio is under massive amounts of pressure.
Lorenzo out there saying to Leonardo Gorski, saying to Mani Nuvolini, do as I say. He's backing up the field. He's not letting anything out of this one. And of course, what he's doing is helping his KR teammates out there. We've got the lone MP absolutely swarmed in a form of factory KR drivers as again. We've got Lorenzo getting the run up the hill on the exit of the corner. Down the inside, Mani Nuvolini looked like he was going to put the nose there as Gorski again is trying to control it, trying to get back to that top spot. But we've got Lolo out there saying no, gets a boost up the back bumper. Nuvolini's going to lose out on the exit of the corner to teammate Santiago Diaz de la Vega. De la Vega looking racy indeed again. We're seeing the KR sandwich happening. For Leonardo Gorski finds himself the filling in the middle of it. Again, you're just getting this accordion effect for these drivers, because anything that Lorenzo does out there in the front, you're going to then have Gorski have to brake a little bit earlier. Same said for Diaz de la Vega, Nuvolini, Palacio, Robertson. You're seeing then just everybody bunch up into each other, and that is why this is a 10-car battle out there. As now Antonio Ianni starts to look at this one again. The exit of the corner for Leonardo Gorski. You just see him on that slightly tighter exit. Dances across the racing line on towards that first corner as the
there's Troy Ferguson, the pole sitter for this race. He was in this battle. Unfortunately, another one that's been spat out of it down the inside. And side by side off the road goes Di Pietrantonio and rejoins. But in the background now, Gorski takes the lead. And the crucial thing that we've got to say on this one is how close they've been and how much they've been bumping into each other. The amount of nose cones that are going to be dropped in that lead train, as it's all gone wrong for Di Pietrantonio. Off the road as well in the background. Is that Priambrano? It is. He rejoins onto the circuit. It's all going to kick off now between them. We were expecting this. So it's Gorski that leads the way now. But I've just got this sinking feeling that he's going to have to break away from second place by a staggering 5 seconds. Over the line he goes. It's up to 9/10. I've just got this feeling that a lot of those drivers are going to have nose cone penalties.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one there, Anthony. We can't call it that Leonardo Gorski has got one. Of course, these drivers, the plastic on the front fairing, it could just be bent in. It could be just caved in slightly for Gorski. It's not to say that the bracket has dropped, but for Gorski, he's still going to try and push away. Palacio now into P2, has just got past previous teammate of Diaz de la Vega. Here comes Antonio Ianni. Ianni now up inside of the top 5 for the first time this weekend. Nuvolini has lost out. Now he's going to lose out once more to Stan Ratajski. Ratajski down the inside. Great move there for Stan. The Ricky Flynn outfit now inside of the top 6. Lenny Mäkinen as well, the other MP involved in this one. Mäkinen, quick round this track, probably didn't manage to show that in time qualifying, but look at the places gained. 19 positions in total. Robertson now being pressured. Fresnelli is through.
Yeah, indeed, Fresnelli gets through us all. Just as we cut away there was a moment. Now this is it, out of turn 5. Gorski on the inside, wheel to wheel. That just puts Di Pietro Antonio on that wider line. That's a very tricky situation to call.
You know, he's got the other KR next to him, so they...
so he's sandwiched
Yeah,
between
what
the
can
two
he
of
do?
them. He couldn't turn away, and then, of course, when you go over the crest, the cut goes light anyway, so you can't even turn the steering wheel, even if you wanted to. And unfortunately, that just put Di Pietro Antonio in a really tricky situation there. Everyone else now trying to gain positions, but it all simmered down just a little bit now between the top runners. But look at this for Lenny Mäkinen. There he is, number 44, 18 places gained. He's going to try and gain a few more here as he's got Ava Lawrence and Manny Nuvolini for company. He goes down the inside of Ava Lawrence. That is now a gain of 19 places. But there we go now, last lap of this race for the field. And Gorski has done enough, but again, I'm not going to call anything until we see these nose cones, because the first few laps earlier on, you can see the dents in the front noses there for many of them. And I've just got a feeling there could be one or two here. We'll have to wait and see. It's not over until we see those full official results. As Santiago Diaz de la Vega there under massive amounts of pressure from Stan Ratajski is there right behind. Antonio Ianni ready to pick up the pieces if needed. But I don't think there's going to be any fireworks between these drivers, especially as he's gone fully defensive there into that final hairpin. Over the line, it is going to be Leo Gorski, who's going to look at a near-perfect score. Over the line, Gorski will lead the intermediate classification. Provisionally, of course, will be a pole sitter for Superheat A tomorrow. Provisionally, of course, as those nose cones will loom in the distance as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. But Gorski did enough at the end of that one. He maintained his composure. He kept Palacio, Diaz de la Vega, Ratajski, Ianni, Nuvolini, Mäkinen, Lawrence, Frasnelli and Robertson all at bay. For Di Pietro Antonio, who had the lead of that one as well, pushed forward. But a very, very interesting race, that one, for the last of the juniors. And they certainly did leave it very exciting to that very last race, if anything. Hoping the senior race could be a similar story for them. This has got a very similar underlying problem for one driver in there. See the drivers making their way back. A lot of frustration for a lot of these drivers. I'm sure a lot of celebration for others. May have felt they've done enough there, but a lot of drivers who I can imagine not feeling like they had the greatest results in that fight. There is your list. Top 10 we have gone over. Mason Robertson rounding out that one in a 10-place deficit, but Lenny Mäkinen, biggest mover in that race. 19 places gained to put the number 44 machine in 7th place. 11th place is Oliver Spencer and Jack Solomonson. Alex Malota from Rocker Simone. Priam Bruno from Jason Cosmopoulos in 16th place. Min Jae Kim finishing in 17th place on a 10-place gain. Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio at the end of that, after those troubles, dropped to 18th place from Alessandro Calaballo. Federico Mirabella from Simon Carreras finishing in 21st place. Nicholas Guth rounds out the 22 finishers. Ferguson out of the race. The pole sitter. Parallel Motorsport scores minimal points in that one. Maxfeld out of the race. Kumpin out of the race. Longatano out of the race. Dano Ferraria out of the race. Hedfors and the non-starter of Noah Pell, of course, in that race. Here is your highlights from it. Well, quite the battle that we saw here. With a good start for Ferguson, of course, on that inside line. Di Pietro Antonio, Robertson and Nuvolini able to go 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the start of that race from their positions. Certainly a very strong start for the inside line. Gorski would drop back in that field, would later close in, find the overtakes in that early stage of the race as Ferguson tried to go back for the race lead. It was Robertson holding on to 3rd place at that start as he would later drop down to 10th place. Dramas happened at the very beginning. Wide and off the road there for some drivers. Oliver Spencer able to recover back to 11th place after that early lap rotation there. Some more unfortunate retirements. Elton Hedfords and Daniel Ferrari unfortunately going no further. And there you can see getting their feelings very well across. This was a very dramatic moment here. Manny Nuvolini round the outside, and this brought Gorski into play. He was able to find the gap down the inside, 3 in 1. Got him back up to 2nd place so he could focus on the battle with Lorenzo Di Pietro and Antonio. There was another retirement at the end of that race. Max failed a spin through the chicane. This was the heart-in-mouth moment. He was facing the wrong way into a very fast corner. There a bit of debris coming off there. I think that was one of the rollers from the anti-launch device that had come loose at that point. Not too sure. Only a guesstimation from that one, as there was that change for the race lead. Gorski on the outside. Nowhere for him to go. He had Santiago Diaz de la Vega on the other side, and could see how the contact was just made there. I think racing incident at that point, but it did put Gorski under investigation for that contact. Imagine he will try and defend that one, and I think rightly so as well. That would be a very harsh one, I think, if it was to go for a penalty for him. So much against him in that situation, and I think was dealt with quite admirably over the rest of that race. Then we saw the fight in between Fresnelli and Robertson. This was Fresnelli down the inside. We saw his frustration at the end of that race. Still a sixth-place gain, but tumbled down the order. There off the road went the number 52 machine, MP Motorsport. Kim Min-jae did rejoin, but a little further down the field. As over the line, Leonardo Gorski would take the victory. Question mark remains on those nose cones again, but I think maybe it's all good. But a very challenging race, though, at the end of it, which sees Gorski starting on pole position for Superheat A. Let's head down to Parc Ferme, over to Nicole Sutherland.
I'd agree with you on that one there, Anthony. Challenging race indeed, and let's hear it about Leonardo Gorski. Leonardo, really good race from you, but a difficult race. You're under investigation. For you, in your eyes, did you do anything wrong? Do you know why you're under investigation? Can you tell us a bit more?
I mean, I don't know why. Like, the whole train pushed me into him, and then of course he goes wide. Then we're side by side over the jump. You know, you can't really do much. It's a jump. He's trying to go around my outside, and he goes off. You know, like, come on. And then he's defending the whole race as well. It's really annoying, that, but still.
But Leonardo, despite those moments out there, you still managed that heat win. You are currently on pole for those Superheats. You know, putting aside some of the drama out there, still feeling strong, still feeling confident going into tomorrow?
Yeah, the kart feels great still, but the tires are not, because we're defending the whole race. So it will be hard in the pre-final, but we of course got the 2 new tires. That should help a lot, and yeah, let's see tomorrow.
Well, like we said, Leonardo, you're on pole position provisionally for that Superheat, but some post-race decisions maybe to be made. One more qualifying heat left to go of the day, one more pole sitter left to try and find, and one of those names we'll be looking at, of course, is Henry Domain. But before we go to that, we'll take a short break.
One more race to go. The last race of the qualifying heats phase for the seniors. It is Groups B versus C, and this again should be an absolute nail-biter. Lots of tyres have been deployed. Lots of drivers here with a chance. The biggest story, of course, is going to be coming from that second row of the grid. Henry Domain, who has got that chance, but there is Emil Hernandez getting himself ready for the start of this race. It is probably easier to tell you who hasn't deployed tyres in this one, because so many of them have, including both drivers on that front row of the grid. And you can see that there for both Emil Hernandez and Olivier Sini. both of them wanting to really showcase what they can do. But it's the driver on that second row of the grid, Henry Domain, who has got the chance here to be on pole position for Superheat A tomorrow. Let's see how they will line up. It is Emil Hernandez and Olivier Dicini on row 1, Henry Domain and Evan Purcell on row 2, all fresh tyres on the left-hand side. And again, to make it nice and easy, every new tyres we say, they'll all be on the left-hand side. Marco Gast, new tyres, and Giacomo Justo, new tyres on row 3. Jakub Kamenek and Junda Peschel, both new tyres on row 4. Ryan Qureshi and Bruno Blanco go from row 5, but it's only Blanco with the new tyres. Antonio Koscianella and Eli Christian on row 6, both of them new tyres. Lev Krutulov and James Anagnosiades lock out the first half of the field, both of them new tyres on the left-hand side.
Row number 8, new tyres on board that left for Nico Katowski. Nothing new for Eric Bondarov. 9th row, Ina Rostad has already gone new earlier on today. Max Lacroix will be missing from that 9th row. 10th row, new on board the left-hand side for both Clara Kowalczyk and Manuel Maguez. And from 11, Louis Bazare and Mika Runitz. No new rubber for either of those drivers. And the same can be said for the 12th row, which houses Archie Owen and Victor Stalmack. 13th row, new on board the left, Zarif Rekel. Nothing for Gavin Adam. 14th and penultimate row sees Eve Riz and Christian Knudsen. No new maxes for them. 15th and final row for your final qualifying heat of the day, Matteo Gallo. No tyres for him, he has used those already, but Nicole Ferreira has used them. The Portuguese driver has elected, like the rest of the field, to go new on board left-hand side. So, last qualifying heat of the day, of course. Qualifying heat that could see another pole sitter invited into the mix. The only driver that can pull that off at this stage is Henry Domain, who's starting on that second row.
Yeah. Currently 4th in the points of the 194. Now, you may be thinking, Anthony, I'm looking at the points out there as well. What about Ash Osteen? He's got 194 points as well. Well, he raced already. That's his last race result. He is not in this one. He cannot score any more than that. Domain, however, with that 194, can score more points and is the only driver to beat Magnac, but he has to do one thing and one thing only, and that is win this race. And he's in a really good position to do that. He's on the inside of row number 2, right behind the pole sitter, and Hernandez, who I am sure is hoping to break away from the rest of the field. But I'm sure Domain will follow suit. We'll have to wait and see as we are nearly ready to start this last race of the day to determine who will start where. For the Superheats tomorrow, it's qualifying heat B versus E for the OK category as we go lights out, and we are racing towards turn 1. Great start for the inside row once again, but it's a good start for Sini. He's only dropped to 3rd. Many karts going onto the grass on the outside, pretty much forgetting there is a track there. Unfortunately, it's gone wrong for one more driver at the background. I think that might be Nicole Ferreira there, who's had disaster. She's tumbled down as Domain fights for the race lead. He's through, but Olivier Dicini has caught him unawares and has dived to the inside. Round the outside goes the Koski. Marco Gast gets into 2nd place, but tried to get the race lead.
Henry Domain is one of the drivers, probably the driver within this race that has got a lot to lose. He's got to be careful. He doesn't need to rush the work to get to the front. He's just got to pick away the position very carefully from Gast and then from Sini out there in the front. Sini tailing round in his own air, looking very comfortable on this opening lap. Drivers will complete their first lap of racing. It's Sini from Gast, Henry Domain from Evan Purcell, Giacomo Justo there in P5 with Hernandez dropping to P6. Kamenek, Peschel, Krutulov and Kocianella rounding out your top 10 for now, but changes, of course, will continuously go on. And a big change there, of course, is the Forza of Evan Purcell getting past Henry Domain, which is going to be a spanner in the works for Domain when it comes to that pole spot. In towards turn number 7, Domain visibly, you can say, the positioning of the car. Oh, a big send down the inside. Gast through on Sini.
Yeah, that's a nice change for the race lead, and especially after that DNF for Gast earlier on, that mechanical gremlin this time around, he is looking for a much stronger result, and that stronger result's going to be a P1 if he keeps that kart in this position. Here's Domain down the inside. His chance is not over yet. Squeezes Purcell a little wide there. He's going to lose out to Justo and Hernandez, who send it through. It's Gast from Sini, Domain in 3rd, Justo, Hernandez, Purcell, Peschel, Kamenek, Krutulov, Blanco, the top 10, as Emil Hernandez sends it down the inside of Giacomo Justo. but the Italian defends it fiercely as they head in towards turn 6.
So for Henry Domain, where he's currently sat on the road in P3, he's still holding on, of course, to that top spot for the Superheats tomorrow. This is good stuff for Domain. Doesn't mean that he has to really throw everything into this race. He can sit there comfortably and maybe just decide, you know, do I want to start with the silver out there, or would I like to try and do as much as I can within this race and start with Filippo Sala instead? It is Domain's decision to make within this race, but he is confirmed as one of those #1 drivers looking into tomorrow's Superheats, and then of course those finals later on where we'll see those points be decided and have our grid confirmed. We've got Emil Hernandez then, your driver P5, currently just trying to tail round behind and get the job done on Jackie there in P4. Justo really trying to hold on to this one. 2 places gained for Giacomo there so far, as again Hernandez trying to push, trying to go really late on towards the braking in towards turn number 7, helps himself in towards that 2nd and 3rd sector, and now is glued to the back of the Paralym. Gast, Sini and Domain out there in the front. They are pretty much clear from this one here, Anthony, unless that trio fight later on. I think they're out of the woods. That's the likes of Hernandez, Purcell, Peschel, Krutulov, Kamenek, Blanco, Christian all find themselves in.
To lap number 5 we go on now, and that long train of karts all fighting for position there as Matteo Gallo just he's up the rear of the field, and his recovery drive to the back of this one. Over the crest they go, and again big leaps of faith from many of the drivers here as they crest in towards sector number 2 on this lap. Looks to the inside for many, but one there for Purcell on Hernandez. That's a 5th place. Cassini now sets the fastest lap of the race. Is closing in again on Gast. Domain could utilise this as it's starting to just open up a bit too much for Domain. His chances of taking pole position for Superheat A are slipping away, but he is still looking at a pole position start here for Superheat B, so it's not the end of the world. He can still get good points here.
Yeah, like I said a moment ago, it depends on who he wants to start with, really. Does he want to look at Silva? Does he want to look at Filippo Sala? I think for Henry Domain, he's probably actually not that bothered going into this stage. You know, he's raced many people, not just this weekend, but this year, and he's had those qualifying heat wins. So I think regardless of the outcome of this race, he's going to be confident. Down the inside of Kara Kowalczyk there, we've got the change. James Anagnostiadis is now through. Kowalczyk just has to allow the position to go for the Mercedes Australian, who of course is a driver who's trying to hold on to a championship lead this weekend. This is getting quite busy behind. Traffic are just bumping into each other, especially between the victory lanes, and well, Miguez being one of those names to be involved. Halfway stage of this race is ticked off and completed. At this point in the weekend, drivers of course have done a job so far today. They've completed many races, and these drivers are trying to put in their final statements of intent.
Yeah, look at this now. There's your top 3 as it stands. Domain still looking quick at this moment, but Giacomo Justo with the clean air there in 4th place, also looking cleaner. There Purcell having to deal with the likes of, well, no one at the moment because Peschel is still not trying to close in. Here is Lev Krutulov now on the attack, all very forceful. They're both going to lose out there to Chrisen, who sends it down the inside. Now here comes the Linari Racing driver over Jakub Kamenek. Great racing weekend so far for Kamenek. He's up to 6th in the points right now, and every position he gains here will be 1 or 2 more he can get. But as they exit out of that final hairpin, he slots in behind the likes of Krutulov as they now step up to 8th and 9th.
Impressive performance, I would say, this weekend, Anthony, for Kamenek so far. You know, he's the lone Linari out there. He's got nobody to directly compare against when it comes to data, that feedback. He's really just having to do things off of his own back, and he's been consistently inside of the top 10. And like you just called it, he's looking at a race for that Superheat starting from the 3rd row of things as it currently stands. He's currently looking at the Ukrainian driver of Lev Krutulov just ahead, so it's not over as we head through this 8th lap. Anagnostiadis, leader of the pack of karts of Miguez, Kowalczyk, Zaruk-Rekal and Bondarov. There you can see them heading down the hill and down towards turn number 40, where again Anagnostiadis is carrying plenty of speed, but is going to suffer on the exit slightly. Is going to defend in towards the first corner and slam that door to Miguez absolutely shut.
Certainly is. Look at this now. Last lunge there in the background. That was very feisty there for one of the pros, I believe that was, trying to push through. Kristianstad sets the fastest lap of the race once again as Louis Bazare has just had a disaster there. He's just tumbled down to 20th place, so it's lost out quite a few of those positions. There is Klara Kowalczyk down the inside. I think it is on a now 4th-place gain. That was past Bondarov, so that is a nice move there. Has still got the likes of Ana Graciales, Miguel Manzano and Zarif Raquel just further up the road. Here's your fight over the line. There's your race leader, Garcini and Domain. Still 1, 2 and 3 for them as they go on to lap number 10 now of 13. No real drama for them right now as Magnac is still looking at a pole position start for Superheat A and, crucially, taking 25 championship points.
For Marco Gast, of course, is not going to get him inside of your top 8 when it comes to the points post-day here today on Friday's day of racing. But confidence will really be boosted for Marco out there and for Koski as well. James Agnostiadis still trying to fight it out with Klara Kowalczyk there. Kowalczyk not letting off to James, despite James now finding his way past. But going back to the Marco Gast story, of course, won't be inside of the top 8, but confidence, making himself a heat winner will be absolutely boosted. He will join the names of Kalija, Zini, Magnac, Arias, Domain. We've had Baglin, we've had Domain again. Then we had, of course, Nikita Botta take a qualifying heat win. Now it's Marco Gast's turn. And do you know what? I think that indicates us for tomorrow to say, those finals, I wouldn't even want to call who's going to be at the front because so many people could actually take it.
Yeah, it really could be quite an exciting day tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see for that one if you're watching at home as well. Set your alarms for that live stream. You do not want to miss those Superheats. Don't just join us for the finals. You've got to watch it all the way through.
Yeah, World Cup's over now as well. So
yeah,
there's
exactly.
No
excuses. And we're not racing, I don't think, this weekend anywhere in the world of Formula Racing. So I think there is. I think it's all clear. Maybe Hungary. I'm not too sure. Right, over the line they go once again. It is Gas who still leads the way by 0.5 of a second. Senior's there, but look at this from Domain. Domain's closing in for 2nd place. Is it a race this weekend?
Hungary.
Yeah, Hungary is there. Never mind. We're hungry for karting more than anything else. Right, Domain, though, is closing in for 2nd place. Senior's going to have to defend this one over these last 2 remaining corners. It's not going to happen, though. Domain down the inside. That was close for Sini. Holds on to 2nd by a kitten's whisker.
Wow, Domain said to that one, we'll have a look. Tried it, attempted it, but didn't quite manage it. For Domain, though, I think it probably just shows the rest of the field what he's still got in store to show us when we go into those Superheats tomorrow, that for the time being, he will be sat alongside Gustavo da Silva going into that first corner if he does decide to sit behind Sini for the rest of this race. Last lap board is out. Last lap for Marco Gast in a race that's probably felt incredibly long since he took, of course, the race lead. First qualifying heat win of the week and of the year for Marco Gast. This could be a good indication of what we can expect from the Koski tomorrow.
Certainly so. The breakdown earlier today resulting now in a final qualifying heat win. This will be redemption for Marco Gast at the end of this race. Sini, a great job. His first weekend as a senior driver to finish 2nd in this race and to finish inside the top 10 in the intermediate classification as well. But over the line, it's Marco Gast who will take the last heat win of the day ahead of Sini. Domain will take 3rd. Domain will take pole for Superheat B tomorrow ahead of the rest of the field. Justo will finish in 4th at the end of that race from Evan Purcell. Ili Christian takes P6 from Jindra Peschel. Lev Krutulov 8th from Jakub Kamenek. Bruno Blanco will round out the top 10 positions, but it does confirm Benjamin Magnac pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow in the seniors. Domain pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow, and in the juniors, all this provisional, of course, Gorski pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow, and Zach Zhu pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow as we head into those races. The field now and the grid will rest easy tonight to prepare themselves for a very busy day tomorrow. There's your full results. Top 10 we've gone over. Emil Hernandez takes 11th from Manuel Miguez in P12. Zarif Raquel, biggest mover in that race, 12 places gained, finishes in 13th ahead of Clara Kowalczyk. James Adegnostionis rounds out the top 15 ahead of Koscianella, Gavin Adam and Louis Bazare in the top 18. Rowan Qureshi, he takes 19th place from Mika Runitz. Victor Stelmach from Eric Bondarov. Nico Kotowski finishes in 23rd from Yves Ries. Inia Rostad from Christian Gunderson. Archie Owen and Matteo Gallo round out the 28 finishers. Nicole Ferreira, unfortunately, the only retirement in that race. Opening lap, unfortunately, of that race or out. And there is Henry Domain just going through. There is Marco Gast on that Koski Motorsport machine. Entrant from Denmark. Is going to be looking not at a pole position tomorrow. In fact, Gast doesn't sit anywhere within inside the top 8, but that's a last race win for him. And here's how it all transpired. Well, Emil Hernandez started on pole for that one. DPK racing driver from Mexico. Great qualifying for him, but finding himself in a spot of bother at the start of that race, running off the road there. The spin for Nicole Ferreira, unfortunately, tangling with the drivers at the back of the grid. Yves Ries and Christian Gunderson, unfortunately, finding themselves in a spot of bother. Max Carr, of course, not starter, and Matteo Gallo in that fight as well. So many drivers running off the road there at the very start. Hernandez, though, remained in control of that race despite going off the road at turn number 3. We saw changes. Sini took the lead. Domain tried to get up into second place, but it was Gast around the outside who was able to take that one away. Then later tried to see him go for that race lead. There were big overtakes in the background as well as everyone tried to gain through as Zarif Raquel was gaining positions left, right and centre. There was the change for Marco Gast down the inside in towards turn number 9. He would keep hold of that one for the remainder of it as their Domain would get up to third place. He would hold that position. Those top 3 from that point onward would not change. They would stay the same. Justo would fight in 4th place. He would maintain that position on a 2-place gain. The rest of the field behind Purcell, Chrisen, Peschel, Krutulov, Kamenek, Blanco, all starting fight for a position. Emil Hernandez was still quite up there in that race order at the beginning of that race. He'd later dropped down the 10 spots into 11th place. This may have assisted in that one. The move down the inside, Lev Krutulov then brought the field into play, and that allowed everyone else to go through, and it had certainly helped the likes of Jakub Kamenek, who was able to gain those fair few positions. And Jakub Kamenek with P9 there does finish 5th in the points, 191 behind Asher Osteen. Will be fighting at that sharp end of the field. A small improvement from his starting spots in the qualifying heats, but that is certainly a great run for the lone Lanari Racing Team driver. But over the line, Marco Gast secures the final win of the qualifying heats day, as we'll head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland for the last time today.
Well then, last driver interview of the day. We see Henry Domain. Henry, really good day of racing for you. Qualifying heat wins, P2s as well. You set yourself up for a pole position in that second Superheat tomorrow. Good feeling?
Yeah, really good. Team and GFR have done a mega job, so a big thank you to them to be able to give me the package to win the heats and top 3s the whole way through this week. So yeah, really happy.
But Henry, when you came in, I could maybe notice a bit of frustration there for you. Of course, you would have wanted a qualifying heat win to top off your day, of course. That frustration, what was causing that for you? What maybe went a little bit wrong out there?
Yeah, I just wanted pole overall, but you can't always get that. But yeah, it's still good to be on pole for Superheat B tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, Henry. Good to catch up with you. Of course, Henry Domain will be one of those pole sitters we'll see tomorrow. We've got 4 in total to head us into our Superheats tomorrow morning. Anthony Jordan is in the commentary box and he'll be able to tell us a little bit more about what you can expect for those races.
Well, thank you very much, Nicole. We can expect many things tomorrow, but it will be those 4 Superheats and those 2 finals that'll be starting at 10 to 10 in the morning. So make sure you set your alarms. I'll certainly have to set mine, as we will see those heading out for the junior and the senior categories before the final starting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Make sure you stay tuned for that one, as the field of OK and Junior Karts will be ready to see who will take those championship points heading into the final round, when the field will head to Sarno for round 5. For round 4 here, though, in Kristianstad, it's the end of the day, as we'll see you bright and early for those finals. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow morning.